I think my mic might be muted. Okay. All right. How's this? Okay. All right. Hopefully this should work. Yeah, I'll move it a little. Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Let me know if not. Welcome to the North America South Division ICPC live stream. My name is Jay. Many of you may know me as Geothermal. I'm joined here by Colin Galen. Do you want to say hi, Colin? Yeah. So today, teams from the ICPC Mid-Atlantic, South Central, and Southeast regions are competing. As you can see, the contest starts in about 20 seconds. And we're going to be covering the action live, hopefully talking about some of the problems and seeing how they do. So let's count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contest has begun. It's a little bit hard over Zoom. There's a little bit desynchronized, but that's fine. Alrighty. So the contest has started. Let's see. I'm going to turn off the clock. Don't need that anymore. Alright. So as you can see here, the teams have 13 problems to work on, labeled A through M. They're going to have 5 hours to work, and in this time, they're going to have to solve as many of these problems as possible. The teams that solve the most problems will win, with ties broken by who solves the problems faster. And we'll go into what that means a little bit more in a moment. So the teams just opened up the problem sets. They're going to start looking. A tricky thing about ICPC contests is that the problems are not sorted in order of difficulty. And so that means that they can't just start working on the first problem right away. And so each team is going to spend the beginning of the contest thinking about which problems are likely to be the easiest, and hopefully they'll do that fairly quickly, and we'll see some of the first teams getting their solutions in pretty soon. Yep, that's right. Let's see. Colin, who are you going to be rooting for in this contest? Yeah, should be interesting. Yeah, so like you, I've got to root for my alma mater. So I'm gonna be hoping that Swarthmore puts on a strong showing and maybe makes it to NEC again. Other than that, should be a lot of excitement. Got a couple of friends on some of the UT teams, one of the UCF teams, bunch of people I know. So it should be exciting. I think we have a lot of strong teams this year. Probably the favorites to win are the University of Central Florida. And it looks like our overlay is restarting, so should have the queue. Yep. Okay, so we'll have the queue back up in just a moment. Until then, we'll just talk through any submissions as they come in. Anyway, University... Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me look into this 1 sec. Okay, Colin, can you say something?
For
try now.
People. Yep.
Okay. You should be
testing
good.
sound.
An issue with the stream setup, and we should be good to go now.
Lovely. Okay. Yeah, always hard to.
All right.
Things.
Yeah, lots of technical difficulties, but hopefully we should be up and running. Oh, and it looks
I haven't said anything that interesting yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, H. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Don't have the scoreboard, but it looks like UT White has solved the first problem of the contest, problem H, followed closely by UT Dallas Whoosh and UT Dallas Coding Champs. So South Central doing quite well right now.
Yeah.
Let me see. Do I have the teams other than South Central showing right now? It looks like we've got a lot of South Central teams. Let me make sure that I've got the Mid-Atlantic teams up. And
yeah, if there's Duke is
oh yes, Duke.
Yeah, Duke JHU. Yeah, we're
Thanks. Great. Okay, so it looks like South Central is just off to a good start. UCF or else is attempting problem A.
Hmm.
Let's see how they do. So a bit of a different strategy, and they get a C. That's the first AC on problem A in 3 minutes.
Lo Lovely.
So all
We
this
have
is,
two problems solved.
yeah. So already the teams have identified two of the easy problems, and I think this is interesting to see. So we'll go over the problems in a bit, but I think A is an interesting problem where when you read it, you immediately realize that it's a pretty straightforward problem and that you can solve it quickly. However, it does take a couple of minutes to type, and I'm actually impressed by how quickly UCF handled
Yeah,
it.
I am too.
H, on the other hand, it's buried a little deeper in the problem set, so it's not like the first problem you're going to read when you open up the contest. But if you dig a little deeper and you look out for it, you'll end up finding that it's actually a much faster problem to type, meaning that the teams that find H are likely to be able to solve it much more quickly than the teams working on A. And so we can see that reflected in the scoreboard. A couple of teams did discover H quickly. Maybe they had one team member reading the problem starting from the middle of the problem set. And so the first few H solves came in a little bit earlier than the A solves, and so it looks like the teams are looking like throughout the problem set rather than locking on to problem A just because it's the first. So we have a couple of other submissions from UCF, Duke, University of South Florida.
Yeah, a lot more people are getting H now.
Yeah, lots of H solves. One more A solve from UT Austin. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think just like in regards to the very beginning of the contest, H has a rather simple statement, which tends to be something people lock onto, myself included. Just going off that probably makes it more likely to be first to be solved just because it's both simple and easy to process.
I agree. So we have our first submission to problem B from UMD Red, as well as our first UCF Lambda attempting to be the first team to solve two problems. Let's see how this goes. And UMD Red gets AC on problem B.
Wow.
That's the first solve on problem B. It looks like...
I am surprised by that. Impressive.
Yeah, it's great. And UCF Lambda becomes the first team to solve two problems by solving both A and H. So you can see the teams are converging, and I think I agree with the teams that A, B, and H are the easiest problems in this contest. Let's see. Yeah, so UCF Lambda is in first right now. Technically, like the teams in UT Austin and UT Dallas could pass them if they solved another problem right away. But ultimately, penalty time doesn't matter too much at this early in the contest, as what matters more is how many problems you solve later on. And UCF or else is attempting to solve problem H. And meanwhile, Liberty University has solved H. They're the first team to solve a problem in Division 2. They got on the board. UCF or else also is in second now, or actually tied for first, actually tied with UCF Lambda.
Strategy-wise, it's interesting to see what the teams will be doing now, because now there are three problems on the board. So should they look for something else that's easy, or should they just play safe and lock in their penalty at the moment?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think if I'm UCF Lambda or UCF or else, I'm probably looking at B right now just because it's been solved. It has to be a really easy problem if a team solved it in the first 5 minutes of the contest.
For sure.
I think that the strategy is like a little bit less exciting in the first few minutes as teams mostly converge around the same few problems.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I do think that like with the way this contest is set up, in some of the later problems, different problems will be more suitable for different teams, and so we'll be able to see which problems different teams go towards and how that demonstrates their particular strengths and weaknesses. But UT Austin, those who know, just solved problem A. That's their second problem. They're in third place now. UT White is attempting to pass them, and they do by solving A. Still, a bunch of solves on A and H, only one on B, but Millersville University of Penn is attempting to solve problem B. Clemson got wrong answer on A. I'll talk about what that means in a moment. Let's see, how's Millersville going to do on B?
Oh, wow, that is the first penalty, huh? Interesting.
Yep. Took a while. A lot of accepted submissions early into the contest. Teams did a good job with A and H for the most part. B, I think, might be a little bit trickier. There are some cases you can miss, so it'll be interesting to see
I'm surprised that was so early.
It's their first problem. So let's take a break real quick to talk about what you're seeing on the right. So you can see in the queue each team's rank, their team name, which also includes their university name. And then on the right, you can see the number of problems they have so far. Hopefully, if they get accepted, that'll go up by 1. You can see their you can see the problem they're attempting. And in Division 2, Florida State just attempted C, but they got time limit exceeded. And then on the right, you'll see an empty window while they're judging. And then once they finish judging, you'll see their verdict. Now, the most common verdict so far, and hopefully throughout the contest, University of Virginia, by the way, became the first team to solve A in Division 2. Hopefully the most common verdict we'll see throughout the day is AC. That means accepted, they got the problem right, and they can move on. Other common verdicts include WA, which we saw a moment ago. Just to interrupt real quick. UCF Lambda became the first team to solve 3 problems. UT Austin, those who know, hot on their trail, attempting problem B. Starting to see a couple more problem B submissions. Let's show the statistics real quick, and we'll see what that looks like.
And no attempts on anything else so far.
Yes,
that
just those 3 problems.
So there seems to be a gap, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks like it, but it's also a little bit hard to say since in 10 minutes, it's hard.
It hasn't been that long, but
all the 3 easy problems and then move on to another one. But and Texas A&M has attempted D. I think that's a good idea. I would peg D as one of the 4th of the 4 easy problems in this contest. So I think there's a good chance they'll get that right. And they do. They get the first solve on D. Still in 8th place because they haven't solved B or H yet, but plenty of room to advance. So we'll probably see a lot more solves for D in the next few minutes, especially as either of the top 2 teams, if they're watching the scoreboard, might look through and figure out, try and figure out if D is as easy as it seems. And we'll see there's been a little bit more divergence in Division 2. Let's see. Let me show you the Division 2 scoreboard. Why can't you see this? Here you go. So in Division 2, H, which is the same problem as H in Division 1, has a few solves. A, which is also the same as problem A from Division 1, has a couple of solves. No one in Division 2 is on 3 problems. No one on Division 2 is on 2 problems quite yet.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, there have been a couple of attempts for C and E. C, I believe, is not the same as problem C in Division 1, so it's a different problem for Division 2. Probably an extra easy problem that's made to make Division 2 more approachable, but one team attempted it and got it wrong. And E, let's see. E in Division 2 is also a Division 2 only problem, and it has a fairly straightforward idea, but there are a few implementation tricks that teams might have to worry about, and it looks like one team got it wrong. So switching back, it looks like actually a team from Division 1 just got first to solve, I think on problem L. Let's show the statistics, and there's another D submission as well from UCF or else. Did I see first to solve on L? No, that's the first to solve on D. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. UCF or else just solved problem D.
Or else does get D.
Yep, lots of teams on 3 problems. But anyway, so just to finish explaining what the Q means. So the verdicts other than AC, there's WA, which means wrong answer. That means that their program output an incorrect answer on one of the hidden test cases. And a tricky thing about ICPC contests is that if you get the verdict WA, wrong answer, that's all the information you have. The judges don't tell you what test case you were wrong on, what the right answer was, or anything like that. You have to go back and figure out why your program was wrong on your own. And so it's a real test of the contestants' debugging abilities, see whether they can figure out their error and submit the correct solution. Other common verdicts you'll see are TL, that stands for time limit exceeded, and that means their program took too long to run. A significant part of the challenge of ICPC contests is that for every problem there's a time limit, and you need to process each test case within that time limit. And that means that it's not just about writing a correct program, but also writing a fast program, where you might have a problem where you need to read in 100,000 numbers and process them in some way, all in under a second. And so it might be very easy to come up with a slow solution to some of these problems where you do something very naive and brute force. But oftentimes that won't be fast enough to pass, and so you have to think harder to come up with a solution that's fast enough to stay within the time limits. Let's see. Other than that, some less common errors you'll see. CE is compilation error. That means that their program failed to compile on the judges' machines. I think this is going to be a relatively rare error for, especially for the stronger teams, because teams normally will compile their code before they submit it and make sure that it works on their computers. So you
Yeah.
hopefully won't see too many compilation errors, but you'll see a few.
It
And
also
then
notably doesn't count for a penalty, um, I believe, on Caddis.
yes, that's right. There's no penalty for compilation errors, so if it
Although it
happens, it's not a
won't
big
affect
deal.
that much anyway, I imagine.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in Division Two, a team has solved F, so it's exciting. Good for them. Let's see. I think this is Liberty University again. F is another problem that's unique to Div 2, so the Div 1 contestants don't have it in their problem set. It's like a bit of a brute force problem, but it takes a while to implement, so I'm surprised that teams went for it this quickly. But that's interesting to see, and we'll probably see more attempts for F in Division 2 coming soon. And a team in B just got, or a team in Division 2 just got wrong answer on B. Colin, do you want to explain RE and any other verdicts that we might see?
Yeah, sure. So runtime error means the program did something illegal, like accessed, for example, a negative index or used too much memory, which ended up crashing the program. Any sort of like error within the program's running on the test case will count as a crash and be count as a runtime error. There's memory limit as well, but that falls under runtime error on Caddis at least. Are there others? I guess.
I don't think so. I think there might be a few more for interactive problems, but we don't have any interactive problems in the contest today, so that
Yeah.
shouldn't be a factor. Let's see. And I'm actually
Oh,
gonna check.
there's an attempt on J,
Oh,
but
exciting.
it did not work.
Where in the? Oh yeah, I missed that. Let's see. That's interesting. I wonder
J
which.
is, yeah, J is one we looked out for. I'm
Yeah,
very interested to see how the teams receive this one.
yeah, me too. It's a tricky one. It'll be interesting to see. Um, it looks like in the open division, in the open division there, which is a an unofficial contest for teams that are not competing live today. There is a team that solved four problems, A, B, D, and H, and they're actually now attempting L, their fifth one, which I think makes sense. It's another one of the, and they got
Yeah.
it. So
Hmm.
there's a so people out there solving this contest unofficially think L might be the easiest problem in this contest, which I think is a
Yeah.
reasonable assessment. Yeah, I think
That does not give any info to the real contestants, though. They can't see those scorings.
that's right. The real contestants can't see the unofficial scoreboard, and so often some what will happen is you'll have and this actually happened in the East Division last week. You'll have a problem get solved pretty early on by someone on the unofficial leaderboard, but that team will but that problem will then go unsolved for several hours longer in the official contest because teams maybe don't realize it's easy.
Oh,
So
Whoosh is first to four, by the way.
yes, UT Dallas
Lovely.
Woosh just solved D. They've now solved all four of the easy problems in this contest.
Yeah.
Um,
So once again, they're completely blind.
um, yeah, so now they have to figure out which of the nine other problems is going to be the most approachable for them. And meanwhile, in Division Two, let me get this up real quick. But a team has solved B, so that they're the first to solve B in Division Two. Of course, lots of teams have solved B in Division One already, but even so, that's good progress. So congratulations at Gettysburg College.
Hmm.
And still, no teams in Division Two have solved two problems. So as one might expect, Division One is proceeding a little bit more quickly. I'm going to turn on scoreboard scrolling so we can go a little bit further down the scoreboard. Yeah, so hopefully we should see some scrolling shortly. All right, let's see what else is going on. Texas A&M is that brute forces of nature. That's a fun team name. Solve problem D. They now have three problems. And Colin, maybe now would be a good time for you to explain how penalty time works in these contests.
Yeah, sure. So penalty is essentially first the way scoring works is first the teams are ranked by the number of problems they solved and then by their total penalty. So penalty is calculated by for each problem, you calculate the time since the start of the contest since they solved it. So for example, Whoosh solved A at 9, B at 12, D at 16, and H at 2. You'd sum all those numbers up. That would be their base penalty. And then you add 20 minutes for every failed non-correct submission that they submitted. And of course, lower penalty is better because penalty. So essentially, if at the end of the contest, the teams have the same number of problems, it matters how fast they were both at the beginning and throughout because all that penalty is going to sort of sum up. And in a sense, like if you make a mistake in the beginning, that can sort of snowball to all the later problems too. And if you solve a lot of problems, that little mistake you made at the very start of the contest might cost you a lot over time. So penalty is, especially if the set is hard and we see gaps, like top teams sort of converge to the same number of problems, penalty might be very important. And penalty in the beginning might, even now, even though there's still a long time left in the contest, what happens now might have an impact on that near the end.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to look out for here. And yeah, I think probably strategy-wise, we're going to see the teams at 3 playing catch-up because no other problem has been cited by any of the top teams so far. And the teams at 4 have not attempted anything else, which is curious.
Yeah, and speaking of teams at 4, UT Dallas Whoosh and Texas A&M Hyper have become the second and third teams to solve 4 problems. Still, you'll see a very close contest. The top 2 teams separated only by 3 penalty minutes. Meanwhile, Liberty University has become the first team in Division 2 to solve 2 problems. And, we see a submission on problem L from UT Austin, those who know. So, apparently they might not be looking at the scoreboard. Maybe they don't think L is that easy. But it does seem like UT Austin wants to try a different problem from usual. And let's see how it goes for them.
And they get it?
And they get it, yes. First to solve
Lovely.
problem L.
Now all the other teams can side on that.
Yes, that's right. Plenty of room
Although
for the other teams to catch up.
If they are already in the middle of solving another problem, we might see other problems in L as well being solved, and then teams will have decisions to make, which should give us more scoreboard diversity, hopefully.
Yes, lots of choices. Yeah, this contest is definitely going really very quickly. 5 teams solving 4 problems in the first 20 minutes or so is quite a few. And UT White is trying to join them by solving problem D. Let's see if they can do it.
Lovely.
And they do.
There are very few penalties at the top, like at all.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like teams are handling these first few problems quite nicely. I think of these, I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing more penalties on problem B just from teams missing one of the several cases, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But it looks like problem B, like pretty much everyone
that is quite
is
impressive.
Getting it right. Yeah, so teams are doing really well. D actually is where teams are taking the most penalties so far. But even that, like most of the teams who attempt it are getting it right. So overall, like teams seem like they're handling this problem set very well. And we just got another 4 solver. That's Duke University GoldenEye to 4 problems, 53 penalty. And maybe now is a good time to talk about what's at stake in this contest. So the objective of all of these teams in Division 1 is to qualify for the ICPC North America Championship, which I believe is being held in Orlando next May.
Yeah, that seems to be confirmed.
Great. And in order to qualify, there are a couple of ways. The first way is you can have to be one of the top 3 teams in your region. So the South is split into 3 regions: Mid-Atlantic, South Central, and Southeast. Each of those regions will have its own scoreboard at the end, and the top 3 teams from each of these regions will advance to the NAC. After those 3 teams have been chosen, we'll look at the combined leaderboard, and the next 3 teams that haven't already qualified will then advance, or will also advance to the NAC. The catch, though, is that only 1 team from each school can go to the NAC. So if you look at like UT Austin, those who know, and UT White, for example, those 2 teams right now are
tied pretty much.
Yeah, they're tied. 4 problems, 40 penalty minutes. Even though they are 2 of the top teams at the competition, only one of them can actually advance to the NAC. And so, at many schools, UT Austin is one of these, UCF also a lot of the time. The hard part is not doing well enough against the other schools to qualify for the NAC. The hard part is being the top team from your own institution. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And that means that, like, even for the top teams, even if you're way ahead of the global NAC cutoff, you'll still need to be fast to make sure that another team from your school doesn't pass you. So let's see. I'll let the scoreboard scroll again. See how
Yeah,
things are
not
going. We already have
many more
36.
updates so far.
Yeah, we already have 36 teams on 3 problems. And let's see. Swarthmore is submitting their second problem. Let's see how they do. They get a C.
Ah, good for them.
Okay. Oh, and UT Austin, those who know, is attempting D, and they get it. So they're the first team to solve 5 problems. They've gotten the 4 easiest problems that we've marked so far, plus problem L. So that gives them a nice advantage, because now all of the other teams are going to take a little bit longer to get through those first 2 problems. They're going to fall behind on penalty time. So that puts them in a great position to succeed throughout the contest.
Yeah, and psychology-wise, they're in the position to choose which next problem is solved. So if they do something that they might have an advantage in, but other teams wouldn't, they have sort of power right now to dictate how the rest of the contest might go. Scoreboard dynamics there's a lot to say about them, I believe. There's a lot of psychology involved because you sort of have to make snap decisions with the very little information you have. And if a problem is solved, that's typically more appealing than something that isn't. So the front runners sort of get a chance to control how the game is going to go a bit.
Yeah. So maybe let's look for a bit at the Division 2 scoreboard. I'm gonna hide this, and let's see. We'll get this to show up. And
we have a bunch of different teams with 2, like different sets of 2, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, so Division 2, there's a lot more discrepancy on which problems are the easiest, which makes sense because they share all of the easy problems from Division 1, but they have a few extra of their own. So far, problems A, B, C, E, and H have been solved. Of those, A, B, and H are the same 3 easy problems that the Division 1 teams have identified. C and E are new, and they're unique to Division 2. So that'll be interesting to see. I think if I was in this contest, I actually would be going for problem C before problem E, just based on which of those. I think C is a bit faster to implement. So it's interesting that James Madison has gone for C, but several other teams have already gone for E. Still, there are lots of, like you said, Colin, lots of teams on 2. Not a lot with not a lot with the same set of 2. And let's look at the statistics here real quick. I think we'll see that there are a lot more penalties in Division 2. Part of this is that E seems a little bit error prone. Part of this is that the Division 2 teams are falling into the pitfalls on B a little bit more.
Indeed, they are.
So, yeah, tricky problems.
Yeah, B has a rough distribution.
Yes. And you can see the -2, for example, next to University of Virginia under B. That means they've made 2 wrong attempts on problem B. And so if they get it right, because there's a 20-minute penalty for each wrong submission, then instead of getting 27 penalty minutes because we're 27 minutes into the contest, if they solve B, they'll get 27 plus 40, which is 67 penalty minutes, which will put them at a bit of a disadvantage, but nothing insurmountable. So going back to the South, we've seen a wrong submission from UMD Red on problem L, so it might be a little bit tricky. Maybe UT Austin knows something special and was particularly well suited to this problem. It looks like UMD got time limit exceeded.
I could see that.
It looks like A, B, and H have the most solved still. D, but teams are catching up on D. There are 13 teams on 4 problems, including UT Austin, who's on 5. So, yeah, this is pretty exciting. It's especially crazy when we're less than half an hour in. Like, UT Austin has already solved 5 out of 13 problems. It seems pretty likely that this will be a race to finish the entire set, and that teams
that may very well be possible.
Yeah, the teams may manage to all kill this contest.
We still have no information on the other problems relative to the teams. There's only that attempt on J, which hard to tell how that went, but other than that, nothing else has been even attempted.
G has been attempted, or it looks like G was recently attempted.
Yeah.
And I think that makes sense. I think G is I think G is likely to be one of
Yeah.
the easier problems in this set, so
Yeah, it's reasonable.
makes sense for a team to be attempting it, but looks like it didn't work out for them.
It has quite a hefty statement, so beginning of the contest, teams might have skipped it, went
Mm-hmm.
back to it later.
It looks like the top team in the Open division competing unofficially has solved E next in Division 1, so not the same as the Division 2 E that's already been solved. So that might be an indicator for where teams might go next.
Yeah.
I would expect E to be solved a little bit later into the contest. I think there's some other problems that are maybe a little bit quicker,
Yeah, I feel like
but
G,
it's hard to say.
probably people would have an easier time with that.
Yeah. And then it looks like I think the other teams are probably going to go for L. Indeed, we have a pending submission from UMD Red. They're going to see if they can get it right on their second try. Let's see how it goes.
Shame.
Yeah, time
Cannot
limit
be
again.
biased.
So that's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I will note that before my first time streaming, I was explicitly encouraged to show or to be biased because rooting for certain teams makes things more exciting. So if you want,
Yeah.
so please feel free to be biased.
It's
Three
especially
submissions in a
interesting that
row
we
on
have a
D.
conflict of interest among each other.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
What else do we have to say?
It's been a busy contest.
Yeah, it seems to be slowing down at the moment. Although I assume when more problems are shown to be doable, we'll see more activity.
Yeah, the teams have also though just like run out of the really quick problems, and so
Yeah.
I think now like even though they've done 4 problems in 30 minutes, I would expect that no teams except maybe the strongest will end up with 8 in an hour. And it looks like University of Maryland is attempting L. It's a different UMD team, and they're attempting L as their first problem, which is an interesting decision. Definitely goes
Huh.
against the general tenor of the contest, and they get wrong answer.
Ouch.
So unfortunate.
We are not doing well on L, huh?
It's a tough record, but still early.
Yeah, we have a lot of time.
Top 23 teams are on 4 problems, so again, it seems like the teams are finding it like pretty straightforward to get 4 problems, quite difficult to get 5. So it does seem like there's a bit of a gap, and UT then put itself at a big advantage by getting L so quickly. So that should be exciting. That should give them a bit of breathing room in terms of penalty time to as they work through the rest of the contest.
Yeah, if the end of the contest were to look like this, which it wouldn't, but this is an example of why penalty can be very important because now we have 22 ranks at the top with the same number of problems. And if it looks anything like that at the end, then qualification may be completely dependent on penalty.
Yeah, and UCF is attempting E, so we might have another first to solve. This is the first attempt on E. Let's see if they get it right. CCF or else. Let's see how they do. It's taking a little while to judge. It's probably a good thing. Means that they didn't get wrong answer on one of the first few test cases.
Yeah.
Still running, and they got AC, so they're the second team to solve 5 problems. It's a different set of 5 problems from UT, so that's a little bit interesting. They solved E, UT has solved L. UT is at a bit of an advantage now, both on penalty time and because it looks like, based on the fact that some teams have gotten L wrong, L might be a slightly harder problem, maybe. So if that ends up being true, then they might have a bit of a further advantage as they go into the rest of the contest.
Yeah, and they did get to 5 earlier too, so they have more time spent on the other problems at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they've put that to good use. And now that we have 2 solved problems, now teams have a bit of diversity in what they may look at. So if they were struggling with L, maybe they'll switch to E and have an easier time with it. Is there anything else? There's still only one attempt on G. Shame that nobody's gotten there yet. What about Division 2? There are teams at 3 now. I don't think any new problems were solved, though. Yeah, more teams playing catch up in that regard.
See, a lot of teams on 3. Looks like 3 is like roughly the median, right around the median score now.
So at this point and throughout, I guess, what do we think teams are doing amongst themselves? Like in the beginning, it makes a lot of sense to sort of divide and conquer, like just split the set into thirds, look for everything easy, and try and knock out the easy ones as fast as possible. But now that we're sort of slowing down, do we think it's better for teams to sort of collaborate on these harder problems, or should they still split at the moment?
Yeah, I think it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Georgia Tech just got problem L, so they now have 5
Oh,
problems as well.
neat.
Congratulations to them. Yeah, I think it depends on the team. I think it's still very early into the contest, and so if I was one of these
That is
top 8
true.
teams, I would probably still want to keep splitting up, try a couple of different problems, especially because I'm not sure which one is easiest. Maybe if I see a problem that I think is doable, but the other teams haven't solved it yet, then I might consider try asking my teammates to come join me and see if they can help me out. But probably I would lean towards continuing to split up. But I don't know, different teams have different strategies, and UCF Lambda is going for problem J. Will they be the first team to solve it? There's already a wrong submission. Um,
No, they do not. What was the verdict on that?
that was wrong answer, which is
Ah,
a little surprising because J is the type of problem that I would expect teams to get time limit exceeded on.
yeah.
Um, there are a
Interesting.
couple of strategies that are like pretty intuitively tempting, and that I could imagine teams trying, but that seem to be just too slow to work. Um,
Yeah, and the time limit is really tight, I believe, for that. It is
yes.
an
One
interesting
second.
problem.
Um,
In terms of the divide and conquer, there are also like a lot of problems that have no information on them. So it's probably, I'd agree that it's probably a good idea to still just, I guess, disperse and get as much information as possible about the whole set. Because there could still be some like missing problems that have just been not identified yet by anyone. But hard to tell with so little information right now.
yep, I agree. Um, the other thing is that it's fairly common in ICPC contests that like there might be one easy problem that the teams just missed. Maybe it had a long statement and no one looked at it, and then they
Yeah,
got busy solving all the
seems to
other
happen fairly
problems.
often.
I think in this case, the teams have done a pretty good job tackling the easiest problems first. I'm a little bit surprised that G isn't getting any more attention,
Yeah.
although I guess it has gotten some submissions that have been wrong, although not from any of the top few teams. Um, but otherwise, like, I
So
think they've definitely identified the 4 easiest problems correctly, in my opinion, and
yeah.
E and L I think are both reasonable things for the teams to be going for next.
Yeah, I suppose at the moment, probably the teams with five are probably looking to get the other one that was solved. And then they might, if they do divide and conquer, they could have someone else looking for another problem. But it's probably a good idea for them to catch up to catch up by getting that other problem and secure themselves at six at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe let's do a quick update on Division 2 real quick.
Right.
So, still the same 5 problems have been solved: A, B, C, E, and H. Now, again and again, like lots of disagreement on which problems are the easiest, although it seems like no one else is solving C still other than James Madison, so that might be the hardest of the 5, but and A, it seems like teams probably think is the easiest. Oh, hold on. Looks like there were some first solves in Division 1, so we'd better show that real quick.
Oh, on
Yeah,
G.
so we
Yeah.
had a first solve on I think G, and then was that K as well? Yes. So
Yeah, it was.
University of Virginia nerd emoji has solved G, so that makes sense. I think it's like one of the more straightforward problems. Good to see a team getting accepted. UCF or else though has taken a wrong answer on G. It's a little unfortunate. And then Texas A&M Hyper has just solved problem K, and it looks like University of Virginia 3 Idiots is right behind them, so they just missed out on the first to solve by only a moment. So K has been solved, and now that means what? That's 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the problems have been solved. There are only 4 problems, I think, left. 5?
Wait, 9
No,
or
8.
8? I think
Yes,
8, yeah.
I'm bad at counting. 8 of the
But
13 problems have been solved. It's quite a few.
yeah, so at this moment we have this just got a lot more interesting because now we have like a lot of teams with 5, but 4 distinct problems that are the 5th one. So now
Yeah.
there's a lot more to think about for the teams that are for everyone pretty much. Now there's a lot more information now.
And the other interesting thing to see will be, is there just like a race to get 8 problems where like the teams think these 4 problems are the medium ones, or are they going to
Look for more even.
yes, are they going to like try another problem? I think like there are still problems outside of this set of 8 that I think the stronger teams will be able to dispatch without a huge amount of trouble. But I do think but I don't know, I actually like I wrote down the order in which I expected teams to solve or to get like the first ACs, and GLEK was my order for the next 4 after A, B, H, and D. So so it does seem like the order in which they teams have solved these problems roughly matches my expectation. And UMD Red just got to 5 problems by
Ooh,
solving
lovely.
G. Interesting thing is that it looks like they may have just given up on L for now. They took their 2
Yeah,
penalties and now they went
interesting.
back to H.
But if they do
Um,
have progress on that, that might put them in the position to be first to 6. Who knows?
yeah, could be. Um,
Although a bunch of other teams still, I mean, there are other teams that have been on 5 for a while, so they may very well have progress as well.
that's true. I think an interesting thing about the contest format that we haven't gone over yet is each of these teams has 3 students on it working together to solve the
Oh,
problems,
that's true. Yeah, right.
but they only have one computer, so only one person can be typing at any given time. So you might have a situation where all 3 of your teammates have an idea for a different problem, but only one of them can be typing at a time, and so you need to figure out which one will be the fastest. The other thing, though, is that all of these teams have access to a printer. So a strategy that strong teams will often take is to print a problem that they print code for a problem that they want to debug, and then let another team member type a different idea. So for UMD Red, for example, I can imagine that after they took their second penalty for L, their person coding it might have just printed out their code and looked at it on paper while another teammate typed their idea for G. And that strategy, if that's what they were doing, seems to have paid off for them.
Yeah, because they're able to recover from that and still use their computer time wisely.
Yeah. We have 3 wrong submissions on J.
Oh,
Yeah, J is a bit of a tricky one, but we'll start talking about the problems soon. I think it's probably good to focus on the scoreboard for now while things are
yeah,
so
there's still a
active.
lot of excitement going on.
Um, I would guess it will be a little bit of a while until we get our next verse to solve, though.
Yeah.
I think that like these 8 problems are all like pretty doable. They've all been solved by, well, all except E have been solved by multiple teams, and E has another attempt on it. So
Yeah, I mean, if I were to look at the scoreboard, I would. There's so much that has been solved. I probably wouldn't try and play that risky given how many options there are at the moment.
yeah. And it looks like no one in the open division is going pretty similarly. The top team actually on the oh wait, no, this is not the open division. Where is the open division? Okay, I've got it. Okay, in the open division, there is one team on 6. They've solved the 4 easy problems plus E and L. I don't think there are any solutions to problems on or to problems other than the ones that have been solved in contests. And in fact, in the open division, there aren't any ACs on problem G. See, UT Dallas just took a WA on L. Hopkins just took a WA on K. So definitely seems like these problems later in the set are a little bit trickier. We've seen a lot more penalties relative to the number of ACs. And comparatively, on all of the 4 easy problems, the vast majority of submissions have been accepted. Swarthmore
Yeah,
just got their 3rd problem right. Congratulations to them.
lovely. Where is the open division? I should probably put that in the document.
Yeah, Yeah, here, I'll send you a link.
Um,
All right, let's see.
I think I see it.
Cool. Still no teams on 6. Who's going to be the first? I think UT Austin has got to 5 a lot earlier, so they have had more time to get ready.
Yeah, they've
but
had
like
a lot
you
of
said,
time.
like UMD Red already has attempted L. UCF or else has attempted G, so they might get their 6th problem first. But even if they do, UT Austin could pass them by virtue of their better penalty time and not having any penalties on their next problem. But UCF or else actually gave up on G for now, going to L. Let's see if they get it. Could be the first team to solve 6 problems. Moving into the lead. Let's have a look.
It is
They got
correct. Lovely.
Congratulations to UCF. A fun fact about UCF or else. So this is the same team that I believe got 2nd last year as UCF Apocalypse Attack. See, we have a couple of fun facts about them. I'll save some for later. But maybe a fun fact about the UCF teams as a whole is that each year UCF picks a theme name a theme for their team names, and each team of 3 has to pick a name that matches that theme. And so this year the theme was programming keywords. So we have UCF or else. We also have UCF Abstract, Lambda, and so on. I think last year it was chess openings. My apologies to correct. They were 3rd in the regional last year. Just barely missed out on the World Finals at NEC. And hopefully they'll be able to make it this year. We'll see how it goes.
Should
Looks
be quite
like a
exciting.
couple of teams in Division 2 have gotten on 4 problems. Let's see how that's looking real quick. Yeah, so it looks like teams are still gravitating around the same 5 problems, although there has been an attempt on M, which is another problem that's unique to Division 2. Hold on, let's look at... See, this is interesting in Division 1. We're seeing an attempt on F. Now, F is a really interesting case because it relies on a fairly standard algorithm, and if you know it, then you basically need to type that algorithm out from your book code, and you'll solve the problem fairly quickly. And, wait, no, I misread the scoreboard. They attempted E, and they got it. So they're on 5 problems with a great penalty time.
Yeah,
F
it still goes for F, though.
Yeah, F will be an interesting one to look at, though, because, so again, it relies on a standard algorithm. If you have it in your book code, you can get it fairly quickly. But if you don't, then it's pretty unlikely that you're going to solve it. So it really tests how well prepared you are for some of the fundamental ideas that come up in these contests. And so it'll be interesting to see, because if one team solves F quickly, I could imagine that a lot of other teams attempt it who might not have that book code, and so it might cause some of the other teams to waste their time a little bit, which would be unfortunate.
Yeah. In terms of the economy of time, also, it's a question of what the top teams are doing right now. Because if you see that problem, you're likely going to, if you see that problem and you know the book code required, you're likely going to have a pretty easy time with it. But if you have another problem that isn't just a sort of a type racer, like it might be easier. You might not have so much work to do when typing it up. You might go for that instead, even if it may be less certain, I suppose. So there are risks to take when you decide what to do.
Yep, definitely. Let's see, a couple of people are asking for updates on Villanova, so in the chat, so maybe
Villanova.
Let's play. Are they in Division 1 or Division 2? Let's see. Yeah, so we'll have a look out for them on the scoreboard. I think I just saw their Division 2 team moved up into 8th place.
Yeah.
Let me check what their team name is.
And Div 2 Team Cats, I believe.
Yes, and then where are they in Div 1? I think I see them somewhere. Maybe
I'll look too, I suppose.
Cool.
Team Wild, unless there's another one. I think they're in 82nd right now, or
Yes.
that might have changed in the last couple of seconds. Who
Yep,
knows?
they're in 81st now. Oh, and
Hmm.
UT Austin, those who know, is attempting problem E, so let's see if they can be the second team to 6 problems. Um, let's have a look. It looks like teams might be consolidating around E as E and L looks like are the fifth and sixth easiest problems for most of these
They
teams, and
do get it, yeah.
yes, so now they move into the lead by 5 penalty minutes, but UCF or else has had a little bit of time to work on some of the other problems.
Yeah. Despite this diversity, both teams at 6 have the same set.
Yes,
That may be interesting. So teams with G or K might have an easier time catching up, perhaps. They might have gained an advantage with that. Maybe not an advantage in terms of penalty, but like they might be further ahead than the scoreboard might suggest, I guess.
I agree. So G and K, it looks like are the next two. I actually would have expected teams to solve G a little bit sooner. I think it's, um, in my
Yeah,
opinion. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it just looks scary until you think about it, and then but if you don't give it that thought, then you'd probably be turned off by it. But
I agree, and I'm also a little bit curious about um sorry, I'm also a little bit curious about where those penalties are coming from.
oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I think like there are a couple of ways it's possible to misread or misinterpret the problem, so that might be a contributing factor. Um,
Yeah, I imagine the sample inputs on these problems are not maybe the friendliest.
yes, teams don't have a lot of test data to go off of, so um, it can be hard to figure out why your code is wrong. Um, let's see. Other question in the chat says, "Can you equalize the volume between the two speakers?" Um, would be helpful to know
Uh,
which of us is louder. It's sort of hard to tell on my end. And what else? How do I apply to become an announcer for a coding competition? Um, Mostly, you just talk to people on the ICPC live team. I think most of the people who do commentary are either coaches or former competitors. So if you run into the ICPC live folks at a contest, then you should say hi and get in touch with them. It looks like so. There's an attempt on G, got wrong answer.
but they
So
don't.
Georgia
Yeah,
Tech not quite getting in on 6
shame.
problems yet. Um, let's see. Aiden Eastman says, "My son George Small is the captain for Team Villanova. Can you give him a shout out?" Yeah, sure thing. Best of luck, and yeah, hope you all at Villanova do well.
Oh, I'm louder. Oh.
You're louder. Okay,
By how much? Does it register that on OBS?
I think it does.
Okay.
I don't have a great way of turning myself up. I think. Let me see if I can filter
Am I
some
too
video
loud or
audio.
is it too quiet?
I think
Further
you're
question for the
slightly
chat.
too loud, so I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. Can you say
Okay.
something now?
Yep. How does that register?
All right, say something now.
Yep.
Okay. I think that's probably roughly good.
Okay. Uh, let's see what people think about it, I suppose.
Yeah, if there's still issues, let me know. I think on my end it looks like we're now roughly the same. But I don't know. Maybe we should need to both be louder. And it looks like the first AC on problem D in Division 2 has come down. That problem is shared, so it's interesting that a problem that Division 1 flocked to relatively quickly took a little while longer to be solved in Division 2. Meanwhile, UCF Lambda is now in third place, having solved problem L. Still have a penalty on J. We'll see if they go back to it later. Um, they're 15 minutes behind UCF or else, but the issue is again they have to pass UCF or else they won't be able to qualify to the NAC. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And the chat saying volume is great now, so
Awesome.
should be all fixed. Let's see. Meanwhile, we're at about 60 teams on 4 problems. It's very exciting. Let's see. And UCF is attempting problem E. Let's see how they do. Or sorry, University of Florida, UF. They got runtime error. traditionally runtime error is a little bit normally like because there are only a few specific ways that you can get runtime error. Most of the strong ICPC teams are actually quite good at diagnosing runtime errors. And yeah, University of Florida is already resubmitted. Let's see if they get it right now. But usually runtime error is easier to correct than most of the other verdicts. Like if you get a wrong answer, there are all kinds of ways that could happen. If you got time limit exceeded, maybe it's easier to see why, but it's hard to figure out what you need to do to get a faster solution. And UCF Abstract just solved E. And yeah, University of Florida is now in 4th place. So that's very exciting. University of Florida is a bit less of a history actually than its central neighbor in ICPC. University of Central Florida is pretty well known for putting probably more resources into ICPC training than any other school in North America. And so they have a strong history of taking students who maybe come in without a lot of competitive programming background and training them up and creating very strong teams in a way that a lot of other schools haven't quite been able to replicate. And so that's great for them. I think it's a nice attraction to their computer science program.
Yeah, and they have quite a strong showing, so
yes, definitely.
Advertisement is working.
Yeah, and but it's great to see the University of Florida doing well as well. Someone asked, what do the divisions mean? So Division 1 is for teams with competitive programming experience. The problems are a little bit harder. Although here they're mostly the same. 9 out of the 13 problems are shared between the 2 divisions. And the top teams from Division 1 will go on to the North America Championship. Comparatively, in Division 2, the problems are a little easier, and it's designed to be accessible to students with less programming experience, maybe someone just coming out of their first 1 or 2 CS classes who's never done competitive programming before. And it's an accessible gateway to programming contests so that hopefully the top teams in Division 2 next year will come back and compete in Division 1 and maybe make it to NAC one day. So one interesting thing we can do is let's look at the scoreboard filtered out by region. So we'll start with Mid-Atlantic, and we can see who's slated to go to NAC right now. So
Indy Red is attempting E.
Yes, they're about right now,
and they do not get it.
Answer. So they have they have penalties on 2 different problems, which means on the one hand they have progress towards 2 problems, but on the other hand they have correct solutions to neither.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of teams at 5 Mid-Atlantic, a very close penalty among the top 3.
Yeah, so it's just 3 or 4 minutes separating them. Luckily, right now they're all slated to go to NAC. Duke, GoldenEye, Maryland, Red, Virginia, 3 Idiots, which is right ahead of Virginia Nerd Emoji, who refers to solve problem G. Although let's see, who's this? Hopkins is attempting problem L. Let's see if they can get to 6 problems. This would make them the first in Mid-Atlantic.
Ouch.
Yep, no dice. So those are the top Mid-Atlantic teams right now. South Central, which looks like it's a pretty competitive region right now. UT Austin, Texas A&M, and UT Dallas are the top 3. I think those have pretty consistently been the 3 top schools in South Central, but we'll see if later in the contest anyone can dethrone them. And in the Southeast, so UCF and University of Florida, we know are at the top. UCF or else right now is in the lead by 15 penalty minutes, and University of Florida in second. Georgia Tech is the 3rd unique school. So right now, Georgia Tech Iridescent is in the NEC qualification zone, but they're not too far ahead of University of South Florida on 4 problems. So very much still in the running.
Yeah, or the other Georgia Tech team itself. They also have 5.
Yes, you're right. Let's see. So if we look a little bit further down the scoreboard on the other teams that might qualify to NAC in the wild cards. So let's see. UNC Chapel Hill, it looks like, is in a pretty good position. Sorry, let's see. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Hopkins are the first 2 wild cards. And I think University of South Florida right now is slated as the 3rd wild card, but I don't know. We're only an hour in. Lots can change. UT Dallas, meanwhile, is attempting E, but they got a wrong answer. You can see, by the way, that now the teams to finish the problems that are very easy for them, we're just seeing a lot more penalties as the problems get a little bit more challenging. Which, I don't know, personally I think is... there's a sense in which it's sad for the teams, but there's a sense in which it's a good thing in that it means that the problems are now suitably challenging for the teams. It looks like that it could be a while before anyone manages to finish the entire set, for example. Also worth noting, we still have no solves at all on C, F, I, J, or M. So even though like the teams are still working through these medium problems, there's a whole hard end to the set that no one has even touched yet. So we'll see
Yeah.
how it goes. They still have 4 hours, so lots of excitement.
Yeah, despite how fast this contest has gone, it is by no means over. There's a lot that can change with the hard problems. And even though penalty might matter now, if some team gets a problem lead, it doesn't, nothing that matters now will happen. Nothing that happens now will matter because they'll have the lead regardless. There's still a lot of, like, there's still a lot of possibility for change throughout, especially with only a fifth into the contest.
Yeah, so I'm seeing oh, and let's see, Georgia Tech just solved E, was their second submission, but they got it in the end. UMD Red also attempting E. And I see a couple of messages in the chat, so right after this, I'll respond to those. Let's see, how is UMD going to do? Can they get 6
Judging
problems?
for a while. That's
Yep.
maybe.
It's a good sign. University of Florida got it on their second try, so it does seem like there's like some kind of error that you can go back and fix.
What's the time limit on that? I guess it must have a lot of tests.
Yeah.
I guess that would make sense for a problem like that.
Yeah, maybe in a little
And
while.
they do.
They got it,
Lovely.
so they're on 6 problems. So this is great. Teams are like gradually trickling in at 6 problems. Still no one on 7. So we'll see if like one of these. I think like generally teams have converged around E and L being the right next prompts to go for, but G and K are waiting in the wings for any of the prompt teams already on 6. So I'm going to read some messages in the chat real quick. Bora asks about how many teams will make NEC. I think this might have been before we went over it, but there will be 12 teams, 3 from each division, 3 from each region, plus the top 3 teams not already selected by that mechanism. Someone else wants to know who is on UT, those who know. So I'll send a link in the chat. You can see team rosters.
Yeah, if you just click on the team name, it'll tell you the members.
Yes. I know a couple of the people on those who know, so I'm gonna exercise my bias and root for them.
Fair enough. Yep.
And a very ironic fun fact about UT, those who know, is that while their team name is those who know, they did not in fact know the correct hotel that they would be staying at, and so last night they drove to the wrong hotel and then had to find their way to where the rest of their teams were staying.
Wow, that is exciting.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate so it looks like last night didn't go so well, but it seems like they were saving
Despite
all their
that.
They were they were like getting rid of all their bad luck, using it up then, so that now they're bringing only good energy to this competition, and it's working out great for them. So we'll see how they do. Other things from the chat, let's see. Waj says, my friend Tim is spending his birthday working all day at the competition. Any chance you guys can wish Tim a happy birthday? Absolutely. Happy birthday, Tim. Thanks so much for working to make this contest happen.
Yeah, there's so many volunteers and stuff that go into this. It's very wholesome effort.
Yes, absolutely. And it makes sense when you think about it. There are 250 teams. That's 750-ish students competing across the 2 divisions, and plus 250 coaches who help get them here. Let's see. University of Virginia, by the way, just solved problem L. So, so they are now on 6 problems. Also worth noting that UMD Red is now the only team on 6 problems who doesn't have like the standard set of 6. So they might be able to get ahead if they can fix their solution to L. But anyway, lots of volunteers, lots of people who worked on writing the problem set, testing it, the tech setup at each of the sites. There, I think across the South Division, there are, how many sites are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 sites that these schools are competing at, each of which probably has dozens of volunteers setting everything up. So it's just a massive effort, and I think all of the competitors are hopefully very grateful to everyone involved in making the contest happen. And to the request in chat to show some problems, I think maybe let's give it a little bit longer just to let the scoreboard quiet down. But afterwards, I think we can definitely pick some problems to go over.
Yeah. I think it's quite interesting that, like, despite the diversity in problems, it's still, like, fairly... Problem-wise, it's fairly evenly matched among the top teams. Like, last year there was... There were 2 distinct teams that had a 2-problem lead at some point. which is
Yeah, I
not how
know
it's playing out now,
UCF
but
got
there's
pretty
still a
far
lot
ahead.
of, yeah, there's still a lot of room for spiciness to
Yeah.
occur.
Oh, and I just received word from the UT coach who just says the best part is that the wrong hotel actually checked them in. So then,
Wow.
like,
What?
yeah. Wow, it's a little wild. Um, oh, and UMD Red is now reattempting L. Let's see if they can fix their solution and be the first team on 7 problems. See how it goes. Runtime
Ouch.
error. Oh,
Damn.
runtime. I think they didn't have runtime error before, right? Like this might be something that they can fix and resubmit.
Yeah, I think like there's also there's also the notion of asserts where you can tell your program to crash if something doesn't go as planned. So runtime errors can in some capacity be a tool to debug. It could be a bug or it could be not necessarily intentional, but it could actually that submission could have given them information. So that is an interesting dimension of errors that you could sometimes sacrifice a bit of penalty to have a better chance of solving.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, it's very interesting. If people had by the way, so first of all, if you go to the open division contest, you can read the problems. If people have any particular problems that they're interested in us discussing, or if like you have a preference for like we want to see the easy problems, we want to see some of the medium problems, teams have been solving anything like that, that would be helpful to know as well. And we're happy to customize the stream a little depending on what people would like to see. So feel free to chime in the chat and um,
Yeah, so what problems are we interested in covering, I suppose?
yeah. Oh, hold on. There's an attempt for problem I from UT Orange. This problem has not been attempted yet, I think. This is very exciting. Let's see if they get it. They do not.
They do not. Although I do think that problem is reasonable. Not necessarily easy, but if you,
I
it's
agree.
probably among the unsolved ones, it's probably a good target to go for
I
if you
agree. I
were
think
to go for one of the unsolved ones.
I agree. I think my prediction was that this would be like I is the next problem that'll be first solved. We'll see if that ends up panning out. But I think it's tricky. I'm a little bit surprised that UT Orange is doing it. I think like they only
There's
had.
a Yeah,
Sorry, go
there's
ahead.
a lot else they could be doing. Nah, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the E, G, even K are both faster. And UT Austin, those who know, is trying K. Can they get to 7? So their first submission looks like K has some penalties, so hard to say whether they'll get it right first try. Show the
Ouch.
stats. They do not. It's unfortunate. I'm rooting for those guys.
Hmm.
But yeah, the K, 3 teams have gotten it accepted. 2 teams have taken penalties on it so far. And it looks like, by the way, that C and M are the only problems that have not even been attempted so far. And then F and I have been attempted once, but it was wrong. J, 3 teams have tried it, but none of them have gotten it right, which I think makes sense because it's a little
Yeah.
bit of a tricky one. It's got a bit of a trap in there. Um, yeah, maybe we'll talk about J in a little bit.
Hmm. Fun topic. Yeah.
Let's see. UMD White solved L. How far? They're still a problem behind UMD Red. So let's
Hmm.
see. Are there which schools are particularly close? University of Virginia is separated by 17 penalty minutes between their 2 teams.
Yeah.
But Nerd Emoji
UCF.
maybe is at an advantage, still having E to solve, while UMD, 3 Idiots, still has G to solve. UCF, yeah, I agree, is super close, separated by just 15 penalty minutes, both with attempts on other problems. UCF every year feels like is one of the more tightly contested schools. UT
Yeah.
Austin was
Always some inner competition.
yeah, UT Austin was very close earlier, but those who know is now taken a decent lead. What else? Yeah, I think those are some of the closest ones, at least in the NEC qualification range. No, this Texas A&M team trying to solve L. Another A&M team trying to solve K, but they got wrong answer. Let's look at the Division 2 scoreboard for a bit, maybe.
Yeah, one team has taken a
Yes.
strong lead with that.
Yes, University of Virginia doing great. Villanova in 14th place.
Hmm.
Yeah, two teams from University of Virginia actually are the only two teams on more than 5 problems. So it looks like a sixth problem has been solved. So problem, I think D is the new one, maybe. Um, yeah, I think earlier one team had solved C. Now a few others have C, and a few teams also have D. D again. D is shared between the two divisions. So again, you can like sort of calibrate that D being a team that a lot of the Division 1 contestants have done already is now one that the Division 2 contestants are just getting through, partly because they have other problems like C and E that are not shared that they think are easier. Oh, and UT Austin, those who know, just got accepted on K. Let's show that real quick.
Oh wow.
So they now are in
First
the
two
lead,
seven.
200 penalty minutes on their 7 problems. Let's see. Given where it is into the contest, if UCF or else got their next problem right now, and they took no penalties, so it would have to be something other than G, they would take the lead because of UT taking their first penalty of the contest. Yeah, congratulations to UT. They have now officially passed the halfway point. They've solved 7 out of 13 problems. Yeah, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, halfway by some measure.
Yes. Absolutely. By half, they've solved half the
Yeah,
problems.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Just explaining to the audience that like because the problems get harder, it's unclear whether whether UT will finish solving the problems at all in the next 3 hours and 50 minutes. Is that a memory limit verdict on problem E?
Is that possible?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that. I thought on Caddis it was lumped in with runtime error, but yeah, so it looks like Georgia Tech used too much memory when solving problem E, which is interesting. That's not an error that you see very often. Yeah, hopefully they can figure out a way to fix it. Let's see.
What else is happening?
A couple of people in the chat are asking to see one of the medium problems, so maybe we'll do that in a moment.
Sure, you need one of those four.
There is a team in the open division that has now solved 8 problems, so it's pretty exciting for them. I believe that they
Is it the same 8?
it is the same 8. So
Okay.
they are at C.
Interesting.
That said, F has been solved in the open division. And
Yeah, that one seems reasonable.
Yeah. Actually no, this team solved J. So
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
J's it's going interestingly in the open division. So in the open division, the top team has solved J in 4 attempts. Another
Lovely.
team has attempted J not 8 times, none are correct. Another has solved J successfully after 9 submissions. So
That's kind of expected. Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, so J is a little
That
bit
problem
crazy. We'll definitely make
very
sure
fun.
to talk about that one later on. And then let's see. So I guess probably makes sense to talk about one of like E, G, K, or L.
Yeah, so out of those, I guess.
Let me remind myself which problems those are. I think that I think of those K might be the most interesting.
It has a fun premise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? It is 1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
There's I agree that like the time limit is a little bit tricky, and I'll be interested to see if like a lot of teams get TLE on it as we go. I think L also could be kind of interesting, but I think it's a little bit. I think these other problems are a little bit more standard. So I think the medium end of this contest has a lot of problems that test teams' familiarity with some of the fundamental ideas. Oh, UT Austin is already attempting G. That's very fast. Let's see if they get it right.
So maybe they've been like split on the computer.
They could have a 2-problem lead if they get this right. Let's see if they do. But G has a lot of penalties, so it's hard to say. Duke University, by the way, going for 6 also with G. And UT gets wrong answer on G.
Damn.
Duke also gets wrong answer on G. It's a little sad.
Ricky.
Very interesting. Yeah, only 2 of the 16 submissions. So the teams collectively made 16 submissions on G, of which only 2 are correct. UMD Red, by the way, attempting L.
Once again, attempting L.
Their last one was runtime error, so they might have found the issue there. Let's see if they get it right. Wrong answer.
Ouch.
Ah, that's sad.
Shame.
Um,
Whatever progress they had might have been nullified.
yep. Um, okay, let's see. Yeah, I'd be curious to see like if any judges happen to be watching this. I'd be curious if you could send like message me an outline to like what the solution is to problem G, and maybe if you can see their solutions, what teams are doing wrong. Because I think it shouldn't be that terribly difficult, and I'm like sort of surprised that it's proving to be like the most tricky problem in the sense of like teams thinking they know how to do it, but then taking penalties so far. Um, yeah, let's see.
I wonder if
UT Austin
I'm
attempting G again.
in G, I'm noticing it's not n choose two. It's two times n choose two. So maybe
I
it's
think that
possible to have edges both ways, and that's tripping
it
people up.
is. That's like so. Here, maybe we should read G actually. Um, hold on. Let me see if I can figure out how to. I wish I could get the scoreboard up as well. And UT takes another WA on G. Um, yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to work. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to talk about problem G. Actually, how do I want to do this? Actually, maybe I'll open Adobe. Okay, one sec. Let me figure this out, and then I think we'll probably talk about G, and then I think L is a pretty interesting problem, so maybe we'll talk about that one as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like for all these medium problems, there's something to say on them.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, and now let's see.
Is not working on stream.
Yeah, I'm like figuring out the setup real quick. Looks like it's like just attaching the I just need to get it to attach to the right setup. Let's see. Can I duplicate this? Oh wait, no, hold on. I'm just at the wrong place. Okay.
Setup.
Yep.
Lovely beast.
Classic.
Throughout, we're seeing more attempts on each of the problems, but still,
Yeah.
so far, no other team is cracking 7.
Okay, maybe the right way is to not to screen share this via Zoom.
Yeah, you could just do it directly.
Yeah, I think I see how to get this to work though. All right, now I'm just getting it to try and hopefully
Oh,
look a little
UVA
better.
gets 7.
Nice.
To note,
Which
they just got K.
Nice. Congratulations
The
to
nerd
UVA.
emoji team. Yeah.
Great. So now they have a bit of a lead. We'll see if UT can get G and maintain their lead. But yeah, good for University of Virginia. They had a bit of a slower start. They were behind the other University of Virginia team, but now they're doing great.
Yeah, they got 2 problems quite recently.
Yeah. I think this team has 2/3 of this team competed at the World Finals in Astana, did fairly well, solved 5 problems.
Yeah.
A fun fact that I've been told of this team is that Nick, one of its 3 members, so they have 3 team members. Let me pull up the roster, make sure I have all 3 names right. Yeah, so they have 3 team members, Nick, Edward, and Utkarsh. And my understanding is that Utkarsh was going to be Utkarsh was going to be on a team with Nick 2 years ago, but it didn't happen for logistical reasons, and now they're finally able to compete together. So, yeah, should be exciting. Hopefully they have a good contest. And Swarthmore, meanwhile, just got AC on L. They're now in 28th place, so definitely catching up, mounting a bit of a comeback, which is really exciting. Still have lots of accessible problems to go for. Okay, so I'm going to show the problem set now. I think it should mostly work. I guess the issue is I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, draw on. Actually, maybe... Okay, whatever. Okay, actually, no, I think I can draw on this, so this should hopefully work. Alright, let me pull up the right problem. We are looking at G, right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And University of Virginia 3 idiots, actually now they have solved their 7th problem, so problem G, they got it on their first try.
Wow, tech opportunity.
UCF
attempting K as well.
Yeah. Alright, let's watch this. Okay, no luck.
Ouch.
And so now 3 idiots is ahead of Nerd Emoji in the race to be the first UVA team. So that's looking quite exciting. Let me make sure there's nothing else in the chat, and then we can finally discuss one of the problems. All right. Someone wants to know why you do not do Code Forces contests anymore.
Because I'm lazy and waking up is hard. That's why.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Relatable. Okay. Cool. Let's look at this problem. All right. So problem G is Intergalactic Team. The Intergalactic Competitive Programming Contest, or ICPC, is coming up, and it's time to choose a team to represent our planet. They've announced the team size to all planets that want to compete, and we need to form a team that consists of exactly this number of members. To maximize compatibility and teamwork between members, a set of people can form a team if for any pair of members UV in the team, U must specify V as someone they want to work with, and vice versa. So U wants to work with V, V wants to work with U, everyone's happy. Moreover, if 2 competitors specify that they want to work with each other, then either both of them or neither of them shall be in the team. Earth has N eligible competitors. They have data for who they want to work with as teammates. Can you help the Earth ICPC committee determine the number of ways to choose a team of the required size for the competition? And the constraints for this problem are pretty high. So there can be up to 10 to the 5 participants. M is the number of entries regarding who's willing to work with who, and there can be up to 10 to the 6 of those. And K, which is from between 1 and N, is the team size required. Georgia Tech, by the way, is attempting I as their 7th problem, so I'll let you know if they get that right. We'll see. Okay.
And we do have an attempt on C that failed. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I is not solved.
Yeah, UCF. So UCF, I got wrong answer. UCF or else has gotten wrong answer on C. Pretty interesting that C is being attempted. Anyway, so let's look at the sample answer the sample input just to make sure we understand the problem. So we have person 1, and person 1 wants to work with person 2. Person 2 wants to work with person 3. Person 3 wants to work with person 1. But none of them want to work together, so they can't. So like person 2 doesn't want to work with person 1. So even if the team size was 3, these guys couldn't be a team. person 4 wants to work with person 5, and person 5 also wants to work with person 4. So they're happy together. And then same deal with 6 and 7. We want to know the number of ways to make a team of size 2. And if we look at each of these two groups, 4, 5, and 6, 7, we can see that both of them satisfy the criteria because they have 2 people. Those people want to work with each other, and neither of them want to work with anyone who isn't already in their team. So like if we also had if 4 wanted to work with 8 and 8 wanted to work with 4, then 4 and 5 would not be a valid team. So I think what we need to, really this feels like more of a reading comprehension team than anything problem than anything else. So I think the first thing I would do when I'm reading this problem is, so what really matters for this task is, do both people want to work with each other? Does you want to work with V and V want to work with you? Because if only you wanting to work with V doesn't actually affect anything. It doesn't affect either of these conditions if you wants to work with V and V wants to work with you. And so, for example, for these these people 1, 2, and 3 here, it's almost as if they don't want to work with anyone. We can just ignore these relationships because they don't affect the set of teams that we can make. So I think the first thing that we should do when we see this problem is just ignore all friendships that are unidirectional. If 1 wants to work with 2 but 2 doesn't want to work with 1, great, we ignore it. And so we can start by parsing the input and looking for friendships that are mutual, that are shared between both members, like 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. And then Colin, how would you approach this problem from here?
I am now questioning the reading comprehension part.
What are your thoughts? Do you agree that it makes sense to?
I feel like dropping the single edges makes sense, but 99% feel, not 100% feel.
Okay. Also, the fact that this is when you read the problem before, did you realize that you had to do this, or did you if it?
I didn't think much. No, actually, I didn't think much about directedness.
Yeah. I think I could imagine
tricky.
that where the penalties might be coming. It's surprising to me that there's so many, but I could imagine that where the penalties might be coming from is that the teams don't realize that the friendships have to be mutual, and so I could imagine a team thinking that if this 2 was actually a 3, then the answer to this test case would be 1 because 1, 2, and 3 could be on a team together, but that's not actually true. 1, 2, and 3 can't work together. So I think that maybe is what the penalties are representing. University of Florida, by the way, is making their first attempt on problem G. Let's see if they get it. Hard to say though; it's not obvious. I think there are also a couple of other errors that teams could make. For example, if you realize that edges have to be bidirectional, but you don't, or even if you don't realize that. Yeah, I guess you have to realize that edges have to be bidirectional for this error to happen. But if you realize that the errors can be bidirectional, and you, it looks like I think University of Florida got wrong answer, by the way.
Yeah.
If you realize that these can be bidirectional, and you, but you don't realize that you can't have any, that for a team to be usable, you can't have any other friendships that with other people in the set, then that might be a factor as well. I think you would still pass the sample test case but get wrong answer on the full test cases. Although I think if in that case the problem might be NP hard, so maybe that's not the mistake that teams are making. I think maybe not handling the directedness correctly is the most likely mistake.
Yeah.
I know, Colin, do you think it would be fun to code this together and then UCF or else just solve G on their second try, so they're now in second place, 24 minutes behind UT Austin.
That was solid. Yeah, even though they got it later, their penalty allowed them to recover.
Yeah. Anyway, Colin, maybe we can write some code and see if we can get this problem accepted.
Yeah, we could try this. So, do we? I do believe in just completely dropping one-way edges, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if we were to consider that edge, it wouldn't be a click anyway. So we might as well presume it doesn't exist, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah, I think they just have to be bidirectional. Hold on, my
It's
terminal is not broadcasting correctly. Let's see.
it's only bidirectional that says both or neither, right? Like that's the only way to have that happen.
I think
If
so.
so, then that makes sense. Yeah.
Um, Hold on. Let me see if I can get my terminal to open. If not, we might be in for like some Notepad++ coding or something. Actually, you
Ah,
use
lovely.
Notepad++,
I
right? Is
have
your
used
main
that
IDE?
ID, yeah. It's not that bad. It's not it's missing some things, but it's not the worst.
Okay, whatever you say.
Yeah,
um,
I cope.
okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. What other editors do I have that are not terrible? I don't know. It might be no. We might just open this in Notepad++.
Shame.
Let's see.
Indoctrination.
Oh no, I do not expect to ever do this again after today.
Oh well. I don't know, maybe you'll come to like it. Who knows? Who knows?
We'll see. All
You
right.
can't tell. Those who know attempting G once again.
Oh, awesome. Um,
And running for a bit.
Exciting.
They do. They've been consistently in the lead now.
Nice. So they
Solid.
are on 8 problems. Is that right?
Yeah, they've solved everything that has been solved, I believe, unless something else got a first solve. No, it is not. Yeah. So once again, they are blind.
Great. All right. So I am going to. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. We'll finally see which problem gets solved next. All right. So I'm going to switch the presentation to my Notepad. Hopefully, people can see it. You can see all of my glorious Notepad++ files, new 293 through new 301.
Yes,
And
sir.
yeah, why don't I just like start writing some code, and Colin, you can let me know if anything looks wrong.
Yeah, go ahead. Um, it is 1E5, right?
Yes. So I'm gonna make a set of edges first of all. So I'll read in the edges. Oh, I should probably declare what x and y are.
By the way,
Right.
I'm going to be delayed on your visual, so you probably have to.
Oh,
You'll be a
right.
bit ahead
Here,
of me,
hold
I
on.
think.
Let me screen
Will
share
it
this.
work if you screen? Will it screw up the
No, I
Zoom
don't think
part?
it'll
Or
screw
will it
up
be fine?
anything if I screen share this to you on Zoom.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Thanks for bringing that up. Can you see it?
Yep. Sweet.
Sweet.
Just
Okay.
yeah.
So now I'm just gonna add x and y to the edge set. And so now I'm gonna make a graph, and I'll iterate over the edges, and hopefully, like for every edge that we actually use, we should have 2 copies. So I'm gonna say we're gonna use the one where the first person is less than the second person. So if where the first person is less than the second person, and the other side of that edge is included, then I'll add it to the graph. So graph of
Yeah. That
okay.
makes sense.
Let's see. So and
We
then we should.
are guaranteed that all ordered pairs are unique, so that's fine.
Yep. Okay. Um. So now let's actually compute the answer. So I'm gonna set the answer to 0, and maybe I'll iterate over which vertex we look at first, and I'll say.
If that's one indexed, it might pry at you.
Oh yes, thank you. X minus minus, y minus minus. Good call. All right. So now I think let's like check whether vertex I is the smallest vertex, like, or I guess these are like team members I, but let's check whether person I is the smallest person in some team. So the first condition is that person I needs to have exactly k minus 1 friends to be on the team, because all of their friends need to be on the team with them.
Sure.
And then if any of those friends, and each of those friends, let's see.
And say they have to be bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Let's see. So if A is greater than, or if A is less than I, then I'm just gonna have like a done thing over here to mark that we like we don't think they're a valid team. So if A is less than I, we'll go to done. If the size of graph of I is not equal to, or graph of A, I should say, is not equal to k minus 1, then this person doesn't have k minus friends, so we're going to go to done. All right.
It's saying the webcam is frozen. That may be a consequence of screen sharing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check that.
The code is not frozen though. So of all things, that may be the
True.
best setup.
Let me check. I might just need to stop screen sharing. Let's see. Oh,
yeah.
I think this. All right, let's check now. Is camera working? I think the camera's working. Oh, Georgia Tech actually, I think they just became the first team to solve problem I.
Oh,
so that makes sense. So my prediction came true that I was the first problem, and Texas A&M Hyper is just solving C. I'm gonna switch to the contest for a sec.
Yeah, I should probably look at that on the corner of my eye.
Yeah, so it's, those who know, still the only team on 8. Texas A&M got wrong answer on C. Yeah, there's a memory limit on G. That's interesting. Let's see. UCF got wrong answer on G. Yeah, so I has been solved now. I think that makes sense. I is interesting. It's a little tricky. It's not like a crazy problem. And
what do we think is next then?
Yeah,
there's still F out there. That is not. It's only been attempted a couple times.
I think like I don't know. I think in my list I wrote down C. I think like I don't know. I think C is one of the harder problems conceptually in this contest. But if you think about it, then like the implementation ends up being not that bad. I think J is really trappy. I would be kind of surprised. I think J might get accepted last actually, maybe second to last. I could imagine F also coming soon. I don't know. I think teams are at the point where it'll make sense for them to try F, and I think when the right team sees F, it'll be not too bad for them.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we switch back and finish G real quick?
Something there.
Yeah, M is tricky. No, M I think is the only problem no one has even attempted yet. So, all right. So let's switch back to the code. We should have that up again. Okay. So now we know that everything has like degree. This is connected to a bunch of things that have degree K. What's the fastest way to check? I think so. Let's see. I guess each.
We could just see if all the neighbors are the same set.
Yeah. So let's see. I want to make sure that we're not accidentally going to get TLE. So I think everything we've done so far is fine because iterating over the edges of each graph is okay.
Yeah.
And then we're only going to go over each vertex. Like so now I think we're going to like iterate over each vertex and make sure its edges are only connect to vertices in the component.
Yeah.
And I think doing that is going to be fast enough as well because we're only going to check each vertex once when we're coming from its minimum neighbor.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, UCF Lambda actually is attempting M. They got time limit exceeded. Okay.
Ouch.
All right. So I think maybe we can like traverse the graph again. And I think first of all, maybe just to make checking whether something is in the graph faster, let's make a set of all the neighbors. So let's add A and then we'll add I.
Yeah.
And then for each neighbor, if its neighbor is not, and then
we could also say directly just go through every vertex at most once. Because if we ever do it twice, then that's two different things that wouldn't match with each other.
Oh, University of Virginia just solved E. Nerd Emoji solved E. They are now the second team on 8 problems, 50 penalty minutes behind those who know. So now they also are now running blind with almost blind actually. I has been solved. They might go for I next. We'll see.
Yeah. EMD Red finally did get L.
Yes. Very exciting.
Solid.
Okay. Oh, and UCF or else attempting C for the second time. Let's see if they get it.
Interesting.
Um, give it a moment, and then go back to this problem. This is the hard part about doing problems because like we can't like switch.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I guess we could switch back and forth repeatedly, but
Wow, they do
They
get it.
got first. So I'll show the scoreboard real quick.
I
UCF
expected
Orals
that to
is
be
now in
harder.
second.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're now in second place. I agree. I think C actually like took me longer than a lot of the other problems in this set when I was going through it. I do think that it's like I do think it's a little bit yeah, it's a little easier to implement, and I think like some of the other problems are maybe a little bit more standard, but once you get the idea for your C, I think implementing it isn't terribly difficult. So yeah, UCF on 8 problems. Let me see. I think I actually wrote, yeah, so C I think I wrote in is the next problem that would get accepted after I. So we'll see what the order is for the last 3. I think my prediction in my notes was like F would come next and then J and then M. But we'll see if that ends up being right.
Surprisingly spot on.
Yeah, well, I got the order of the easy and medium problems. Like, well, I got the 4 easy problems right, but had them in the wrong order, and
Yeah, I think that's sort of a bit random.
Yeah, I got that, and then same thing with the medium problems. I had the 4 medium problems pegged correctly, but in the wrong order. I think I thought I actually thought G was the easiest of the medium problems, and it seems like the opposite is true. But I know teams aren't.
Yeah, it
teams
seems there's
aren't
some
as good at
trickiness
reading.
there.
This is a competitive programming contest. This is not the SAT reading exam.
Indeed.
Anyway, let's look at
testing the wrong thing.
Yeah, let's look at the code again. So I just said like if any of the neighbors like if any of these things like aren't actually in the neighbor set, then we should go to done. And then I think if all this is fine, then we have a valid component. So I think we can increment the answer and then print it at the end. Do you see anything obviously wrong with this, Colin?
Let me B A. Not neighbors, that can't be. Seems like it'd be correct. Is it fast? I suppose.
Yeah, so let's see. So we're only checking a vertex if it's the minimum of its neighbors. So that means we should only check each vertex once. UT White, by the way.
Wait. Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. No, you're checking size there. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
A is less than I.
I just checked, by the way, and it passes the sample test case, so that's good.
Okay. Yeah, as long as it probably won't have time issues, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree. All right, let's submit it,
Let's see.
and we'll see.
We have infinite.
Exactly.
We don't have a penalty time. So.
Exactly. No one's giving us a penalty time. Actually, my team test submissions on the open division does have a penalty time, but we do not particularly care about it. So let's see. All right, I'm submitting it. Let's see how it does. Still going. Passed 12 out of 20 test cases so far.
Lovely.
13. Wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
Dang.
Fun.
Okay. Maybe this is.
We are encountering the. Things.
Let's see.
Graph eyes. Q minus 1. Oh wait, are you? Wait, sorry.
What's up?
Could you scroll up to the edge process? Oh wait, never mind. No, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. No, that's fine.
Let's see. Okay, how might we have messed this up? I'm gonna switch back to the scoreboard for a bit, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
Alrighty.
Only connected what I see in the component must be exactly size K minus 1.
Could there... Wonder if like the K equals 1 case is somehow weird? I don't think so. I think K equals 1 should just be fine. So let's see. If I is the minimum person, or like if X is the minimum person in their component, their component should be them and the other their K minus 1 friends. I think that's right. Guaranteed that X is not equal to Y. I think our set of neighbors should be right, and if all the other vertices have K minus 1 neighbors, so if any of those doesn't match, it's bad, but if they all match, then we're good. Let's see, let me make sure we're not missing any conditions. So for any pair of members in the set, you must specify V as someone they want to work with and vice versa. If two competitors specify they want to work with each other, then both of them or neither of them should be in the team. Figure out the number of ways to choose a team of the required size. Two team configurations are different if there is at least one member in one configuration but not in the other.
Into the third slide.
Let's see, it wouldn't shock me if we made a coding error. See, if A is less than I, then done. If size is not K minus 1, then okay. Let's see. Let me make sure that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Be able to. No, I'm just thinking about. It does make sense to drop unidirectional. Right.
I think so. So it says like U has to specify V as someone they want to work with and vice versa. In addition, if two competitors want to specify, maybe I'll make sure. Maybe I'll like run it on the sample test case with like 3 as the team size and make sure that dropping unidirectional edges is working correctly. Yep, that works.
Okay.
Let me make sure that like if there's an extra edge, then we don't then we don't accidentally count it. Yeah, I think that works correctly. Check the n equals 1 case. I think that works fine. Let's see, anything else interesting happening on the scoreboard? I think nothing too crazy. University of Florida on 7 problems.
Yeah.
Let's see if anyone in the chat is saying anything. Someone's saying it's just strongly connected components. I don't think that's true because every team, yeah, I think that's wrong because every team, it says like every pair of members, you must specify V as someone they want to work with and vice versa. I don't think it's true that like if U wants to work with V and V wants to work with W, then U also wants to work with W. Like I believe that if we had a test case where like the figure looked like 1 wants to work with 2. Like, I guess actually we sort of went over this. Like, I think this is not a valid team of size 3. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm pointing at. But if 1 wants to work with 2, 2 wants to work with 3, 3 wants to work with 1, that is not a valid team of size 3.
Yeah.
So I believe this is cliques and not strongly connected components. Pick Mike from Code Forces says, I think you can be a little silly with it and just treat the graph as undirected with multi-edges and count the edges in each component. That makes sense. I think that should also work. I think like if implemented correctly, I think what we're doing should probably work as well, but I agree. Like the number of edges, actually, yeah, I think if the number of vertices in the component is K, and the number of edges in the component is k times k minus 1, so there's an edge from everyone to everyone else, then I think that works. All right, so Pig Mike wants to see the code. Yeah, sure. Says I think what I said is wrong. Since an extra edge 5-6 to the example breaks it. Is that true? I don't know if I agree, because I don't think it does. He's right. Because that would be like that would mean like they would be the same part connected component. Yes, you're right. I agree. Okay. Where else could we be messing up? I think we're reading in the input correctly. This looks fine. It's short code. It feels like a little bit surprising to have made like that subtle of an implementation mistake. Georgia Tech, by the way, just got wrong answer on C. Looks like a couple of teams are attempting it.
It has been cited now.
Yep.
So no other teams to 8 so far.
Yeah. Div 2. Maybe I should show the Div 2 scoreboard for a sec. I feel like we haven't been giving them enough attention.
M on Div 2 do get a solve. Suppose it's a new one. Oh, and F. Was it? I think both of those are.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Those new since the last time we visited. I guess.
Show this. Yeah. So University of Virginia now on 7. I thought 6 problems had been solved before. So M is new. Is M new? I'll go on this scoreboard and check real quick. I think M is new, and I think F is new. So UVA has solved 7 out of the first 8 problems amusingly. The back half of the set has not been getting a lot of love. Yeah, let's see. Villanova down in 15th. Still doing pretty well, like right around top, like I guess 15-ish%. So, and let's see. University of Virginia, that was strong lead, especially if you compare to the penalty time. Like when Florida State, for example, gets a 7th problem, they'll gain 110 penalty minutes, which will put them at 430 penalty time, which will leave Virginia about 75 penalty minutes in the lead.
They'll still remain
looking
ahead.
really good for them. Okay, we can show the Division 1 board now, and maybe I'll bring the code back in a sec. Richard Chi says, how to prove your observation for C about both bounds achievable. We haven't talked about C, so this probably won't make sense until like we do. But I think like loosely the idea is that like each, I think like the minimum, if you like think about it as like keeping track of the minimum and maximum number of bikes you can have at any given time. One of the bounds only affects the minimum, one of them only affects the maximum, and you just need like the minimum to never go above like your capacity, or the maximum to never go below 0. So they're like independent in that respect. Again, that won't make sense to anyone until if/when we go over C, but someone asked, so. Okay, hold on. I actually might use the restroom real quick, so I'm gonna mute myself and
Sure.
try video. So yeah, you can. You should still be able to see and comment over the scoreboard while I'm gone.
Yeah, I suppose we'll just leave it on the scoreboard for now. What do we have? We do not have working code for G. We have still 3 teams at 8. And many other teams at 7, 15 right now. Still, we see that there's a pretty, despite the diversity in problems, there's still a fairly even distribution of scores and penalties. There are no clear teams in the lead. It's always sort of been close among the top, which is quite interesting. given, despite the diversity in the problem set, that there's at the moment 10 problems solved that have been solved. Each team only has 8, but it is still fairly balanced. Both C and I have, what is it, 1 solve? Which compared to K, compared to the other ones, which all have a lot. Oh, UVA attempting J. They do not. Shame. What does that say for them? I don't have his overlay, so I can't actually see the
Alright.
verdicts until they show up on the stream. Hi.
I am back. What's going on?
I've just been filling space. Nothing interesting has happened, I think.
University of Virginia looks like just got time limit on J.
Yeah, they
That's a
attempted J
little
a couple
scary. I
times.
think going for J right now, it's an easy mistake to make. I think I might make that mistake if I was in this contest, but I do think it's a mistake. I think J, like if you know how to do it quickly, then it's not too bad. But if you don't, you can waste a lot of time on it.
It's kind of a gamble, even if you. It's hard to tell whether it will be fast enough, even if you do know.
Okay. So let's go back to debugging.
Yeah, that thing.
Let's see. Can anything be wrong up here? I do not think so.
Okay. Yeah, just minimal.
I think all the conditions we've identified are necessary, and so I think we just need to make sure they're sufficient. So, okay. It's quite confusing. So if I has k-1 neighbors, each of its neighbors also has k-1 neighbors. That's necessary. And I is the minimum.
I is indeed the minimum.
And so we have a set of like the neighbors of I plus I itself. And we know that for each neighbor, all of its neighbors are also like either I or its neighbors. That was an incomprehensible sentence.
Makes sense though.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, Georgia Tech, by the way, just got AC on G, so they now have 8 problems.
Virginia just got J.
Yep.
As well.
Oh yes, University of Virginia got J in their 3rd try. They're on 9 problems. Nice, good for them.
Impressive. Now 11 problems have been solved.
Very exciting. Wonder what kind of approach they did. I think there are a couple of things you can. There's at least one thing that I know you can do to solve this problem, but I'm not sure if like a cleverly optimized brute force will work.
Yeah.
Tricky problem. Anyway, so yeah, for the first time in a while, University of Texas not in the lead, although they are still winning the South Central Division. UCF attempting M for the 2nd time. Let's see how they do. Selfishly, I have to be rooting for a wrong answer a little bit here because then my prediction will get broken. But I don't know, it'd be cool to see AC on another problem. Let's see if they get it. It's been going for a while, although I guess they got TLE last time, so maybe it takes a while to judge. Georgia Tech, by the way, going for C. That could bring them up to 9. It's their 2nd attempt.
A lot of things happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been running for a while.
Yeah. Chunky. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this has a bunch of test cases. I think there are a lot of things that can like go wrong with M, and it's hard to write a strong test case. And yeah, Georgia Tech solves C.
Now being 9.
UCF does not get M.
Failed them.
Yeah, so now Georgia Tech is the first in the southeast region. Texas still in the lead in South Central, at least for now. And I think we should turn scrolling on. I think we should show everyone the whole scoreboard for a little bit. Can't like only focus on a few of the teams.
Yeah, might as well see more of the distribution too.
Yeah. Congratulations to Georgia Tech. Texas A&M Hyper attempting to solve C. This is their 2nd attempt. We'll see in the queue if they get it right. So only bring them up to 7 problems, and they get it right. So yeah, lots of teams attempting C now that it's been proven to be doable.
Hmm.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, both of them solved it fairly quickly after the signal.
Yeah.
Not sure if that means
Johns
they just
Hopkins
did it
going
that
for
fast
G
or
is their 8th problem.
Oh. I am suddenly rooting for them too. Happen to be there at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
And they do. Wow.
Excellent. So they're now in 5th place. Wow,
That,
lots of excitement.
yeah.
It's been a fast-paced competition. I'm sure things are going to slow down for the latter 3 hours, but
Yeah, we're not even 2 hours in, and there are only 2 unsolved problems left. And both of them, I mean, they don't look that impossible, I suppose.
yeah, they're F and M, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of those, F is going to be a lot. F is going to be very doable for the top teams, I think. M, I think the top teams will be able to do eventually. Like, I would bet that at least one team solves every problem in this contest. But
That
I think
may
M
be
is a little
very
bit more
well
of a
true.
doozy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Alternating between scratching my head on that code and looking at the scoreboard for
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, it is a little distracting. Yeah, very interesting. Reading is hard, guys.
Yeah. I'm just gonna reread the entire statement. Let's
Yeah.
go with that.
Excellent idea.
If 2 competitors specify that they want to work with each other, then either both of them or neither of them. So that implies bidirectional. There's no indication of transitivity. Is there an indication of transitivity? That it doesn't make sense with the statement's premise.
I agree, and I don't think so.
Yeah.
2 competitors specify that they want to work with each other, then either both of them or neither of them shall be in the team. Yep, that makes sense.
You must specify.
I suspect we might have done something really stupid.
Yeah.
Like in the code. It looks like F has been solved. One team has solved the A easy problem, the A easy and medium problems plus F in the open division, and another team is not on 9 problems, but they've solved M in the open division. So I think every problem
has now been solved. Yeah. taking the union of the two scoreboards.
Yes. I think actually.
Is every solvent open by itself?
Yes. Only because BenQ has come in and
Ah.
he is not competing, but he has just submitted C.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, Pick Mike thinks that maybe it means that even a unidirectional extra edge is bad, so I feel like the code is correct for the understanding. Let me check under that.
The sample does not help that. Yeah.
I agree that I don't think that's consistent with the statement, but why not try?
Yeah.
Let's see. So here,
have there been clarifications? Oh, we can't see that. Shame, I guess.
Yeah, that would be helpful to see. I don't know if any of the judges are watching and could let us know if there are any clarifications. That would be good.
Yeah, some error in our understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll transition back and we can add that to the code. So I'm gonna say if everything is okay at the start, and then if there's no corresponding edge. Do we think that this means that both people can't be in this set, or only one can't be in, or like only the person, like only if A wants to be on a team with B, and B
probably the lower one, I guess. Like the lower one remains okay. Like I guess if it were to be like that, then
yeah. Let's see if two.
Actually,
competitor.
Would it just be entirely bad?
Either both of them or neither of them.
Either both of them or neither. That itself is bidirectional.
I mean, I think that implies bidirectionality. But if we ignore that, if we replace two competitors specify they want to work with each other with like one wants to work with the other, then I think it implies both of these are bad.
Yeah.
So let's try that interpretation. I know. I think that this interpretation is not like this new interpretation is not correct, but we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Let me test it on the samples.
Should still work, imagine.
Yeah, I think this does not get clarified by the sample. I just did the keystroke I would use to copy in Vim. Okay, I'm resubmitting.
We are debugging.
Which one? This one? Oh, I did it. That's it.
We're having a good time. Nice.
Or I mean, good time is a strong word.
Yeah.
It's a fun fun. All right, let's see. Past 9 out of 20. It's past 10 out of the 20 test cases, which is so far fewer than before. But let's see.
Yeah.
And so we're about to wait. How has this not been checked by now?
I don't know. What are these?
Okay, wait.
That doesn't.
That's the problem statement is wrong.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
ICPC.
feel that too.
Judges, talk to me,
We don't
please.
agree with the statement.
No,
is there a judge in chat? Yeah.
Yeah, any judges? No, like I think that. Yeah, I agree. I think this. I mean, hopefully, like in contest, they've clarified it. But like I think the statement is just objectively incorrect. Like it's not even like an interpretation thing. Like I think this is just wrong. Like I don't even like. I'm actually shocked that Pick My Gear's suggestion was correct because it's like if two competitors specify they want to work with each other, that means like A wants to work with B and B wants to work with A. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The state. Okay. Sorry, this is probably a little unprofessional of me, but like, yeah, this feels
interesting.
I do not like this.
Very interesting.
Okay, why don't we move on from this and talk about a different problem?
Good idea.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna tell Lydia to make sure the judges issue a clarification on this.
Yeah. Speaking of G, UCF Lambda just got it.
Nice.
Random.
UCF or else attempting K.
Or else attempting K. Yeah.
I think that problem. I'm actually surprised that they're getting. Yeah, they get EC. They're in the lead.
Three
Congratulations,
teams on
yeah.
9. Still rather tight problem-wise. We've always had a like the top few have always had like we've never had a 2-problem lead, I think, right? It's always been
Yeah,
fairly
it's been a
close.
close round. Okay. Cool. So I've let them know. Hopefully, if there's not a clarification already about that, they'll issue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate.
Lovely. All the problems we had to try.
Yeah.
Interesting.
A little unlucky, but I know. I mean, at least I feel less stupid now. Like, I feel like...
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know,
I
at
mean,
least, like, we weren't...
how could we both stare at something that simple and like
I know. Okay, that was pretty funny.
yeah.
Let's look
Good
at...
content. Good
Okay,
content.
let's look at K. K, I think, is an interesting one to talk about.
Yeah.
Let me...
So the time limit on that is fun.
Yeah.
I'm now realizing that's a thing.
Yes, I agree. Let's talk about the problem first, though.
Yeah.
And let me read the chat. Let me see if anyone
Quite
has
the
chimed
statement.
in.
Pick Mike is just as outraged, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting. Peak Mike, sorry.
Let's see. Someone asked, "Are there any geometries?" No, there
B,
is
kind of, but
okay. B kind of. There. All right.
It's-
yeah. There's. This
it's
is
one
a
of the most
geometry
solved.
list. Duke, by the way, Duke Gold and I just solved E. They're on 8 problems. Congratulations to them, 6th place. Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah. Let's look at problem K. I think now. Yeah. I think that's the. Maybe after this, let's look at J. I think J could be a fun one to discuss.
Yeah, should definitely be talked about.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna switch us over. Let's get the presentation going. Oh, and I'm gonna stop sharing my notepad with you for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Presentation. And let's see. There's a wrong answer on J from William and Mary. All right. Problem K. Optimized cheating. Bob's favorite game just released a limited time item for sale, but there's not enough time for Bob to acquire sufficient in-game currency to buy it. Bob thus decides to resort to a cheat tool he found online to modify his currency value. The cheat tool will take 2 values x and y specified by Bob and overwrite all memory slots that contain the value x with the value y. Bob does not want to use the cheat tool unsafely. He does not want to modify any memory slots other than the one that stores his currency value and causes the game to crash. Therefore, Bob needs to make sure that his currency value does not have any duplicate in the game's memory space before running the cheat tool. Bob can use a set of operations provided by the game to modify his currency value, such as doing missions, purchasing items, and so on. These operations can add, subtract, multiply, or divide his currency value by a constant. All these operations will only change Bob's currency value. They won't affect any other memory slots. Bob can't use an operation that would cause his currency value to become negative. Bob knows that the memory space of the game can be represented as an array of n integers, and he knows the location of the memory slot within this array that stores his currency value. We need to help him modify his currency value as quickly as possible to use the cheat tool safely. So we have up to 10 to the 4 memory slots, up to 1,000 operations, and then one of the memory slots is the one that stores Bob's currency. We have the n values in the currency or in the memory space, each up to 10 to the 9th. University of Florida, by the way, just got wrong answer on C. Looks like some teams is that what's the top score in Division 2? Yeah, the top team in Division 2 is still on 7 problems, so University of Virginia hasn't gotten an 8th yet.
Kept their lead, yeah. They have C and D unsolved though.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting. UT Dallas Woosh attempting C as well.
Oh, right, no, sorry. That's FSU, not... Yeah.
Oh, University of Central Florida, or else has solved problem F. They are now in first place with 10 problems solved, just 2 hours and 15 minutes into the contest. They have almost 3 hours and 3 problems to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if other teams flock to F. I think now this late into the contest, it'll probably be mostly other strong teams trying F, and I think most of those teams will get it without too much difficulty.
Yeah.
I, J, and F. So F, I, J, and M all have like similarly low amounts of solves, but UC and it looks like C is maybe like the medium hard problem of the set, with the other four being considered a little harder. I think like I don't know, hard to say whether that is like the right way to look at it. I guess I is pretty hard, and I think C and I think J and M I predicted to be difficult. F, I think that yeah, F is interesting. I think for a lot of teams, F is actually easier than some of the medium problems, but for a lot of teams, F is just not going to be very doable. So
seems like hit or miss with that one thing.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's go. UT Austin actually now also attempting F. Those who know. Let's go back to the top of the scoreboard. Actually, I think things are pretty exciting up there right now.
Did they get it? I think they did. Yeah.
Yeah, so they are now in second place. They're on 9 problems. I think they're
1 minute off the first solve. Shame.
Yes, so close. They're ahead of University of Virginia and Georgia Tech by a fair margin on penalty time, just for doing so much better early into the contest, even though they were the 4th team to get to 9 problems.
Yeah. Just for fun, the top 3 frontrunners are all from the different regions, so
yes,
no particular region showing a weak standing.
Yeah, why don't we actually take a look at where the NEC qualification, how that's looking right now. So if we look at Mid-Atlantic, University of Virginia nerd emoji is now taking a pretty solid lead over 3 idiots. Although who knows, maybe 3 idiots will like submit 2 problems in the next few minutes and catch up.
Yeah.
Other than that, Duke and Hopkins are next up. But Maryland Red is in 14th place. That's very likely. They should be getting a wild card with that kind of placement. So, I don't know. I think the teams with 7 problems are probably feeling pretty good. But still a lot to play for.
Especially with how much school overlap there is.
Yeah, I could easily imagine it taking like more like 8 or 9 problems to get to NAC by the end of the contest. A&M, by the way, I think is going for 9 with a solve for G. Which brings us to South Central. They got time limit on G. All right. So UT, those who know, let's see, is in first place in South Central with 9 problems. 2 teams from A&M on 8 problems. So close fight between them. Then a couple more UT teams. Then UT Dallas Woosh in 16th place is the 3rd ranked South Central team. Next team after that is Rice, which is probably a little bit too low in the standings to be competitive for a wild card slot. So UT Austin, Texas A&M, UT Dallas looking like they're in pretty strong positions in South Central.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure how Rice. They might.
Yeah, they could pass UT Dallas if they catch up a little bit, although their penalty time is a lot weaker.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell because of the school thing, but
oh, they're attempting I. Let's see how it looks. Which one is I again? I is Island Memories. Okay, that's a tricky one, and they got wrong answer. All right, let's look at UCF is attempting I. This is interesting. Well, let's go to the Southeast now.
Wow.
UCF could be on a roll. This is really fast.
Could this be our first?
Answer.
No, it's not. Shame.
I would have been really impressed if they got I that quickly.
That is an insane comeback. Or not even just a I mean, they've been strong, but that's an insane like pull ahead. I mean.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like they're doing fairly well relative to the other UCF teams right now. As you can see, the top. I think how many? So in the top like 5, 6, 7, 8. I think UCF has like 5 of the top 9. In Southeast, so and UT Dallas actually they're now switching gears and attempting C. But anyway, so in Southeast, UCF, Georgia Tech are pretty comfortably in the lead, and then University of Florida a little bit further down in 19th. UT Dallas gets WA on C, unfortunate. So now if we go to the overall standings, let's see who is currently slotted for those wild cards. I think University of Maryland gets the first one. They're doing quite well.
This is quite hard to read, I will say.
Yeah. But... UT Austin Blatt is going for M.
Is Rice the next one in the wild card?
So after Maryland, I think.
Yeah.
So University of Florida already made it. No, UNC Chapel Hill is next.
Oh right, okay.
And then Duke's already made it. Yeah, I think Rice might be next.
Huh.
Yes, UT Austin solves problem M. UT Austin Ble,
Wow.
actually, that's their 8th problem, so they still haven't gotten G, which I don't know, might be reasonable at this point.
Yeah, but every problem has been solved now.
Yeah. Um,
We will see if UCF can close it up.
yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So, yeah, very cool. Congratulations to UT Austin Ble. Still a problem behind and plenty of penalty to go to catch up to UT Austin, those who know. But, I mean, I think all of these teams, like, still want to be solving a lot more of these problems. And so it could, like, easily turn around by the end.
Yeah, a lot more can still happen. We still have a lot left, too.
Yeah. I'm going to email the judges real quick about problem G. So if you want to like do commentary on the scoreboard for a bit.
Yeah, sure. Let me see. Have there been any other attempts? Right now we have sort of a mirror of what it used to look like, but everything's one problem up. Similar, not necessarily the same teams, but the distribution has been pretty similar throughout, except now we have UCF with a clear lead. Those who know, I believe. No, actually, if they got a problem now, they'd be tied with UCF. So UCF has a fairly strong lead, both a problem and penalty ahead of I believe everyone else. So if another team wants to catch up, they're going to have to do a lot. That being said, again, we did look at the individual regions. Many of the teams in the top are decisively there, and even if a team may not be slated to win Big South, they will still almost guaranteed make NAC, which is very good in itself. There. I guess we can put the subregions. Is there much else to say at the moment? What about my biases? UMD is having a good time at the moment. Hopkins, where I'm at, is doing fantastic. Both in the combined conference and Mid-Atlantic itself. Is it true that... No, but every regional top team is pretty solid. Let's see what is happening. What might the top teams be looking to do next, I suppose? So I, J, and M all have only a single solve, all by distinct teams, I believe. Yes. So as far as what the top teams may be looking to do, it's not clear. I guess the time it was solved is a bit of an indicator, but whoosh, got E. Congrats to them. The time of the solve is a bit of an indicator, but also the fact that those who know attempting M, perhaps. Ooh. No. Shame. But yeah, so each one still has one solve, so it's from a competitor's perspective, it's hard to tell really which to do next. I suppose one might have to just read all of them and see which one looks most approachable.
Okay, I've contacted the organizers.
Sure.
Why don't we finish reading problem K?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah. And then afterwards we can talk J maybe. UT Dallas just solved C. Yeah, impressive number of teams solving C. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
All right. So transitioning again. All right. So
The
to
scoreboard is
recap,
very dynamic. Nobody is safe.
yes. To recap, we have n memory slots, m operations. We initially have a value in one memory slot. We need to like use as few operations as possible to make our currency number distinct from all the numbers in the other memory slots. So we have these m operations. Each of these are like plus, minus, times, or divide. And in integer v, if Bob's current currency value is u, then after applying the operation, his currency value will become u, and then the operation v. Each operation can be applied multiple times, including 0. And so we have to output how Bob can make his in-game currency value unique and the minimum number of operations he must apply. UMD read, by the way, attempting problem I. We'll see if they get it. This would be their 8th problem. And Texas A&M attempting C, going for their 9th problem. A&M gets wrong answer on C. Let's see if UMD gets I. Transition real quick.
Still running. Interesting.
Yeah, taking a while.
Our problem with small tests. That's interesting.
Yes. Which one is problem I again? I is island memories, right? I could imagine a team getting time limit on I.
They do not.
Get wrong
Shame.
answer. UCF Abstract solves K. Congratulations to them. All right, so let's go back to this problem. So Colin, ignoring like the exact value of the time limit, like what would your general approach be for this type of problem?
So I mean, at any point, if we're not on a memory value that has, like, if our current, currency is not at a memory value, then we've already won. So at any given point, the only possible things our currency would be that we're interested in are the set of things that exist in the memory.
Yep.
So essentially those are our states, and we have all these operations that can take us to different states, and we just want to find some way to leave. That, given the fact that the number's up to 10 to the 9th, gives you some quote-unquote naively, like NM log BFS something.
Yeah, so sorry, let me elaborate on that just a little. In Texas A&M,
sure.
by the way, just solved 9, it's just solved C, so they're now on 9 problems in 6th place. Quickly debugging that WA from before. Yeah, so just to elaborate, we can treat this as like a graph where the memory value, the current values in memory are vertices, and the
drawings
operations provide edges. So for example, in the sample input, we could think of like -1 is an edge from 2 to 1 or 3 to 2. And so that sort of gives us a graph, and we can do like a BFS where we where we check if where for each vertex we iterate over the operations. If the new value we get is already in memory, then we can add that value to our BFS queue, and if it's not in memory, then we're done because we found a way to get out. The catch is that in order to check if the new value is in memory, we have to do a set lookup because there can be 10 to the 9. The memory values can be up to 10 to the 9, so we need to like reindex them 1 through n so that we can to store them in memory efficiently. So we would need to say, aha, like I have Chu now. I would need to look that up and say, okay, Chu is in like the first memory value, and go from there. So that makes this a little bit tricky.
Fast set lookup because it's a predetermined list, but it's still a log.
So like we could do this in log n with a C++ like map or set. I think like map would be better, so we can map from the memory locations to like indices in our array. Oh, Georgia Tech, by the way, just solved M. They're now in 2nd place with 10 problems. Congratulations to them.
Impressive.
Okay. So we could also use an unordered map, which would make this O of 1.
Technically. Yeah.
Technically. But the constant factor on unordered map is really bad. So this actually, I think in most competitive programming problems, this will like be not much faster, maybe even slower than the log n solution with a map. So that's a
Yeah,
little tricky.
there's always GP hash table, but
Yeah.
that's sus.
So so just to um so if we did the solution as is, we would get something that's O of n times m, because there are n states. For each state we have to check m possible operations. So O of n times m times log n, because log n for the stat lookup. And the general rule of thumb for competitive programming is that we can do 10 to the 8 operations in 1 second. 10 to n times m times log n is 10 to the 4 times 1000 times log 10 to the 4.
Which is like 13. Something.
Yeah, so this is about 13, which is about 1.3 times 10 to the 8. So this takes about 1.3 seconds. So it's like pretty tight. I think like Georgia Tech actually, this is pretty big. Georgia Tech just solved I. They're now the first team on 11 problems.
Consecutive.
Yeah, so that's very exciting for them. They only have F and J left, and then they'll be finished with the problem set. And F, we know has been solved by a few problems. I think for a team as strong as Georgia Tech, they'll be able to solve it without a ton of difficulty.
This is a nice example of the one computer rule coming into play, because they had attempts on I before, so they could have printed that, and then while they were coding M, the person or the people on I could have debugged that, and clearly that worked because they got the 2 problems within the span of 2 minutes.
By the way, just as an update on problem G, they broadcasted a clarification at 2:48 p.m., which I don't know whether this is Eastern time or not. I'm gonna assume this is Eastern time, so that's 1 hour. So that's like about an hour and 18 minutes into the contest. So hopefully before most teams attempted G, so they hopefully had this information. And the clarification said that basically confirmed our interpretation of the problem, where it said that like if 2 competitors specify they want to work with each other, actually means that like either A wants to work with B or B wants to work with A. So yeah, I'm glad the judges were able to catch that. Thanks for sending out the clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's go back to
K.
to K. All right. So, and I think with the set, so like we said, map has a slow constant factor, as does unordered map. So I think it's like hard to say whether this will pass. I think it could be tight, and given that a lot of teams have taken penalties on K, I think there's a good chance it won't.
Yeah, you could do a binary search set lookup.
Yeah. That's true.
Which is probably faster, but
yeah, that
still
might be enough.
Not perfect. But
so one way to improve the constant factor is store the memory values in a sorted vector, and use like one of the built-in binary searches, or write your own to find an element in the vector. This is probably enough. I think a lot of
I guess it would be, yeah.
I would bet so. I mean, I guess we could test it if we wanted to, although I kind of don't want to do the implementation right now. I think discussing other problems is more fun.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this that would speed things up. That would help a good amount. I think there's actually a way that we can reduce it to big O of n times m. That would like definitely be fast enough, but it would be more of a pain to implement. So, let's see. I'm just gonna move this out of the way for a bit. So another way we can do this is we can optimize to O of n times m to get a little bit faster. And what we're going to do is, so for each of the so for each state, we'll process the plus and minus operations and the times and divided operations separately.
Yeah.
So for the plus and minus operations, sort them by value. So like, for example, in the input we would do it would be something like -3 -1 +1 +3 would be an example of how it would be ordered. What we can do is we can do a 2 pointers thing, or we can like find which, if we sort the memory values first, we can find which memory value corresponds to each operation using 2 pointers.
Is it n times m?
I think so, because like we're gonna keep sorting the operations, like the order of the operations is static, so we can sort them and we can sort the memory values beforehand. Oh
But
wait,
it
no, I
would
see what you're
run
saying.
through
It's
each of the
like,
memory values, right?
oh right, no, I see what you're saying. So this is O of n squared.
And the
I agree.
and then it's a question of whether 4n squared is better than nn log. And both of them look kind of ugly, but
Yeah. No,
eh.
I think you're right.
2 pointers is fast though. I feel like of
Yeah,
all things, I probably believe in that more.
yeah, I think both. I think probably like both of these are fast enough. Also maybe so. Yeah, this or like GP or like
GP hash table, yeah.
yeah, another
Fast,
I think
optimized
also O n
things.
squared is like. Is that sorry? Where is 4n squared coming from?
One for each operation, I imagine.
I think you can do the plus and minus and the times and divide together, so it's just 2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
Another
Right.
O of nm log n operation is to use GP hash table. Yeah, that's a little unsatisfying, but it might do the trick. Yeah, I don't love this time limit. I kind of wish they would just like set it to 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know
GP
exactly what they're trying to cut, but
No, yeah. Why is it 1 second? I'm confused by that. Have we seen a lot of TLEs on this?
we've seen a good number of WAs. I don't know about TLEs. Like maybe like this just works fast in practice, or maybe like I think it could be non-trivial to get like the highest. Yeah, in fact, I think it probably is just like hard to make the complexity actually like the worst possible case.
That is true. It's only
In
4
fact,
types of operations. The simplicity.
Yeah, like let's see. And I guess like maybe if you like if you aren't smart about like avoiding repeat operations, then maybe you can do something like the n values in memory are like 1, 2, 3 up to n, and you have 1,000 copies of like +1 is your operation, and you start with the value 1, and so you have to do like +1 +1 +1 repeatedly, and you like have to check +1 each time. Like maybe that will like I think if you don't like actively work around this, that will like create roughly the worst case complexity. Although even that, like it seems like maybe there's like some element of cache efficiency there. I know it's like pretty hard to tell.
Bottom line, it's faster than expected, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, so like basically you may have to do a little bit of finagling, but it should eventually work. Okay, University of Virginia Nerd Emoji is attempting F. Let's see how they do. And then do you want to talk about J? They get it, so they are now in 3rd place.
Lovely.
First place they maintain first place actually in Mid-Atlantic, so that's pretty exciting. I think it's been a while since University of Virginia has won this contest, so that's really exciting.
They did get 2nd last year, but
yes,
fairly strong throughout.
Yep, feel like they're like another school that's reliably pretty solid, but it's great they've like had the chance to build off of that team that made World Finals last year and hopefully put on a good showing. Okay, let's see. Let's talk about problem J real quick, shall we?
Shall we? Yes.
Okay, this is interesting. This
does it still only have 1 solve? It does.
No, it has
in the
it
official
has
at least.
1. I agree. I think so, unless like a team outside the top 25 solved it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is it. Okay. So problem J, perfect squares. A famous theorem in number theory states that every positive integer can be written as the sum of 4 perfect squares. Usually, though, fewer squares are enough. 27, for example, can be written as 5 squared plus 1 squared plus 1 squared, so it only requires 3. Your mathematician friend rattles off the following perfect square facts. An odd prime p can be written as the sum of 2 squares if and only if p is 1 mod 4. If 2 positive integers a and b can both be written as the sum of 2 squares, then so can their product ab. And every positive integer can be written as the sum of 3 perfect squares, unless it is of the form 4 to the a times parentheses 8b plus 7, where a and b are non-negative integers. By the way, UCF Lambda is attempting problem M. Let's see if they get it right. It's their 3rd attempt. They're the top team on 8 problems, so maybe they could even go up a few spots thanks to their penalty time. It's running for a while. I'll let you know if they get it.
I think the last one did run for a while, though, so hard to tell.
That's true. So this last fact about sums of 3 squares intrigues you, so you would like to verify that it's true by producing
UCF or else also attempting M.
Ooh, that's exciting. They could be the 2nd team on 11 problems, and I think they would have a better penalty time. I think they actually would have a much better penalty time.
Yeah, they would.
They only have taken UCF or else has only taken 1 penalty this entire contest out of 10 problems, which is
I
really
think
impressive
2, C and G.
consistency. Oh, 2,
But
I didn't see the C
oh,
one.
they got
And
it.
they got it. So
Wow.
now, yeah, they are ahead by about
They
150
are ahead.
penalty. Just 2 problems to go. So, yeah, very
So the
likely
take
that
is a
they'll...
slight time lead, but if they both finish the set, it won't even matter.
Yeah, pretty likely that they will. They'll be able to finish the contest even before the scoreboard freeze, maybe.
Yeah.
UT Austin is attempting M. They think this will be their second try. UCF Lambda did get M, by the way, so they're now in 5th place.
Solid.
I think it'll be at this point because of the because there are only a few problems left. I think if UCF or else manages to get the last 2, then it'll be kind of hard for UCF Lambda to pass them. But I don't know. It seems like a lot could come down to J. And
Yeah.
UT gets it, so they're now in 3rd place. Still first in South Central. It looks like Southeast is looking the most competitive of the 3 regions right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, really exciting. Should we keep talking about J?
Yeah.
Great. So we are given
we have
an integer
finished the
n,
statement. Yeah.
and n is up to 10 to the 12, and we just have to output 3 numbers x, y, z such that x plus x squared plus y squared plus z squared is n. If they exist, and if it doesn't, if no such numbers exist, then we output -1. So I think we can check if -1 is the answer pretty easily, because we know
it
this
sort of gives that to us.
Yeah, fact 3 tells us we just figure out, divide through by 4 as many times as we can, and then if the result is 8, what is this?
7
It's
mod
8b plus 7,
8.
so 7 mod 8.
Yeah.
Then the answer is -1. And otherwise, we know that there's some answer out there, but we have to construct it. So maybe let's think about the first 2 facts they gave us. When can a number be written as the sum of 2 squares? So let's see. When can a number be written as the sum of 2 squares? So we know that odd primes, it works if and only if P is 1 mod 4, and if A, B both work, then so does AB. So
Yeah.
if we think about prime powers, first of all, so note that 2 works, 1 plus 1, so any power of 2 works by the second rule. And then likewise, if P is 1 mod 4, any power of P works.
Yep.
UCF Lambda, by the way, right after their last solve, they just got an accepted on C, and so now they're in 5th place with 800 penalty time.
Yeah, a lot of
10 problems. So yeah, a lot of teams
double
getting to
solves
10.
in this contest.
Yeah, really exciting.
We used to do that a lot too.
So
Very fun.
yes, definitely a good time. So if P is 3 mod 4, then we know from the first rule that P doesn't work, but P squared works.
Yeah.
Which means P to the 4, P to the 6, etc. all work. Now there's a bit of a subtlety, which is how do you know P cubed doesn't work? Colin, do you want to take a stab at this?
I did not figure that out when you said it could be derived, but
let's see. So I think the argument I had in mind might be wrong. So let me look at this real quick. I think we can probably do something with the converse. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, can we get it just from those 2 properties?
Let's see. So if this works, then yeah. Perhaps not. I wonder if that should be clarified. Let me think about it real quick. Let me convince myself that we can't derive
Well,
it.
clarified is that's more. I think it's more of a mathematical thing than a statement issue. But
I agree, but I
not
think it
sure.
might be something.
Yeah.
Where, I don't know
if they're
it's something
intending to
they're
give off that
intended.
fact, yeah.
I think if they're giving up these facts, then it probably makes sense that they want
you
to be able to determine exactly which numbers works. But I don't know.
If they do that, though, then what's the point of the problem? Because then it just asks for fast factorization, pretty much. That's I don't know.
Yeah.
Hard to tell if we're supposed to figure this out or not.
I don't know. Anyway, let's think about this. So
Let's
if P,
see.
so let's see. Suppose for contradiction that P. I guess the problem is the only things. So right now, what do we know doesn't work? We know P doesn't work for any
Yeah.
prime p. And we know, so I think the other thing we can do is like we can use the contrapositive of this. So if AB doesn't work, then either A or B doesn't work. But I don't think that helps us, because if AB can only be P, then like the only way to express it as AB is like P times 1. So
yeah, if P cube doesn't work, then P doesn't work, but
yeah,
we don't know about the other direction.
let me see if there's like an elementary, like an easy. I think actually there's like, I remember seeing the proof of this like whole thing at some point. Let me see if there's like an easy way to prove this.
My approach in contests is just to try a bunch of, try all the numbers up to 10,000, see if it holds. If so, go with it. Number theory tends to work.
Yeah. This actually, so this was, let's see, this like sum of two squares thing was relevant to, this this like sort of math contest thing that I did back in high school, where it was like you sort of quickly had to figure out whether a number satisfied a bunch of different properties, and some of them were like sort of similar to the classic like fizz-buzz programming problem. So like a number was buzz if it contained 7 as a digit or was divisible by 7, for example. But the hardest one was like a number like has the property squawk if it's a sum of two squares, and so you had to be able to figure that out quickly.
Right.
So
just hiding among a bunch of simple conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find this.
UCF has 12 now. They got M.
Awesome.
So I. Yeah.
I. All right. Congratulations to UCF. So now all they have left is J.
Yeah. And they have the penalty to win if they lock J. So that would be it. Actually, can those who know catch up at this point? They could.
I mean, theoretically, if they don't solve J, like any team.
If they solve like all 3 problems now, but that's rough.
It's a bit of an uphill battle. Yeah, I agree. Like UCF is pretty strongly favored at this point. I actually want to see. I'm gonna switch to the scoreboard for a sec. Who's on Georgia Tech? Let me find this real quick. Okay, so they have a grandmaster on Code Forces, and let me look up this last guy.
Solid lineup already. Yeah.
Yep. And then someone who's an international master right below grandmaster. So yeah, definitely a solid team. Okay, let's go back to this problem real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think you can derive it directly from these facts, but I also don't know. I guess like also if
it's
team,
guessable.
Like, I think it's very guessable, and I think also if you're a team, you can probably write a brute force to verify this for like small numbers, and that's probably fine. Yeah. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna let the judges know just in case they want to like make sure the teams know this, but I think probably nothing needs to be done for this. I think it's probably fine.
Anyway, to clarify for those following along, the exact condition we're looking at is if any bad prime, like 3 mod 4, has an odd power, then we're saying it can't be represented. And otherwise, every odd prime has an even power, meaning it's a perfect square, meaning we can just sort of multiply both of our candidate squares by that number and then forget about it. And then we only have a product of good primes. So we can use the 2 properties that way. Perhaps visual might aid that a bit at some point later.
so I agree that's a condition. So p squared, or so n can be written as, actually I'll call this m just because n is the number from the problem statement. M can be written as the sum of two squares if or if there is no prime p such that p is 3 mod 4 and the power of p in the factorization of m is odd. So that's a condition. Okay. So with that in mind, now let's talk about so now like we have a way where if we can factor a number, we can check if it's the sum of two squares. Yeah. So we can talk about a couple of different ideas for solving this problem. So the first thing, like I think like I saw some like teams towards the bottom of the scoreboard or the middle attempting problem J early into the contest, and I think one thing that they might have been doing is brute force. So you might like assume x is less than or equal to y is less than or equal to z, and brute force over z. For each z, we can brute force over y, and check if x works. This takes like, I think this takes like roughly O of n with good constant factor, something like that.
Yeah.
And the good
n being 10 to the 12th, of course.
Yes.
Which is not great.
Right. One might hope that like, if like a z relatively close to square root of n works, then we might finish this search quickly. So one might hope that this like actually usually works quickly, but in practice it doesn't. I tried submitting this and it gets TLE. A better brute force approach is again brute force over z, and we'll like randomly we can randomly choose z if think of this, if we think that like a large enough proportion of z's will work, and then we'll like factor n minus z squared and check the condition. So factoring using like the basic like sieve algorithm where we generate a bunch of prime factors, that has like time complexity something like square root of like n over log n. I don't know whether the log should be inside the square root or not.
That's
yeah. I think in practice there are 78k primes less than 1e6 or like square root of n that we have to iterate over, and we might be, and for a lot of numbers,
I guess some might factorize nicely.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes we'll be able to turn it. So like prime factorization is like slowish, but not like terribly slow. Okay, so this might work okay. And so one might hope that for any n where that can be written as the sum of three squares, a large fraction of z will work. So this terminates quickly. And I think like one might reasonably hope this to be true. On Wikipedia, in fact, the contestants don't know this. They would sort of have to intuit it. But on Wikipedia, we can find that O of n / square root of log n, numbers less than n, can be written as the sum of two squares. So one might theoretically imagine that like 1 in square root log n of values of z will work. So in other words, like that's about 1 in about square root 40, which is about 1 in 6. So one might hope that about 1 in 6 values of z will work, in which case this would generally run very quickly. But in fact, this is not true. This idea also gets TLE. I think probably the reason is that there's some n where most z result in n minus z squared not being the sum of two squares. Like there might only be one representation or something, and in those cases this solution will work a little bit slowly. So it did seem like So when I submitted it, it got a good way through the test data. I think this idea, or at least my implementation of it, passed. Let me check how many of the test sets it passed. Let's see. Oh, interesting. So I just got word from the contest organizers. So first of all, there is like a fairly straightforward proof that like 3 mod 4, that any number that's 3 mod 4 doesn't work. We know perfect squares are 0 or 1 mod 4. So the sum of 2 squares is 0, 1, 2 mod 4.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm also I'm told that the intended approach actually does something kind of similar. Does like I think basically this. Like the citation I received is that n minus z squared will be either 1 mod 4 or 2x of 1 mod 4 prime of 1 over log n of the time. And I think the intuition for that is that 1 over log n numbers are prime. I think primes are roughly evenly distributed. 1 mod 4, 3 mod 4. I think that's true. And n minus z, yeah. So anyway, like, I think there's a bit of a constant factor to this, but it should work out in the end. So I don't know. I'm like I think it like you do have to do a little bit of convincing yourself that n minus z squared is like not going to systematically avoid those primes for any value of n. But maybe like this work, and like my implementation of this gets TLE, but maybe this works with some constant factor improvements. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell with stuff like this. There's no clear bound that can be made, I suppose.
Right.
Play with asymptotics, but
yeah,
hard to tell exactly how it'll play out. Especially with 1 second again. There's a rather tight time limit.
Yeah. Anyway, so this may or may not work. I think like probably the most reliable way to solve this problem, although also the least satisfying, is yet again we'll brute force over z, and we'll factor n minus z squared using the Pollard-Rowe factorization algorithm, which runs in O of n to the 1 over 4. And so now this is going to have, so in theory the complexity of this is there are square root of n choices of z times n to the 1 over 4 factorizations.
Yeah.
So this theoretically runs in O of n to the 3/4, which is a little too slow. In practice, though, I think this runs quickly for a couple of reasons. The first is that Pollard-Rowe has a good constant factor, I believe. The second is that if we assume z
if we
is greater
combine
than
it with that
xy,
fact,
then we only have about 400k possible choices of z, and so that reduces our search space by like a factor of 60%. So that on its own will help us out quite a bit. And then I agree, like for most n, we should find a valid solution quickly.
yeah, because then it's just like much faster. It's n to the 1/4 instead of root n per iteration.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I am curious about why.
Why it behaves uniformly randomly is interesting, but I mean not necessarily uniformly, but
yeah. I also wonder, like, what if I do what the judges suggested to me, and rather than like checking the entire condition, maybe I'll try checking like just if n is either prime or the prime or like a multiple or 2 times a prime.
Then you can get the over log n thing, I guess.
Well, theoretically, if the distribution is even, but that might let us terminate more quickly, so that we stop like checking things that we don't need to. So I'll try.
That is also true. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, so if n is divisible by p, but p is not equal to n, then we're going
If
to
you pick a
say
completely random number, what is the expected lowest prime factor? I imagine that has to be pretty small.
Although, wait, hold on. Shouldn't there might be there might be cases where this doesn't work, right? Where you have to check the whole condition, like where breaking early might fail. Oh, Georgia Tech is attempting F, by the way. They're trying to get to 12 problems. Like there might be solution cases where none of the they get the wrong answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might I feel like there might be cases where none of the possible configurations have like the sum of two squares as either a prime or twice a prime. So I think like this sort of is like an intuitive like proof that choosing random z will work quickly, but I don't think that we can directly use it to speed up the solution, unless I'm mistaken. So I don't know. Maybe it's like a constant factor thing. I think like if that's what they intended, maybe they should have. Maybe like I would prefer a 3-second time limit or something.
Yeah.
I will say Pollard Row runs very quickly. It takes about like 0.04 seconds to run. So.
Yeah, and especially like if it's probably like with respect to prime factorization, we are kind of picking root n random numbers. So.
Yeah.
We're not gonna like have root n worst cases is what I mean.
I mean, I don't know. It feels like the prime factorization should be fairly fast. Oh, and let's see who just solved the problem. UT Austin Bled just got to their 9th problem. They're now 1 problem behind those who know. All right, Georgia Tech reattempting F. Can they get it on their 2nd try?
Those who know does have a very strong lead at this point among Austin.
Wrong answer still. And either way, Georgia Tech is like a fair amount behind UCF on penalty.
Yeah, they need to solve 13 to beat them. If UCF doesn't do it themselves.
Yeah, UCF may well just get J and win the contest from there.
So J is the bottleneck for these teams.
Looks like it.
Interesting.
I think like so Pollard Row is in Cactal, which is a competitive programming library that a lot of top teams build around. So I think at the regional level, there's no limit to how much pre-written code you can bring. So
yeah, people have brought textbooks before.
Yeah, my first regionals actually, my teammate brought this like giant book all in Chinese, like that just had, I guess, every algorithm ever or something in it, and then the solution to one of the problems was just like in his book.
Wow. So impressive.
Yeah.
Good strategy. Yeah.
Good to have teammates.
Yeah.
Love teammates. And so anyway, let's see, Swarthmore. They just got WA on J. Unfortunate. J's a tricky one. But anyway, so I think it wouldn't shock me if like the strongest teams in this contest tend to have Pollard Row in their libraries. I think probably like no more than a half dozen or so will, just because it's like such a subtle thing. But I don't know, maybe some of these teams just printed Cactal out and have it on hand, and if so, then I think you get J sort of for free.
Yeah. If nothing else, it's a good tool for cheesing sometimes, which is handy.
Yeah, so yeah, I agree. I've definitely gotten a lot of problems in like ways that they maybe were not intended to have been gotten.
But it passes.
Yep.
So
let's see. Let's look at the statistics for a second, and then we can drop to Division 2 for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So A, B, D, H. Most of the teams seem to like be doing well on the easy problems. Let's see which like one. So yeah, 127 teams have D, and that's the smallest of those 4. Which ones did we say earlier? Where I thought early on it seemed like teams were mostly getting like E and L next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, K has leapfrogged L actually a number of solves, and G is catching up, which I think makes sense because like G was clarified, so that makes sense. And
yeah, should be fair penalties on that.
K is a little tricky, but you can solve it using BFS, which is fairly well known. E I think relies on a couple of facts about like tree diameters that might not be super familiar to all of the teams.
Yeah, but if you do know it, you'll get it fairly quick, which is probably why the top teams had an easy time with it, but it may do worse as the contest goes on.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Other than that, J like right now seems a little bit devious. 1 AC out of 14 or out of like 15 teams have attempted it. L
30
also,
total attempts. Yeah.
yeah, L
Jeez.
also pretty tricky. F, a lot of these later problems are kind of tricky compared to the earlier ones where it seemed like a lot of teams were able to get them right. But
Yeah.
yeah, you can see at the top, like, scoreboard is looking pretty green, and most teams just like filling out C, F, I, J, M, with the very top teams just racing to solve J as quickly as they can.
Yeah. So 2 hours left. We have UCF at 12. Georgia Tech has progress on F. Seems very probable that we could have a full solve.
Yep.
That would be exciting. And then the question becomes how many?
Yeah. And which team from each school wins, who ends up making NAC, lots of excitement.
Yeah, there's a lot of internal competition again.
Yeah. So why don't we look at Division 2 for a bit, and then we can maybe go down the scoreboard and see how things are going for the rest of the competitors. So
Yeah.
into Division 2, the scoreboard actually looks much like it did earlier. University of
Top
Virginia
remains at 7, yeah.
is
Wow,
on
look
7
at that right
problems.
side.
Yeah, so
That is beautiful.
yeah, L is proving very tricky for a lot of these teams. Let me remind myself, is L shared? I think L is shared.
Yes.
It is. So
As is K, as is J, as is I.
my best guess is that I don't know. I feel like these top teams in Division 2 probably like are fairly good at competitive programming, so they might have some idea of this. But I could imagine that L, they might just be submitting big O of n squared solutions for a problem with a 10 to the 5 input size. The thing about the easy problems in Division 2 is that a lot of them are not particularly like time constrained. So there are a lot of problems where you just do brute force or like some casework or something, and you don't really have to think about big O at all. And I think this is true. This might be true of all of the problems that a lot of teams have solved. Let me check and remind myself. But A, B, C, D, you maybe have to think about complexity a little, but it's like I think a natural solution is efficient. A, B,
Yeah.
C, D, E, and F all. Yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, and H. None of these are like really that complexity constrained. So it might be that these are like teams with a very good intuition for basic programming, but not a lot of experience with contest mechanics and like how fast your solutions need to be. And so then L is a bit of a bottleneck because your solution actually has to be fast in order to have a chance of getting accepted.
Yeah. Just of note, all of the unsolved problems are shared. That is a harsh distribution.
G, yes, G, I, J.
And we share J, which is, J, and
Yeah.
what else was there? I mean, I was pretty hard in Div 1 too. K was, yeah, actually,
K
yeah,
and
these
J
were
are
on the
medium. But yeah,
upper half of Div 1, or
Yeah.
upper median half, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that they shared all of the easy problems, but they've mostly gone through those already. Like A, B, D, and H have all been solved by a good number of teams. Not a ton, but a decent number. And then C and E are joining them. So you sort of have 6 like more doable problems for the Div 2 crowd, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, M actually is a Division 2 exclusive problem. That's another one where I think like it rewards having a handle on competitive programming fundamentals. Maybe I don't have the Division 2 problem set up. Let me see if I have it downloaded. I don't maybe it's not the best use of our time to talk about it, but it's a problem where you basically it just wants to make sure that you know binary searching on the answer, which is a fairly common technique for more experienced contestants. But for relative knowledge, but if you like haven't seen it before, it's pretty hard to come up with on the spot. Okay, why don't we look at the Division 1 scoreboard again? And I'm going to turn on scrolling so that we can hopefully see. I don't think anything too crazy has changed. One team on 12, one on 11, 3 on 10. Definitely seems like the teams are more spread out now. Over, like, we can see 25th place is 5 problems below first place. Which demonstrates that teams are starting to hit their limits. Starting to get to the point where like some teams might have like solved all the ones that they can do easily. Does anyone in the chat have questions on or questions about which sorry, does anyone else in the chat have questions about have preferences for problems that we can go over? Bora notes, by the way, they say a harder version of this problem exists on Big June.
Of course it does.
Well, actually, I'm not sure it's hard. It says it's up to 4 squares instead of just 3. I actually am not convinced that this makes it harder because most of the most of numbers can be written as a sum of 3 squares. So if you just try like a couple of values for the 4th square, like it'll pretty quickly reduce to this problem. So I think I think you can get it in the form of this problem pretty quickly. And I also think like if you have a randomized solution where like some values of n are harder than others, UCF by the way just got wrong. UCF abstract just got wrong answer on m. That would have been their 9th problem.
Yeah, like n and n-1 can't both be powers of 4 or multiples of powers of 4. So I think like just those gives it to you for 3, right?
Let's see. Yeah. So
if you do use that third fact,
right?
Which may not be that well known.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's on like an online judge and you can look it up though, then
yeah.
And I think that maybe it's hard to come up, but I think if you're armed with these 3 facts, then I think actually doing it with 4 squares is probably easier since you can like manipulate it to make sure that you don't get a value of n for the 3 squared problem that is particularly bad for you.
Yeah, you maybe even like run multiple at once. Just hope that one of them is lucky enough quickly.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Let's see, UCF Lambda attempting F.
Attempting F.
Georgia
and
Tech
GT.
also attempting F. Let's see. So
wow.
Georgia Tech gets
Georgia Tech fails
again. I'm a little bit surprised.
Lambda's running. Lambda gets it.
Nice.
Solid.
3rd place. So UCF now is 1st and 3rd place. Congratulations to them. I think it's interesting that Georgia Tech
definitely proven to be the
wrong
problem
answers. I wonder if there's like a misunderstanding of the problem or a subtle implementation error because like I would think that they know that they like have a pretty good understanding of suffix arrays, which is the main algorithm this problem is written around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So, where is I? The chess geek wants to see an explanation of the implementation for J. We can go over that real quick. I don't think we want to spend too much time on it. I'll just walk through the implementation I have that eventually gets accepted. Okay, let's see. So, take a moment to get my setup.
I would say the problems are definitely not that easy. I think the fact that we're seeing this is indicative of the strength of the teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's also
especially like all of these at once, solving like each individual one. You could say it's not that bad, but like doing all of these in a set together under pressure and all that, it's a good show for sure.
Yeah, I agree, and I also think like multiple things can be true at once. Like I do think probably this regional is like a little bit easier than the last 2 years.
Yeah, relatively speaking, yeah.
But like, I guess put it this way, like if you took like 3 students out of an algorithms class at a good university and like put them in this contest, I think like getting 4 or 5 would be a great result. Like to solve like the harder problems are still like extremely difficult, and solving all of them so quickly, as you said. I mean, 12 problems, that's an average of like 16 minutes a problem with where we are right now in the contest, if I'm doing my math right. And so that's just incredibly fast. It requires a lot of coordination, teamwork, and quick thinking skills. Duke, by the way, has moved into 7th place by solving, I think that's I. So congratulations to them. They're ahead of UT Orange, which actually I think that's another UT team that's now in 2nd among the UT group. Still like pretty far behind UT, those who know, because of their one problem behind in penalty, but still exciting. Yeah. Anyway, so it's still like I think very difficult to get like this many problems so quickly. And UCF, so the UCF or else is an interesting case where they have one of their team members, I believe, is the highest rated Code Forces member competing in this contest. So so that's exciting. And a fun fact about him is that this competitor, Andy Fan, I believe his first World Finals were the 2020 World Finals in Moscow. So he's been competing for a super long time. So he brings a lot of experience to the team. And overall, like the UCF teams are just generally has spent a lot of time doing preparation and thinking hard about these contests. And so they're like well positioned to put on an impressive display. A couple more fun facts. I need to get through all the other fun facts I have about these teams. So maybe I'll do a couple now.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
A couple other fun facts about UCF or else are that the median number of degrees that, or the median number of like college degrees that their team will have at the end of this year is 3, which is a lot of
Median.
degrees. Median.
Yeah.
Um, wonder what the odds are. Oh, Georgia Tech solves F, so they are now in it, or have 12 problems. They just need to solve J. Still second. They're, I think, pretty far behind on penalty.
Yeah.
UT White, by the way, meanwhile, they solved C. I think that might make them the second UT team to 9 problems. Maybe not. The ones
Yeah,
who
they
know is
just edge out UT
maybe
Orange.
okay, yeah. So they're the third team to get to 9 problems, but ranked second. Another fun fact is that a member of the UT team, Sachin Sivakumar, has said, quote, "I have vowed multiple times to eat a problem statement in a contest if it requires a specific algorithm. Most recently, I have vowed to eat a problem statement from this competition if it requires or can be solved by slope trick." So lucky for him, no slope trick on this
lucky
contest.
For him.
Yeah, let's see other fun facts I've received. On the Duke team, a fun fact about Duke is that like Texas, or sorry, not like UCF, all of their team names have a consistent theme. So this year, all of the Duke teams are named after James Bond movies.
Funny.
Let's see. A member.
Is there any correlation between quality of the movie and
level
scoreboard?
That's interesting. I think GoldenEye is in first, so I don't know. I've regrettably seen a total of 0 Bond films, so
yeah,
I
same.
can't weigh in on this debate, but I don't know, we can.
Shame.
There's plenty of time to do statistics after the contest.
Maybe there's an expert in the chat.
Pull in the Metacritic scores and run a correlation between that and rank.
Of course.
Yep, as one does. Other fun facts we received. The Emory team, so you can see them in 71st place. The fun fact, first of all, fun fact about their team name is if you read it, the name of their team, like you're using like the 2 bars as the or symbol in most programming languages, then their team name reads M or E. So that's a little clever.
Cute. Yeah.
Let's see. One of their team members wanted us to share that they are able to play the Super Mario Brothers theme on the tuba. I'd be interested to know how that sounds. It's an unconventional instrument to use. Let's see what else. And the Texas A&M.
Could get some audio.
Yeah.
Some background music.
Yes, that'd be good. Good. We can give them like an extra point if they if they play it for everyone during the contest.
-1 penalty.
Yeah.
Go with that.
Ooh, let's see. Can Swarthmore solve E this time? Let's see how they do. It's running.
Was E1 with the long judge time?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I can see that. It's the diameter one. I can see that.
Yeah, okay, that's plausible. But interested to see. I'll be impressed just because I know that like a lot of these diameter facts, I don't think that we really teach at Swarthmore, so these students would have had to go out and learn on their own.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of people who do well at ICPC are like largely self-taught, so it would make
Yeah,
sense,
I picked those up completely like randomly.
Yeah, I mean, you just like
Pro-
learn,
oh,
and
they do
got
get it.
Yeah, congratulations. But I know, like, I think, like, at least while I was there, and, like, we have a course that covers some competitive programming fundamentals, and I don't think we teach that, so, I'm glad that they were able to figure out and get the problem accepted. Congratulations to them. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Other fun facts. So one of the Texas A&M teams is called the Pineapple Pizza Preachers, which I do not approve of. When they messaged me these fun facts,
at least it's an alliteration.
I like the
give them that
alliteration,
point.
but like, do they have to alliterate those specific words together? Anyway, so unfortunately I informed them that I will have to root for their longtime rivals, the University of Texas.
Right.
But anyway, their fun facts are: number 1, anytime we order a pizza, we request triple pineapple whenever possible.
Triple.
That's too much pineapple.
That
Duke,
is commitment.
Duke gets C, so they're now in 6th place. Second fun fact is that the Aggie Competitive Programming Club serves pineapple pizza at every meet. Again, questionable decision.
How popular is it? Okay. Do we have statistics on consumption rate.
Yeah, please tell me they at least like also serve other pizzas, right? Like, surely you don't have only pineapple pizza. Like I love competitive programming, but
If
like
they
if you have pineapple pizza and no other pizza, like I am not
if
coming to
they
your team
not
meetings.
giving
Like,
a choice is a
yeah,
very strong
like
statement.
honestly, even like I feel like I would come to the meetings if there was no pizza, but like if I have to look around and see everyone eating pineapple pizzas, like, oh. Anyway, sorry, Texas A&M.
Gives off a vibe. Yeah.
Other fun facts are like they have a pure math major with no CS minor on their team, and one of their team members is six
Yeah,
foot
that works.
6.
6'6".
It's pretty tall.
Huh. Yeah.
Let's see. People say that the Zoom is not switching back and forth. Actually, maybe it's on the wrong window. Let me check this. Okay, I think that should be fixed. Sorry about that, everyone.
Yeah, that might have been a fallout of sharing on Zoom or something. Is that working now?
I think that's right. Yeah, I think it's working now. Yep, our apologies.
Sweet.
Thanks to Hugh Williams in the chat for bringing that up.
What do I look like right now? Okay. Yeah, lovely.
Okay, the people have been asking for a implementation walkthrough for J, so I think maybe we'll go ahead and go do that.
Sure. That thing, right? You have the code, so
yeah,
you'll have an easier time.
I'll just walk through this real quick. So I'm gonna read an n, and I'm brute forcing over z, which is the largest of x, y, and z. So that means z squared has to be at least n over 3 for it to be the largest of 3 things that sum to n, and it has to be at most n. So, oh, actually, hold on. I want to show our faces too.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Will it do the highlight thing, or will it freeze again? Like the speaker highlight, I mean.
Oh,
Does that
I think
work
it
with
works.
that?
I think it only failed because I screen shared to you on Zoom.
Okay. That's fine then.
Yeah, so I'm gonna set like the highest value. I don't know why I call them cap and low, but the highest value of z that z can be is like square root of n. The lowest value is square root of n over 3. And then I just like added a margin of 10 because just like to be extra safe if square root had any like double precision issues.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
10 is like nothing, so.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can check numbers pretty quickly, so it's pretty safe to do. And then so I like first of all I check the conditions. So I divided 3 by 4 until as many times as possible, and if n is 7 mod 8, then I return. Otherwise, I'm just going to iterate over all of these possible values for z. For each z, I'm going to let m be n minus z squared. I call z cur here. And then I'm going to check if m is okay. To check if m is okay, I'm going to factor n, and I'm not going to walk through the factor code. The factor code is just like Pollard row. If you look up Cactl, K-A-C-T-L, Pollard row, you'll find this code. But you factor n, I transform the factors into like how many times each prime factor occurs. So facts is just an unordered list of all the primes that are in the factorization, and so CNT is going to map each prime to the number of times it occurs. If any prime occurs that's 3 mod 4 occurs an odd number of times, I return false. And otherwise I return true, which means that the number can be expressed as a sum of 2 squares. So if I can't express m as the sum of 2 squares, I move on to the next one. Otherwise, I check if m is okay. I've already checked that it's okay. So I run this check function, and check just like outputs a pair of squares that work. So I just iterate over the value of I, and then I do sort of a 2-pointersy thing. I think it's not too important. Like you can sort of do brute force here if you want. But I find a pair of squares that sum to n, and this like will work in O of square root of n, knowing that like such a pair of squares exists, because we did the factorization check.
Yeah, like once you find a single thing that can be run as a sum of 2 squares, then like pretty much all that complexity is gone. All you have to do is find those 2 squares now.
Yep, that's right. And so then once I found, and then I guess this if statement is not necessary because it's just from one of my old solutions, but once I find it, I output the first element, the first 2 squares I found, and then the value of z. The alternate solution that I tried that doesn't work is where we don't do this check beforehand. We don't like check to make sure that it can actually be written as the sum of two squares beforehand. So we just like brute force for the sum of two squares. Another solution that I tried writing is where I just use like a sieve algorithm to factorize rather than Pollard row. And both of those end up like being too slow, at least in my implementation. It wouldn't shock me if the sieve implementation could be sped up to pass. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to the contest. Colin, can you say something real quick to make sure that we hear you?
Yep. I haven't been speaking, just
Cool.
for the record.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. So still top teams on 12 problems, UCF on 11, couple of teams on 10, nothing too crazy. Johns Hopkins on 10. I don't know if we had announced that yet.
Johns Hopkins is doing solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
When did they get that? 198. So recent. Yeah.
Someone in chat. So one of the mentions that a team has solved all 13 problems. That is true. The Segfault Go Bird team, which is a Dutch team, has all killed the problem
they're
set.
good.
They did so in 198 minutes. Their last they got J pretty early on, although it took them 4 tries, and their last few problems were M, then I, then C. So congratulations to them. First AK of this contest. Pretty exciting. One of the UCF teams just got wrong answer on M. I think they've been trying that for a little while. Let's see. In other news, what the team is, so I told you about a team that had solved we talked earlier about a team in the open division that had attempted J 9 times, right?
Yeah, we did mention that.
Yeah.
What is the average in the open division? Like the average number of tries? I'm curious.
Well, mean or median, because it turns out that number is going to be quite different.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I guess median.
Yeah, it turns out there's now one team that has like attempted J 45 times.
45.
Another that has attempted it 7 times. 2 that have attempted it 7 times. Another that's tried 4 times.
That is persistent.
Yeah, so overall the AC rate in open division on J is 5 out of 85. And one of those ACs was my test submission, so I think it should be like 4 out of 84.
Right.
So that's not a very high rate. And in Division, let's see how's it looking in Division 1. In Division 1, the AC rate is 1 in 33. And in Division 2, it's 0 out of 10. So overall, 1 out of 43 for the official participants. So it's a brutal problem.
Yeah. I would not be convinced that Pollard row is fast enough, but I'd probably submit it if we had nothing left to try, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, I would have believed it was fast enough. I think like the question is, do you submit the other things? And I'm just receiving word from one of the judges. I think they wrote up a little bit about their intended solution. Let's see. The main thing you have to do is divide out the factors of 4 from n, and then I think double the result if necessary. Why double the result? Once you do this, you can brute force n minus z squared, and it will be the sum of 2 squares with sufficiently high probability. The reason for this is that if n is not 0 mod 4, n minus z squared will hit many numbers congruent to 1 or 2 mod 4, and these have high probability of being primes or double primes, which are the sum of 2 squares. This does require assuming that the primes are reasonably randomly distributed. This is...
Which they probably are.
Yeah, this is the Hardy-Littlewood conjecture, or notice that it's true when you try it on some examples. If you don't divide out the factors of 4, n minus z squared is 0 or 3 mod 4, the same argument does not apply. I see. Nice. So, yeah, because if n minus z squared is... Right, so I guess all the primes are... Let's see. I'm trying... I think... So this makes sense. I think, like, Pollard row is a reasonable way to approach this instead of, like... Or as an alternative to this approximation. But let me try and convince myself of why, like... I guess it makes sense that 1 or 2 mod... They're, like, certainly... If you're looking for, like, primes or double primes, then 1 or 2 mod 4 numbers should be more likely, because 0 mod 4 certainly can't be prime or double prime. I don't know why, like, 1 or 3 mod 4 matters. Let's see.
Is there 3 mod 4?
What's that?
Maybe.
Yeah,
what do you mean 3 mod 4?
So here, let me copy the text to you. I
Sure.
think the argument is like if we divide out the factors of 4, then n minus
Yeah.
z squared will like hit a lot. So let's see. So z squared is either going to be 1 mod 4 or 0 mod 4.
Oh, okay, I see.
So if n, let's see. So okay. I don't know why 1 mod 4 is like better than 3 mod 4. So it's it's hard, a little bit hard for me to follow. But the other thing that's interesting to me is like whether it's like actually no, they do the choose squares thing just via. Yeah, okay, I think they do the choose squares bit just by brute force. So it does sound like once you like implement it this way, the constant factor ends up being quite good. Interesting. So that's an interesting way to optimize this.
Yeah, why isn't it true for 0 mod 4, I guess? Well,
Yeah,
it wouldn't be
0 mod
double prime, but like
yeah. I mean, I think maybe it makes sense to think about like trying to look for like primes or double primes just because like
I
if
guess
you're
that makes it easy to factorize, maybe. Just like think, or not factorize, but
well, I think also like in terms of arguing that the complexity is good, like teams should generally know that about 1 and log n numbers are prime.
yeah.
So like it can express it in terms of things that teams will know in contest. Oh right, duh. So 1 mod. Sorry, I'm not thinking. 1 mod 4 is necessary because the 3 mod 4 ones just aren't the sum of 2 squares.
Yeah, and I guess 0 mod 4
Yeah.
that could hide the 3 mod 4s, so that wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like if the rest was 3 mod 4, the 0 mod 4 wouldn't capture that. Well, 2 mod 4.
Yeah. Thanks for catching.
No, that could be a double prime. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for catching me on the ATN. I was being a little bit silly. Yeah. So the primes are like 2 times the 1 mod 4 primes. Okay. Yeah, and then those have a high probability. Okay. Interesting. I can see how the team might come up with that. Let's see.
Oh, there's a second J solve from this team in 77th, according to chat.
Really?
Curious.
Very impressive. Let's give them
With
a shout
one
out.
attempt. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, the UNC Wellbells have solved J with a single attempt. Very impressive. Congratulations.
Yeah. Second solve to do so.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. Top of the scoreboard is fairly static at the moment. I guess in terms of 12 and 11, I imagine 10 is changing
Yeah.
some, but
This makes sense though, because I was thinking like it seemed like
Yeah.
the brute force approach where you like at least the one where you check where by factorizing with the sieve was like reasonably close to passing, and it does make sense that like if you can change n in a way that like will make it more likely that you'll be able to get a number that's like easily or that
Yeah.
like is easily expressible. Then that could work. And I think if I was in this contest, like I wonder if my team actually. I hope my team had. I guess it doesn't matter now because we're retired. But I wonder if my team had Pollard Row in our.
I think we definitely do. I think it's a nice utility.
Yeah, and I think we did it. We had it as well, so that's
Yeah.
good. But I think our code was a little bit longer than. Maybe it's the same.
That specific line of thought of changing n though is kind of insane.
Yeah.
That's very fun.
Yeah.
Neat solution, but
And I think
I don't
also,
know
I mean,
how you converge to that.
I wish that they could. I wish that like they could just like. I think this would be a better problem if they could just say like prevent you from using Pollard Row. Like I think being able to do that is a little bit sad because, I mean, number one is I think these problems have several hours. These teams have several hours to think about the problem. I think this is something that like you probably would take some penalties, but you can maybe like come up with a solution to this problem if you thought about it, if you like stared hard at it and thought about how you can make the brute force better long enough.
Yeah.
I think it would just like take a lot of time and thought. University of Virginia, by the way, got to 11 problems by solving M. They're now in 3rd place behind the 2 teams on 12. I think they're missing J. Did they get J?
M is getting a lot. Virginia was the first on J.
Right, I remember now. So they are missing.
So they're missing C and I.
C and I, interesting. So I have F2. That's an interesting pair. And it seems like I think those are two of the problems on the hard end, other than J. That like I think C, I, and J. I don't know. Actually,
Yeah,
I guess a lot of these problems like require some original thought, but
I think I personally had the hardest time with C, so
mm,
I am
I think C is
this
kind of
distribution does not match my expectations, but most of it otherwise makes sense.
yeah. C also I think has something that you can kind of prove by AC.
Hmm.
Do you know the
Yeah.
solution now?
No. We can
Yeah, maybe we can go
you
over
can
it.
you can enlighten me if you'd like.
Let's see, anything crazy in the solve statistics. Just as an update on Div 2, no teams are on 8 yet, so University of Virginia still on the lead, still going for that 8th problem.
Yeah.
Let me see.
A bunch of teams are.
Chat. Not too much. Okay. Yeah, so let's talk about C.
Sure.
Hold on, let me get my Zoom set up. I'll let you pull up the problem on your own.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to screen share just so we don't mess up the camera again.
Hmm.
Okay. Let's scroll up a little to problem C. Alright. City bike is a popular commute method, but sometimes frustrating that some docking stations are full and some are empty. The bike company sends trucks to relocate bikes to mitigate such issues. Oh, UCF Lambda is attempting J. They could get to 12 problems if they solve this. Let's take a look real quick.
This is their second attempt after a while, so they could have changed things.
Yeah, maybe they implemented Pollard Row. No, TLE.
Ouch.
Unfortunately.
TLE. Fun.
All right, back to J or C.
Hard to tell what type of TLE that is. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. The truck so we have a truck that can carry at most C bikes. It can choose to carry anywhere between 0 and C bikes as its initial load, and then it'll visit N docking stations in order. Each docking station can dock at most D bikes. Initially, some bikes are already docked at each station, and at each docking station, the truck can load or unload any number of bikes as long as they do not exceed the capacity of the truck or the docking station. By the end of the trip, the truck does not have to carry the same number of bikes as its initial load. The goal of the bike relocation trip is to minimize the difference between the maximum and minimum number of bikes at any of the docking stations. What's the smallest difference that can be achieved? So there can be up to 2 times 10 to the 5th docking stations, and the capacities can be up to 10 to the 6th. Okay. Tricky problem. So let's walk through this. So I think the way I thought about it is, let me get my annotation out. So at each stage, let's say our truck, or so I guess first of all, let's say we want to have between X and Y bikes at each station.
Yeah.
So if we have a station with Z bikes, that means we need to add at least X minus Z and at most Y minus Z bikes, right?
Right.
These could be negative. So we could, like, X minus Z could be negative, in which case we're removing bikes.
Yeah.
Just for simplicity, I'm going to call, let's say C is X minus Z, D is Y minus Z. So we need to add some number of bikes within CD such that we always stay in 0 to... Oh, wait, C has already been used.
AB. I don't know.
Yeah.
Things.
I was gonna use AB later, but yeah, let's use AB.
Oh, okay.
Well, since we always stay within 0 to C, I guess we can use D. Has D already been used? D is the capacity of the docking stations. Okay. All right, fine. EF it is.
Yeah.
So
sure.
say right now we can have any number of bikes in EF. And note that initially EF is 0C. After this station, if we ignore any capacity constraints, we can have anywhere in EF or in E plus A, F plus B bikes, right? Or wait, no, E minus B, F minus A, because we need to add a number of bikes.
Let me process those letters 1 second.
So I guess the minimum number of bikes we could have is if we start with E, and then we add as many bikes as possible to the station. So we add B bikes, so that gets us E minus B.
Right.
And the max is if we have F bikes, and then we add as few as possible, so we subtract A.
Oh, okay. I can. Right.
UCF, by the way, just got another TL on J.
Shame.
Okay.
I can see where this may be going. Right.
Yeah. So there are a couple of interesting things to notice here. So first of all, we need to stay in 0K. So we actually need to like max these with 0 and min these with K.
Yeah.
But neither of these conditions will sort of like move the max or min past each other. Like really, what we need to check is that the min never goes above K and the max never goes below 0. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because that's the only way you can really have a violation.
Yeah, because we can't like because we can't otherwise have a violation where the min is greater than the max, because like both like adding like this negative B and this negative A will like just bring the max and min further apart. It won't like cause them to cross. And likewise, like applying the 0K restriction will not like cause them to cross unless the min is greater than K or the max is less than 0.
Right.
So
and then
we can check.
You have that discussion about independence. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can check that the min is okay independently from checking if that the max is okay. Moreover, the min number of bikes we can carry.
It's only dependent on one of the numbers, right?
Exactly. It only depends on the values of B.
That is clever. I didn't even think about intervals. Yeah.
The max.
Intervals is smart.
Yeah, which only depends on the max number of bikes we can have at each station. Y. So that means we can basically do like a binary search the answer. We can binary search for the lowest value of Y that we can achieve, and then similarly, and we can binary search for the highest value of X, and then the answer is like that is the gap between that X and Y. So yeah, like once you realize this, or even if you like guess that they're independent, I think like I can't remember where, but I've seen a problem with like a sort of a similar idea before. So maybe like some teams have like figure this out just by like grinding code forces.
Right. That is clever. Yeah.
Yeah, but once you realize that, the implementation I think is pretty straightforward. But
yeah,
I think the motivation for me was just thinking, okay, like how do I check? What are like some different ways that I can check if a certain number of bikes is or that like a certain interval is achievable, and then figuring like what part of this can I speed up. So
yeah. I don't know why I didn't have intervals in mind, but I think not doing that makes it harder. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Really cool problem though. I think it might be my favorite one on this contest.
That's a very neat solution.
Yeah. I think it's clever. I think definitely like would love to see ICPC have more problems like this, where you like make some clever observation and then like the implementation is not terrible.
Neat. Yeah.
Interestingly, University of Florida got C right after 7 tries. Wonder like what was so great. Great that they got it. That like shows pretty remarkable persistence. I also wonder like what was tricky for them.
Yeah. Do you know what I imagine it was wrong answer instead of TL, but who knows?
Yeah, hard to say. I was thinking for a while about like if we could I was actually thinking about going in another direction for this problem, where using the fact that like the capacities are at most 10 to the 6. I was sort of wondering if we could do this 2 pointers thing where we see like can we increase the like upper bound by decrease the upper bound or whatever by 1, and if not, then like increase the lower bound and keep trying. Decrease the lower bound, and then like we can sort of find like the best upper bound we can achieve for each lower bound, but it turns out that we can just do them independently. Duke, meanwhile, going for 11 problems by solving F. Let's see if they can get it. They do, so they're in 5th place now. That's great. Let's go
good
back
amount
to
of teams at 11
second.
or more now.
Yeah, so UT Austin, unfortunately, a little bit behind some of the other teams now, but they can still be pretty excited because they're in 1st place in South Central, which means they're in great position to make it to NEC. Having said that, though, there are only an hour and 17 minutes left in the contest, and in fact, UCF and Georgia Tech only have 17 minutes left to get J. So I think if UCF doesn't doesn't get J within the next 17 minutes, then it'll be like unclear which team has won until the results are revealed, which would be exciting.
Yeah, pre-freeze. Should we talk about the freeze now, I guess?
Yeah, do
Can
you want to go
do
ahead?
that. Sure. So, I mean, at a fixed amount of time, usually an hour before the contest, so 4 hours in, these standings will be frozen, which means if I submit, I will still see if I pass the problem or not, but no one else will. You see how some of the submissions are sometimes yellow when they're pending? All of the submissions made in their last hour will look like that. So nobody, not even us, will know what happened to those submissions except for the teams themselves. And at the end, there might be a very fancy looking display of revealing these submissions dramatically. So freeze sort of makes it more interesting, just not like immediately straightforward who wins, unless someone solves 13 now, but it makes the standings more sort of exciting, creates some hype around the reveal.
Yeah, and even if Georgia Tech were to solve 13 now, UCF would still be able to pass them. So I think I think
They have
that
a massive penalty lead.
yeah, the only way that the results could like be obvious before the end of the contest would be if UCF got J. So I think as long as UCF doesn't get J before the freeze, I think this actually like ended up being a really good difficulty curve. Like I like that all of the teams had a good number of easy problems they could reach for. So like it felt like this was a good difficulty distribution to stop any teams from getting bored and to like reasonably distinguish between the teams. And UCF Lambda attempting J yet again. Shouldn't say yet again. I mean, it's only their fourth try, but let's see how they do. Let's see.
Judging time seems to not be the best.
Time limit.
Shame.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few easier test cases they have to get through before they get to the tricky one where time becomes a factor.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the freeze is also interesting from a strategic perspective because
that too.
Teams will be thinking about like, if you're on the borderline, then you're probably thinking like, okay, how many problems do I need in order to qualify for NAC? And that isn't obvious when you don't know how many problems like the other teams are solving around you. So a valuable skill is guessing, and like usually a good heuristic is to think that like teams will generally get one more problem during the freeze, and so like you can figure out what the NAC cutoff is at the 4 hour mark and then probably add one to that, and that's a reasonable guess for what it'll be in the end. But it's hard to say. It does depend a lot on the contest, and depending on how many problems you think you need to solve, if you only need one more problem to get your desired result, then even if two of your team members are working on different problems, you might just like pick one and work together. Or conversely, if you sort of need a Hail Mary, like 3 problems to get where you want to be, then you might have like each team member take their own one, maybe like have one team member try and start coding as soon as possible so that they can like hopefully leave the computer for the other contestants. And like that might, and like the most likely outcome is that you sort of have a hard time and then your team stays on, let's say, 5 problems. But if that strategy happens to work, then it could get you to like 8 problems and maybe an NAC qualification.
Yeah.
Let's see. UT Austin, they attempted C a moment ago and got wrong answer. They're trying again now. University of Virginia also attempting
multiple on C.
Let's see how they do. And then afterwards, maybe Virginia
UVA
gets wrong
fails
answer,
it.
but UT gets accepted. They're into 3rd place now. Despite the fact that it took them a little longer, they're now ahead of the other teams on 11 problems. They're only 15 penalty minutes up, University of Virginia may be about to get C. So we'll see how long that lead lasts. But really interesting to me that I and J like seem like the 2 hardest problems in this set.
Yeah, we see now the UT's like penalty advantage in the beginning is showing now. That small margin, they won that in the beginning. They've kept it a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I is interesting.
Yeah, I think I is like, and I feel like the idea isn't too crazy, but it seems like there are a lot of ways to like get the implementation wrong. I guess it got accepted after all of the medium prompts had already been done, but still it does seem like a lot of teams have been having trouble with it now, and it's been hard to get right on your first try. So definitely one of the trickier problems in this contest. Should we talk about the results for each region?
Yeah, sure. Freeze, I suppose.
Yep.
We can speculate that.
If we look at Mid-Atlantic, so University of Virginia is in first.
Tempting C again.
4th team overall. Nice. UT got it on the second try, while Virginia. And then right behind them is Duke. They got it. So now they're in second place.
They're in
Congratulations to
second
them.
overall. Yeah.
Again, like good penalty time helping them pass Georgia Tech, who's already on 12 problems.
And
Yeah,
they have
so
J, so
that's true. If
they
got,
have that advantage.
but no submissions on I, and I it seems like takes
Yeah.
a couple of tries. So it could, I think like I and
Yeah.
J are both tough problems to leave here last one.
Yeah, but
Would
they do have 70 minutes to all in on that one problem.
Yeah, I think if though if like at most one team AKs, I actually think this is a great difficulty distribution, especially with like some teams
Yeah.
finding I hardest, some teams finding J hardest. It's not just like you put one. I don't like when like contests say, oh, I really don't want anyone to solve the entire set, so I'll just put one impossibly hard problem that no one there that like no one will even have a chance on. Here,
Yeah, it
feels
doesn't
like
really change anything.
yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like all the teams can like have a shot at these problems, but it's hard to actually execute, and I think that makes the contest a lot of fun, both for the participants and the spectators.
Yeah. On the other metrics of good contests, almost every team has solved H. There are only 2 teams who've not. We'll see post freeze if they can pull it off.
Yeah, and it looks like they may let me check, but they may have solved.
Oh,
some
actually,
problems as well.
Actually, UD Team 3 is not here. They were at our site, but they did not appear. So I
Yeah.
suppose
And
it's only down to the other one. Yeah.
Maybe this University of Houston team also isn't there. They haven't submitted at all, so it might be that like all the teams that are here have solved the problem, which is great. And in fact, most of them have solved several, so that's good. I always think it's a little bit unfortunate when like a team leaves a contest having spent like 5 hours and then they only have 0-1 problems. Like it feels like
a lot of effort.
Yeah, and it seems like I don't know,
it's
maybe
sort of
like,
soul crushing.
Yeah, and like I don't know, it's sort of discouraging. Like you've got students who are probably like very strong relative to like the general population of CS students, and it seems like counterproductive to have the contest be that discouraging. So I think that it's great that that in both divisions there's several problems that are approachable for the vast majority of teams here. Other than that, so in terms of the standings, Virginia, Duke, and Hopkins are slated for automatic qualification from Mid-Atlantic. University of Maryland and UNC Chapel Hill and Duke all quite competitive. Or no, sorry, that Duke is already qualified. But Maryland and Chapel Hill both like very competitive for wild card slots.
Wild cards, yeah.
Interestingly,
and the first 5 in Mid-Atlantic are different solve counts.
Yeah. Funny. Oh wow, that's a good point. And also, like there are 3 Maryland teams on 8, right behind the top Maryland team on 9. The 9 problem team is ahead on penalty, but it is like entirely possible that they could be passed by one of the other teams from UMD.
Yeah, some internal competition. Funny.
Yeah.
I do have a fun fact of my own. UMD Red, their team technically has 4 members, counting reserve, but there are only 2 of them at regionals. This is the gamble that, quote unquote, we have chosen to take. I was not a part of this, but in order to have a better team at NAC, and we will see if it pays off. I guess it should be fun to. It's very funny internally what we are doing to our team, but regardless, if we do get the wild card slot, it does pay off. So fingers crossed, I guess.
Should be exciting, yeah. So the plan is like to swap out one of the 2 members and then add in 2 others for NEC if you make it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's some eligibility shenanigans going on, but I don't know how we're allowed to do this, but we'll figure it out.
Well, best of luck.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at South Central for a bit. So UT Austin is still maintaining their lead that they've held it within the region for most of the contest. Texas A&M Hyper is currently in a solid position as the top Texas A&M team, but Texas A&M brute force of nature, if they get a problem right now, will only be a few penalty minutes behind. So it's like, again, possible that they could be overcome. UT Austin, those who know, is 2 problems ahead of all the other UT Austin teams, so they're in a pretty good position. A&M actually attempting I. Let's see if they can be, I think, the first team in this region to solve it. UT Dallas, meanwhile, is in 3rd place. And UT Dallas Woosh is well ahead of the other UTD teams. Rice is currently their best chance at a wild card slot, but it looks like they're behind several teams in Mid-Atlantic, and they do get I wrong.
Shame.
So if we look at Southeast, then there we have 2 teams on 12 problems, so it's really exciting. UCF Orals in 1st, Georgia Tech Iridescent right behind them. UCF Lambda has both I and J, so it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them. But like, there is a world where they solve both I and J. UCF doesn't solve I by the end of the contest, and
Yeah.
UCF Lambda goes to NAC, and UCF or else goes home really wishing they had Pollard Row in their template code.
Yeah,
UT Dallas, it looks like UT
that
Dallas
may be
did
a
just get
regret of
I
many
on their next
teams.
try, so
Hmm.
they're on 11 problems. Anyway, so in terms of, and then the third place team, we have to go a little bit further down, but third in the region is University of Florida,
Yeah.
and then their next team after that is University of Georgia. University of Florida, actually, again, it's another team where there's just one problem separating the top two teams from the school, so that should also be pretty exciting to watch. And going back to the global scoreboard, I'm going to turn off statistics so we can see a little more. I think that right now, all of the wild card slots are going to teams in the Mid-Atlantic region, so they've got a deep bench, which is great to see.
I think Rice might have one.
Oh, maybe. Let's see. So
We
UNC
have we have UMD and UNC Chapel, but
yeah,
and then the
let's
next
see.
one's down at 7.
Yeah, let me check that. I think you're right. Yes, next one, Virginia Tech. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so
All
choose slots
pre-freeze,
for-
of course, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, very much subject to change. But right now, yeah, it looks like Mid-Atlantic has 2 slots, and South Central gets it 1. So it's interesting because right now it looks like the Southeast region is the most like it has like more or 2 of the 3 teams on 12 problems, as well as another one of the ones on 11. So one could say that it's like top tier is the strongest of these regions so far.
Yeah.
But it's but the other 2 regions both have like pretty deep benches where you have like a lot of teams that are on 8 problems or more. So each is like competitive in its own way.
Yeah, it's hard to directly compare that.
Yeah.
Still locked at 12 so far. Will we get a submission in the next 4 minutes?
Yes, so you have about 4 minutes left. Afterwards, the scoreboard is going to freeze. And from there, we'll have an hour more. We'll keep watching the scoreboard and discussing how things are going. But we won't have any... and we'll be able to see when teams submit, as well as when they resubmit. So if they submit... So, like, if, for example, UCF submits a solution to problem J, and then they submit another solution later on, we can probably infer that like they got their first solution was wrong, unless they got it right and they just wanted to mess with us a little bit.
Yeah, some teams have been known to do that, but
yeah,
some.
It has been.
Well, I guess actually, if it is their last problem, they can afford to do that, I suppose. But
yeah, they can mess with us a little bit, but
makes the reveal
see.
more interesting.
Yeah, it's always funny when the scoreboard is revealed, you see like, oh, UCF has like 10 submissions to J, and their last one was 1 minute before the end of the contest, and so one might think like, okay, they must have just been like trying a bunch of things, and then like it's revealed and it says, oh, actually they got it on their second try half an hour ago.
Yeah, and for the sake of penalty, the rules say that once you solve it, anything after can't count against you, even if you like solve it again. So
that's right.
Is in their favor if they decide to do that. 3 minutes left. Anything? Oh, Virginia submits I.
Will they be the first all kill? Let's see. Can they do it? I know not a lot of teams have gotten I on the first try, but it has been done, and Virginia has been pretty consistent so far today. It's running.
Ouch.
Wrong answer. Unfortunate.
2 minutes, 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
See if it happens for free freeze.
University of Virginia and Georgia Tech actually are really close. Like if they had gotten I just now, then Georgia Tech would have like 10 minutes to pass them.
No, I think they'd be down by 10 minutes. If Georgia Tech got there, yeah. If Georgia Tech got it, yeah.
You can tell I'm a little hungry. I'm gonna need to get some food in me between the end of the contest
and
the resolver.
Same.
Yeah, 5 hours is a long time, although it does go a lot faster when you at least have someone to talk to, so I'm glad that you were able to make it.
Someone to complain about the problem set too. And all.
Hey, it is not, I mean, I think
there's some good stuff in it.
Yeah. G was rough, and then there are like maybe some time limits I would have changed, but I don't know, I think overall like
it's neat ideas, yeah.
Yeah, the problem set I also think is like well suited to the region, and there are a lot of problems that I like in it. Like C I really like, K I like.
Yeah.
What else? What are the other good problems? D I think is a pretty fun, easy problem.
I think I is nice if my solution is correct, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I agree. I also like I. What else? Let's see. Um, J is like I think J is pretty interesting to think about.
Yeah. That was the problem I
Yeah.
gravitated to first, but
M,
number
and
three
M is
is a
pretty cool.
shame.
M is
Yeah.
pretty cool as well. Maybe after the freeze we can talk about M.
Yeah.
Um,
Right. Yeah, you had some nice ideas for that as well.
yeah, I think we both had. I think we had like two meaningfully different solution ideas. So that like I think plausibly
I
both
think are
work.
yeah, are both fine. 1 minute left.
Yep. Let's see if any
Let
last ditch
us see.
submissions. It'd be funny to see. Like it's
Crunch
also
time.
possible that a team that like UCF, for example, just waits 1 minute to submit, just to like I don't know, just to again just to create excitement and not let anyone see if they got J.
Yeah.
Rice is tempting M.
I think if they submit a compiler, it will count as a pending. So that could also they could use that to
Oh, that's
screw
funny.
with
I
us.
didn't know that.
I think
um,
because I've seen pendings in frozen standings and they disappeared, which means like it must have been a compiler like after freeze, but
huh. Interesting.
strange strategies that people are
Rice
using.
gets a C on M. They move up into 20th place. And actually, I think that
Ooh.
were they already ahead? I think they might have. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they were
Yeah,
behind the other
they're
Rice
probably
team.
definitely getting that wild card now.
Yeah, well, I
Um
think they might have been behind that other Rice team before they got this problem.
uh
So
minus 259 penalty. Yeah, they had 790
yeah.
question mark. Hmm.
All right, the scoreboard
Good
is
up
now
good for them.
frozen. So
Lovely.
we'll wait for it. Should be anyway. Let's wait for the next submission to confirm. But we should
Yeah.
not be seeing the verdicts to any more submissions before this contest or the contest ends. One thing we'll be able to do is so I think the normal I can't remember which contest view does what, but I think we'll be able to see an optimistic contest view where we can see what would the scoreboard look like if every team got their pending submissions right, or at least
Yeah,
their last
that's
pending
always fun.
submission right. So that should give us a view for how things might look later on. But of course, not every team will get their pending submissions right, so hard to say. And
Yeah.
then we can also see our current view, which will just keep these submissions in yellow. So yeah, as you can see on the stream, we've had a couple of submissions in the queue. They're not being judged, so the scoreboard is indeed frozen. So yeah, teams have 1 more hour, and we should have a good finish. Okay, I might run to the restroom again. So
Yeah.
take a quick break
That's
and
okay.
then maybe talk problem M afterwards.
Sure.
All right, great. We'll be right back.
I may do the same. Yeah. Enjoy. You could put a filler screen or something, I guess. Okay. I hath returned, but there's not much to talk about, so I suppose we will just leave it. If there have been any exciting submissions, Hopkins submits C. Of course, we won't know what happens with that till the end, but we may speculate. C doesn't have the greatest first submission AC rate, so hard to tell if that worked, but they do have a lot of time, even if not. T. Austin Bleh tried F.
All right, hello, we're back.
Other things. Hi.
Let's see. Top few teams still haven't submitted, so no one claiming a full solve yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good though. No one's finished the round before the
Yeah, so this
before the scoreboard
unfreeze will be exciting.
Oh, Georgia Tech
Hopefully
has
they
attempted
do.
J, so yeah, they're the first team that is attempting to fully solve the set, so it's pretty exciting. Unclear whether that worked or not. J, I think, is a hard team to get right on, or sorry, hard problem to get right on the first try.
Yeah. Probably the longer they go without submitting, the more likely it is that they got it, I guess, given how this problem works. But
yeah, I think if they go the entire hour and they don't try again, then I would say they probably got it. But of course, they're hundreds of points behind UCF on penalty time. So UCF, I think, just needs to get J right, and then they've probably locked this one up. Of course, if they don't solve J before the end of the contest, then it is anyone's game.
Yeah, as long as they don't take too many penalties, like they're clearly in the penalty advantage.
Yeah, I mean they're like 300 penalty behind. I mean they can only be get 60 time penalty worse, and so that leaves them with 240 penalty of breathing room, which means 12 wrong submissions. So hard to believe that it'd be hard to see them not winning this if they get that last problem right, but we will see.
Never know. Yeah, Jay could be, of all things, the one to do that. Okay, so we had M, I suppose.
Yeah, let's chat about M. 1 sec, let me get my Windows set up. Why is it like this? Why is it so zoomed in? This is not what I want. Okay, I think this is pretty good. All right, anything else? So UCF Lambda has attempted I, so they moved away from J. That might be for the best if they don't think that they have a better idea. Okay, let's transition and look at C. Wait, no, not C.
M, I think. Yeah.
I really am hungry.
Okay.
So Yolanda just finished moving the furniture around her house, which is shaped like a rectangle, and she now wants to choose a place to put her virtual reality play space. There are a couple of rules for how a virtual reality play space needs to behave. It should be rectangular. Its sides should be parallel and perpendicular to the sides of the house. It has to cover the entirety of any unit square it occupies. It should contain no obstacles. It should be at least S units long across one side and T units long across the other. And each of its sides has to border either the house's outer walls or obstacles. So in other words, we shouldn't be able to extend a VR play space in any direction. All right, so with that, the limits are all up to 3,000. So that means a solution that takes R times C time, or maybe even R times C times a log in time, are probably fine. But R times C times another R or C would be too slow.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to maybe talk through your solution? Then I'll discuss.
Yeah,
mine,
we can.
I think we had different ideas.
Do them in order of coolness. Should I share then? Will that work or will that not work?
Either way, I also, if you want to just run here, I can dictate. But I think I can give you share. I think we can get it to work.
Dictate. I don't.
Just
I can do that.
Like
How does
just
that?
like if you just say stuff, I can like just write it down for everyone and
Oh, okay, sure.
write
Yeah,
what's on here.
actually, yeah, you're familiar with my ideas. We can. So basically, with these sort of like counting problems, it's usually a good idea to fix something or like iterate over something. So we can, for example, start with iterating over the bottom row, and then, or like, yeah, the bottom row of the rectangle. So then we have to touch something below that row, and then we can, for example, say that now we can iterate over the right column of the rectangle. So given that we know the bottom left corner, which means we know firsthand that two. Okay, actually, as a simplification, let's assume S is horizontal and T is vertical. Uh, and then just like deal with that later. Um, so essentially when we do this, we have to be a certain amount wide to reach the first obstacle on the bottom row, like along the bottom. And we have to be a certain amount tall to reach the first obstacle along the right. But we also have these S and T constraints, so we can basically just combine those. So now we have that the rectangle has to be a certain amount wide and a certain amount high. That's fine.
Yeah.
And
By the way,
then,
sorry to interrupt, but Georgia Tech has resubmitted Jay, so it seems like their first submission probably did not pass.
yeah, no, feel free to interrupt if there's
Yeah.
things going on.
Johns Hopkins has also attempted C, which would be it's their second attempt. And
Yeah.
that would be their 11th problem. Okay, sorry about that. You can keep going.
No, it's okay. So from that, we know it's a fact. I don't know how to motivate this, I guess, that as we slide, let's suppose we slide the left edge of the rectangle. We know that the minimum obstacle above this row can only get smaller because as we add in columns, like we can't undo past minimums already. So it can only get smaller. So if we keep track of this minimum, if we keep track of the minimum as we go along, then essentially we're going to have a list of ranges where each range has the same minimum. And then given that list of range and then the minimum is going to be like non-decreasing, like going up as we go, right? I think perhaps a visual of like a staircase or something would help that. And then
if you want to share your screen, then you should be able to like draw.
okay, I can do that as well.
Okay.
Let me get set up.
Cool.
My drawing tablet is broken, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to go back to the very old paradigm of mouse drawings.
Excellent.
Here we go.
Okay, let's see. Are you gonna like start a whiteboard on Zoom or something?
Sure. Oh, I cannot use the mouse. Okay, good to know. I do not have the USB for it. All right,
I
so
should also make sure you can share 1 sec.
whiteboard.
Oh no, you can. Yeah, you should be able to share.
Okay. How is that already sharing, or do I have to do something?
I don't see it.
Okay. Given new whiteboard, what else do I have to do? Sorry.
Hold on. It says there's a whiteboard somewhere.
Can I? Wait, no.
1 sec. Let me look around and see
Existing.
it. Maybe it's on my other Zoom screen. Somebody's.
It's not on the list. Okay. No, this is
Oh,
incoherent.
I think I see it. I think I see it.
Okay.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me change this window around.
Okay. If I do something, does this show?
Yeah, 1 sec. I'm gonna just transition to the contest for a second, then I'll fix the presentation.
Yeah, sure. UCF Lambda also submitting J multiple times. Duke GoldenEye submitting J as well. More contention near the top.
Let's see.
Cool.
Okay, I think like I'm just getting a loading screen, so I don't think that the yeah,
I can share and use a drawing app. That's also fine if that works.
Yeah, try that maybe.
Okay. If that works for the recording, that is.
You can give it a shot. Yeah, so UCF Lambda. Oh yeah, right. You said that today. That's interesting. two more submissions. Duke GoldenEye as well just made their first attempt on J.
Okay.
Okay. Let me
Is
see
this
if
visible
works.
and does this work?
1 sec. Let me have a look. Yeah, I think this works. Cool. Let me go to speaker and presentation and. Okay, say something now real quick.
Hi.
Awesome, this is working.
Okay. So we have essentially, once we know what the bottom right is, or like top left, or however you want to think about it, we have this constraint that has to be at least this wide. We have this constraint that has to be at least this tall. And we also have to have it be maximal in both other directions. So if we look at the minimums, like if we look at, like for this column, what's the smallest obstacle in this entire range? And then, like, for example, suppose it's here, then every obstacle over here and over here is going to be overshadowed by this minimum, so we don't care about it. And then maybe we have like an obstacle here, and then we have some more overshadowing. And
University of Virginia just resubmitted I, by the way.
um, they're at 12, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. A lot of contention.
Very much so.
So we have this, anyway, staircase pattern, sort of. And essentially now, as long as we satisfy both of these constraints and the fact that it's maximal, for each staircase, we have exactly one rectangle that can be formed. So this S constraint says that we need all the staircases to the left of this. And this T constraint says we need all the staircases above this, or essentially to the right of this point. And then we're just, this is a bad drawing, but like assume it's like this and then like this. Then we just need the number of staircase corners that are within this range. And all of this correspond to a valid rectangle. That we can binary search on, because like, why not? And then to move one over, the way we update these minimums is like, if we get a new one, then all we really have to do is, because it's already a staircase pattern, like the amount of minimums that are going to be invalidated are going to be like the ends, like a suffix of it. So we can just take off all the ones that are invalidated and then create this new staircase with this new minimum and proceed. And so yeah. So we start by sweeping over the row, and then we do this sort of to the right sweeping process where we keep track of these minimums to the column, and then each bottom right is a binary search to find the thing. I don't know if you can kill the log in this, but currently this is nm times log something. And then there's the fact that like you have either S or T, but then you can say, for example, like suppose S is less than or equal to T. That's trackpad, sorry. Suppose S is less than or equal to...
by the way.
Which one?
Georgia Tech just resubmitted their J, by the way. It's their fourth submission total.
Okay, a lot of resubmissions. Yeah.
So it looks like they're getting a little bit stuck.
Good luck to them.
Yeah. Kevin, who is he's been the coach of Duke for a while. And he asked, is the resolver going to be run on air? I would say, I think my fair probability for that is like 70%. I think the intent is that we're going to have the resolver going into Zoom call. Ideally, like as long as we can have the resolver showing, then the hope is that Etienne Vuga, apologize if I butchered the pronunciation, from
I'm not sure either. Yeah.
Who's involved in organizing this contest and also coaches the UT team. And the hope is that he'll be able to do some commentary over it on site. If it seems like that's going to be an issue, then our backup plan is to run the resolver, and then Colin and I can do commentary over it. And
try and keep up.
Yep. And if neither of those work, then we might be out of luck. But we're hoping that we'll be able to show it. I think also if you're actually at one of the contest sites, they should be rebroadcasting it to all of the sites. So hopefully, even if it's not available on stream, you'll be able to see it there. But I don't know, we'll see. I think the status is pending, so hopefully it ends up working out.
Yeah, if they do stream it, I could try recording it because I am at Hopkins. Could see about that, I guess. Right. So the only annoying part now is that like all the problem says is like one of the sides has to be at least S and the other has to be at least T. But if we just like say S is less than or equal to T, if not swap them because they're equivalent, then what we can say is that we can first count the rectangles such that like horizontal is S and no, width, should not use that. Yeah. Width is greater than or equal to S, and then the other thing, height is greater than or equal to T. And then do the same but swapping them. And then what that will do is that will double count the rectangles where both of those work, which means both of them are greater than or equal to T. So we can subtract those out, and then that gives us the answer we so desire. And that should be it, I think.
Cool.
Yeah, and then you have something nicer, so go for it.
Yes, I have another idea. Let me.
Yeah,
I think.
just-
Sorry.
yeah.
So just to be clear, like I think that if you can work out the implementation details, I believe this should work.
I agree with the claims you've made in the discussion.
But yeah, the way
Although neither of us have implemented this, I think. So
yes, that is
hard
right.
to tell.
But anyway, I had a slightly different approach that thought works out pretty nicely. So let me go back to the right window. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the top row of the column. Or sorry, what am I saying? Top row of the rectangle.
Top row of the column, yeah.
And the cell and the obstacle that the bottom or the obstacle that the bottom row touches. So my claim is that this has to is that the obstacle the top row touches has to be the closest obstacle in the top row to either the left or the right. Which I think is pretty clearly true, because if it touches any other obstacle, then like if it touches an obstacle that's like further to the left, then it also touches the next closest obstacle to the left. And then moreover, the bottom row obstacle can only use or it can only be, or it has to be the next lower obstacle below our top row in some column. So there are O of, I think, O of C bottom row obstacles for each
just to
of the
say,
O of R.
UCF has now submitted J, so all 3 teams with 12 have pending.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, thanks for the update.
Interesting.
I'm going to get the
Development.
contest real quick just so I can see. But yeah, so they'll be really interesting to see if they resubmit. Because if they get it first try, then they're in a great position to win the contest. But either way, the resolver should be really exciting. All right, so there are O of C possible bottom row obstacles for each of the O of R top rows. So we have O of RC options so far. And now we just need to check each of these. And for each of these options, we've like sort of locked in what like the we've locked in the sort of like vertical area that has to be covered, as well as like part of the horizontal range, as well as a horizontal or some horizontal rows area that has to be covered. Because the horizontal area between the bottom row obstacle and the top row obstacle that we're considering has to be covered within our rectangle. And so now the only possible rectangle corresponding to this extends to the left and the right until we hit an obstacle. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some smart fast way to do this. I think like I would probably just binary search, and with 2D prefix sums this can be done in log. So this is like O of R, so we're up to like O of RC log, I think log C in total. And so now we need to check if each of the O of RC rectangles is valid. And I think doing that is fairly straightforward. I mean, you can check if the dimensions are greater than S and T, trivially. You can check that it contains no obstacles using 2D prefix sums. Let's see, the first three are like straightforward, and then you can check that there's an obstacle on each border, again using 2D prefix sums, or 1D prefix sums if you like want to write some extra code, but you've got to do 2D prefix sums anyway, I think, so why not? And so, yeah, so this solves the problem in RC, log C, binary search is fast, and 2D prefix sums are fast, so I think the constant factor should be good. And so even though there's a, and there's a 4-second time limit, so I think this will comfortably pass in time.
Yeah, I think like both of these logs are pretty fast, so time should be fairly nice.
So, yeah, be interested to see like what all the teams are actually doing. Okay, why don't we pull the contest back up? We're almost halfway through the freeze period, and maybe we can look at Div. Well, I guess first we should show what's going on in Div 1, and maybe we can view like the optimistic standings.
Yeah, why not?
Let's take a look. These should maybe be better described as like cautious optimism, because they assume that like, so UCF, I think they submitted a second time, by the way.
Yeah, they did.
So so the optimistic view will assume that they got the first try wrong, but the second one was right. So let's see how it looks. So as you can see, so 4 teams have submitted solutions to all of the problems, between like the ones they got right earlier and the ones that they've submitted during the freeze. UCF is pretty comfortably ahead on penalty, and then University of Virginia and Georgia Tech right behind. But a lot of these teams have been, I think that UCF, UCF just did their second submission. Okay, I think that's right. Let me check real quick. No, UCF just submitted a third time.
Third.
Okay, so a lot of these teams are like repeatedly submitting to J, so they might be at the point in the contest where they're like, okay, especially if I'm UCF, I know my penalty time doesn't really matter. I just want to
UCF has a lot of attempts to burn.
Right, so I just want to like try a bunch of things and see if they work. So if I'm UCF, I'm not caring that much about like these wrong submissions, because I just need like, maybe if I get like 20 wrong submissions, like I'm going to fall behind. But my top priority is making sure that I get just that one right submission before the end of the contest. I think someone in IC, or was that you? Was that you talking on?
That's me, yeah.
Okay, cool. We've actually had surprisingly good viewership throughout this, by the way. I think we've had 40 to 50 people for the whole stream, if I'm reading this correctly. So
I think so, yeah. Vaguely checking.
So yeah, looks like thanks to everyone for sticking around. And I'm probably gonna butcher this name, but Jeroen, from who he was on the Dutch team that fully solved the contest in the open division. See if have any other teams done that. Yeah, now there's another team from Brazil that's done the same. But anyway, he points out that problem A from the BAPC, which I think is another ICPC regional, is very similar. Let me look it up.
H, but yeah.
Or problem H, yes. Sorry, I cannot speak. BAPC problems. Here's problem H.
Almost the same. What, I wonder if the constraints are tighter or looser there.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like they have, yeah, it looks a little different. It looks like they want to know, yeah, this is slightly different. It looks like you have a grid, and you have a bunch of queries. Each query has like a height and a width, and you need to find like the number of rectangles not containing any obstacles within that height and width. So it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit different, just because you don't have the whole like it must be adjacent to obstacles constraint, which makes it, I think is what makes this problem feel a little bit more original. But interesting setup nonetheless. Definitely, like, I definitely could imagine some like similar intuition coming in handy. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. I wonder if I might try. I wonder how the Pacific Northwest contest is going. Although I guess we can't really compare, because I think the West Division does not have any shared problems.
Just to note that BAPC problem has a 25-second time limit. That is fantastic.
Okay, surely it's like some square root thing then, right?
I kind of feel like it has to be, given that formulation. I don't know.
Yeah. I just made you a co-host, by the way. I think we're gonna try and do the resolver in this Zoom call, and
Sure.
so one of us will need to let Etienne in once he arrives, and I think he's gonna be able to like let the people in who are rebroadcasting it to each region, and then we can just go on mute and
Sure. Yeah.
I guess if we're not the active speakers in the Zoom call, people may not be able to see us, but that's probably fine.
Yeah, if it's about the resolver anyway, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I think mostly for the case where we need to, if like there's anything wrong with the mic and we need to talk. But yeah, I agree that if like the setup
if we don't need
works
to do any
perfectly,
commentary,
then,
like
then it'll just like show ATN and that will work great. Okay. What else? Let's show Division 2. And then we can go down.
There was a team with 8 pre-freeze. That is neat.
Very cool. Here's what Division 2 looks like. So you can see attempts have now been made to every problem. Pre-freeze, I think only 8 problems have been solved, right? Before the freeze. So
yeah.
Drexel has solved every problem that has been attempted, but they have a worse penalty time than the University of Virginia. UVA, though, hasn't been attempting any new problems, so I don't know.
Yeah, they did everything in the first 100 minutes. Interesting.
Yeah. So and
the rest of the problems were rough. Yeah.
But we'll see. So I'll let the scoreboard scroll for a bit, show you all the whole Div 2 scoreboard, and then we'll open up the Div 1 and scroll through that as well. In the meantime, if people have any questions in the chat, let's see. Oh, and apparently for that problem H, the 25-second time limit problem, square root TLE'd in the actual contest, and it was made so that Python and Kotlin could pass.
Ah, lovely.
That's a lot of dedication. I feel like this contest, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to say, but it feels like K, for example, might not be very Python friendly.
Yeah, there's some rather tight things. I don't know how you're gonna. Well, J, I don't know. I guess it depends on what exactly your pollard row complexity ends up being, but
UT White is submitting F, so it's exciting. And let's see, still going through a lot of teams. It's exciting to see that the teams in the middle of the standings on Div 2 are still finding problems that they can attempt. Nice to see that like no one's run out of interesting problems to do and just given up.
Yeah. Somewhat fair distribution.
Yeah.
Until you have 7, I guess, but that's fun.
All right, so let's go back now and show Division 1. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. All right, so things are looking pretty similar. I think none of UCF, Virginia, or Georgia Tech have submitted in the last couple minutes, but maybe one of them is like continuing to think through their pending submissions for I and J.
Or they just got it. Who knows?
They might have it. I think Virginia, I would say, based on how things are going, might be the most likely, just because it's only their second submission. I think it's been a little longer for them, and just like my prior is that I is less of a problem that you can just throw things at and like get rid of a bunch of submissions that way. Like it's a tricky problem, like one where it might take a couple of submissions. But J, I think like in the last hour, especially in the last 40 minutes, a team might just like keep throwing submissions at J that have little chance of passing. Just because even a small chance is good enough to submit. So,
like with the nature of J, it's hard to find a worst case manually. So you have to sort of pretty much the only way you can be certain you'll pass is just by submitting.
And wow, the team that took now somehow it updated. I thought, the team in the Open Division got J on their 51st attempt. So congratulations to them.
Wow.
And I think that
beautiful persistence.
That's one of the highest numbers of submissions I've ever seen. And but get this, they then got M right on their 22nd attempt.
22nd.
So yeah,
they have one left.
Congratulations to this team from it looks like from Einsham's University. So that is some impressive persistence. and now they have all the problems in the open division. But C, unfortunately, they're sitting on a 28:57 penalty time, which is a little bit on the high end. But if they could
Just
get to
higher than
13,
my rating. That's impressive.
Yeah. Let's see.
Huh.
Don't think any of these top few teams have resubmitted in a little bit. Has UCF Lambda? They're up to 6 submissions on J. I know that's a lot of
Yeah.
submissions.
That 6th one is recent then. Or actually, I'm not sure. Lambda. Actually, it might not be.
They have 4
We'll
submissions
see.
before the penalty time. Like they've kind of been approaching this problem consistently throughout, and they also only have the 1 submission on I. So there is like a crazy scenario where UCF Lambda like passes UCF or else when the resolver comes.
Yeah. It kind of is anyone's game still.
Yeah.
13 is a hard bar to reach.
I would feel a little bit bad for UCF or else just like not getting a chance at World Finals, but
have such a lead.
Well, also like they were at NEC last year. I think Xylinox, who's on their team, has been competing forever. I know it'd be nice to see this team get a chance, but if UCF Lambda can pass them, then it's really impressive, and they definitely like would deserve the shot at NEC. So exciting to see.
Power to them. Do we have any other like interesting within university? The lineup is pretty distinct other than that, isn't it? The UTs aren't. They're far behind those who know though.
Far ahead. Yeah, I think they would need to like get to 12, and those who know would need to like not get any more, which they haven't submitted since the freeze. But I'm gonna turn on scoreboard scrolling, and then maybe we can see if there are any other interesting competitions a little bit lower. I think Rice last we saw was pretty interesting. Although their Rice Null has not submitted any new proms, so seems not super likely that they'll be able to pass the other Rice team. What about University of Florida? I thought there was another University of Florida team that was pretty close. University of Florida I think is separated by only 1 problem and a bit of penalty time. But that's another case where the second team does not have any submissions yet. So again, maybe not super likely that they get passed.
Yeah. I think also, to some extent at this point in the contest, like if you have over a problem's lead worth of penalty, then you pretty much have to solve more than 1 to catch up at this point. Not enough room for variance then.
Just like before, there are a lot of problems, or there are a lot of teams that have multiple, or in the middle of the standings that have a lot of submissions. Swarthmore still has submissions on both J and K. I think J is maybe a little bit ambitious. It's like a pretty tricky problem, but I could definitely see them getting K.
Yeah.
We do talk some about applications of breadth first search, although Swarthmore also historically has been outside of my team, has been a Python school, and I think if they're using Python to solve K, that could be a little bit
for
sad.
that problem. That's rough.
I don't know. There's been like the C++ proportion has been increasing as of late, so we'll see. But
some problems are just not friendly.
No.
Shame.
We'll see if Conqueror of Tourists can overcome that challenge when he competes at NEC this spring.
Yeah, he of all people will figure it out, I'm sure.
Yep. I am a little happy though, because it's nice knowing that like whatever comes in the next few years, we'll have a Python LGM before we have an AI LGM.
That's true, yeah. It's quite a milestone to
first Python LGM.
pull that off.
It's crazy.
Although I think with the direction CF has been in for a while, I think it's becoming more feasible, especially like than it was maybe a few years ago.
Nasty constant optimization is rarer than it once was, which is great.
Yeah. It's more about ideas and stuff now, which is language agnostic something.
Yep.
No new submissions from top 3. Could be a good sign or a bad sign. Who knows? You see if Lambda also not submitting again, it seems. we have any other teams that try to claim 13? That would be fun. Could be another 11 team that might pull it off.
Mm-hmm. See, UT Dallas submitted J. Is that their first submission, or did they already have some pending? It looks like, yeah, that was their first submission on J. So,
Yeah.
we'll see. It might
Could be good for them.
Yeah, their last
Could be the start of an emotional journey.
They got I 233 minutes in, so that means that they haven't had a huge amount of time to think about it. So maybe they've been trying to think really carefully and only submit a solution that they believe is going to be correct. But it might just be they're trying things and just hoping that they work.
Yeah.
And,
no indication.
What else? Let's see. UT Austin has just submitted. They just submitted I, so that's their first submission since the freeze. We'll hopefully in a few minutes have a good sense of whether they got it right.
Yeah. So all teams at 11 have something to show now.
Yep. Yeah, this is going. I mean, I think in some sense it's not going to be that high stakes in the sense of determining NAC qualification, but certainly the title of South Division champion is tightly contested.
Yeah, and even like the regionals themselves.
Yeah, Southeast champion is close. I think. Oh yeah, I guess now that like either UT or Austin or Dallas could get to 12, yeah, then there's some competition for South Central champion. I think Mid-Atlantic University of Virginia right now.
UVA has Mid-Atlantic unless GoldenEye somehow gets 13.
Yeah, Duke would need to get to. Yeah, I agree. I think like for it to be in contention, another Mid-Atlantic team would have to get to 13, and Virginia would have to get their I wrong, which.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think right now I'm kind of a believer in their I.
Yeah, because it was just one submission.
Yeah, it's their second submission. Like it took a lot of teams multiple submissions. They haven't submitted since I think it's been like 20 minutes or something.
And they're pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Last year I think your team at University of Maryland had a come from behind victory after the scoreboard freeze over UCF. Is that right?
I think it was before the freeze, but
I see.
Yeah, no, they had a 2-problem lead, or maybe 3-problem lead on us at some point, and then we came back and got our own lead.
Yeah, I remember by the end of the first hour it looked really lopsided before.
Yeah, UCF had this insane, like, what was it, like 8 problems to everyone else's 5? I remember this. That was crazy.
Yeah, it does look like you guys got your last problem at the 3.5-hour mark, so maybe not. Maybe the question was like whether you were going to get to 12 or something.
Yeah, L. That problem. Fun times. Geometry and all.
Yeah, really enjoying the lack of geometry on this contest.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to think about that much. B is fairly harmless, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see, a couple of people talking in the chat. Chesky asks, what's your opinion about difficulty of regions in ICPC, Europe, US, Asia, etc.? I'm not that familiar with like the regional contests at all the different levels. I think that like my sense is that right now North America has like a couple of like very strong teams that are competitive for World Finals medals, but for the most part, like I think then like we trail off a little bit. And I think like competition to make it to World Finals is maybe a little bit stiffer in Europe and in many parts of Asia. Which is not to say that it's easy. That it's easy here. Like I think even now, mostly you need like a 2400-ish CF rating in the past few years to make it to, or on average, roughly to make it to the World Finals from NEC. So it's gotten pretty competitive. But I think like a lot of the European regionals are really challenging, and as are a lot of the Asian ones. Let's see. Aiden Eastman says, "What time will the competition go to?" There are 15 minutes left in the contest. Afterwards, it's going to end, but then there will be an award ceremony at each of the sites. So depending on whether the team stays for that, they may stick around a little bit later, and it could be probably like I think the award ceremony will go until, or will, there will be like half an hour break after the contest, and then the award ceremony will probably take like half an hour-ish roughly. So I would say like contest probably ends at like 7:30 to 8, but not confident. I do think one interesting and very positive trend that that was not that long ago in how North America World Final slots were determined was the advent of the NEC. Because so the first NEC was in 2020, and before that, World Final slots were just like allocated across each of the 13 or I think it was 11 regionals. And this was a mess for a number of reasons. Like there was a lot of conflict over like the number of slots allocated to each regional, because like at NEC if America gets like 17 slots instead of 18, like I don't know, it's not, no one like feels that, other than like maybe the 18th place team, like people don't feel like that wrong. Like it doesn't feel like, oh, my entire region is in trouble now. In comparison, in North America, like there were a lot of issues in the Southeast regional in particular, because Georgia Tech and UCF are both in that region. Both of those are like strong teams virtually every year, but in some years only one of them could go to World Finals, and so that got a little bit ridiculous. Likewise, so the year before I arrived, actually, at Swarthmore, one of my teammates, Runzi, was competing in regionals, and he was competing with a couple of less experienced CS students. And he came in third, basically on his own his first year, which is pretty impressive. But then he was like getting ready to go to World Finals, because in the past the number of slots that had been allocated to Mid-Atlantic, which was our region, was 3. But then that year, all of a sudden, we lost a slot. We only got 2 teams to World Finals, and he didn't qualify, which ended up being a good thing, because he was then our like team of 3 was able to compete together more consistently. He got to save his World Finals participation, but I'm sure it felt pretty bad at the time. And so now like every region gets a reasonable and like fairly consistent number of NEC slots, and NEC gets a good number of World Final slots. Like it feels like the slots are now like allocated fairly equitably across the regions, and everyone like has a fair shot to go to World Finals. One interesting thing that I'm noticing here, by the way, is that University of Houston has 12 submissions on got A right on their 12th submission. So another example of really great persistence. They also, I think if I read it right, it might say they have like 36 submissions on problem C. Low confidence that 36. I read that correctly, but let me check that number.
Which team is it?
University of Houston. Let me look for them real quick. They had 36 submissions, 30 submissions before the freeze, 6 submissions afterwards on problem D. We'll see if they get them. Also 18 submissions on problem G. So
they are trying. Yeah.
They're trying very hard.
It may or may not be working. Who knows?
We'll see. I guess that's why we have the resolver. Looks like a pretty strong majority of teams have submitted at least one new solution, though, so not a whole lot of people have given up after 4 hours.
It's good to see. Yeah,
definitely.
Problems that's keeping people engaged.
Yeah. And like the 5 hours is a long time to keep up your problem-solving stamina, and so I think
streaming stamina is running out even now.
So it's impressive that these teams are continuing moving forward and still like pushing through these problems and hopefully getting a few more accepted. And just to give another shout out, Villanova know we've got a parent in the chat currently in 76th. They made 4 submissions to G before the freeze. They've made 4 more since then, so still trying, and hopefully they can move up to 6 problems. I hope that they saw the clarification that was posted to all the teams on G, because if they're still, it's possible that those wrong submissions are coming from like still using the wrong interpretation of that was in the original problem. So hopefully that's not an issue for them, but we'll see. Aiden says, I want to give you guys some respect. I've been on this live stream since 120 supporting my son on Team Villanova, and you guys have done an excellent job covering all the teams. Yeah, thank you, and best of luck to your son and his team in the last 10 minutes of the contest.
Yeah, see what they can do.
Yeah. All comes down to this. I think it is very cool. Like one thing that the coalescence of the regionals into the 4 divisions is a relatively new phenomenon. I think that it started 2 years ago. I think the South might have been the pioneer of this, but I think that also has been really nice because it's crazy to see like just how many teams from so many different places are able to compete together today. Got I think. How many teams in total? So 158 in Division 1, I think 110 in Division 2. So that's like almost 270 teams, 800 students just about, all working on these problems. I think it's really exciting. It's a good chance for students across different universities to meet other their peers, both like at these individual sites and discussing the problems online after the contest. And when I was practicing for programming contests, I found it really valuable to just have friends who I could talk about or who I could talk to about the problems, share ideas together, and motivate each other to improve. And so I think that it's really exciting that this contest is hopefully providing those opportunities at a much greater scale than the individual regional contest could.
Yeah, even just like the sharing of problem sets, it opens up like possibilities of discussion, makes the scoreboard wider, stuff like that. It's more interesting for us to look at too.
Yeah, definitely.
And all.
Yeah, I felt like I agree. Like it feels like in the old setup, like I mean, obviously, if you're like winning your regional very easily, then you have motivation to improve, to do well at NEC and at World Finals. But it does feel like I don't know. I think like there have been a few years where the top teams in these regionals could sort of take their wins for granted. Like there were a couple of years where UT was just dominant in South Central. I think Swarthmore had a few good years in Mid-Atlantic. And now that the scoreboards are combined, it feels like the last few years, no one has been able to take this competition for granted. I mean, UCF, I think I would have said was the favorite going in, but they were, but even now they're facing some stiff competition. And
Hard
if their
to
J
tell
solution
now,
is wrong, like, and it looks like it might be right. They haven't submitted again in a while, so I think there's a good chance they got it in 3 tries. But it's
none of the top 3 resubmitted at all. So if that's telling, then UCF will take it.
Yeah, but like they can't guarantee a win. Like University of Virginia, it would have felt like okay, this like I guess they're not that far ahead of Duke, but it would have felt like okay, they're in a solid position. But because of the merging of these regionals, all of these teams have motivation to improve and to try and do even better, which is exciting to like get that at a level before the NEC. All right, so let's see. We only have 7 minutes left. UT Dallas is resubmitting J. It looks like a lot of the other top teams have settled down, so I think it's possible that UCF and Georgia Tech will have gotten J. It wouldn't surprise me. Like these are clearly strong teams, clearly very well trained. It would not surprise me in the slightest if they like had Pollard Row in their book code. Also, though, they're very strong teams. Like they might have just like figured out the correct optimization to get it to work without any fancy algorithms. So hard to say.
Since there are like multiple paths to passing, it's probably feasible for them to get one of them at least.
Yeah, we'll see. Johns Hopkins is just submitted to J. It was only their 2nd time, so
they've tried everything now.
Yeah, with under 10 minutes in the contest, I can imagine they just rode the brute force just to see if it happens to pass.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I'm aware that the Hopkins team printed an absurd amount of templates, so they might have Pollard Road just by that chance. Who
I would
knows?
hope so. It would be pretty funny if you like printed out your like 100 pages of template docs and then just like none of them have the one thing that you actually end up needing.
Yeah, imagine that. They have Austin's template, I think, which should be solid. I hope. I'll root for them, I suppose.
Nice. Maybe like right before the contest ends, let's go through the optimistic standings one more time.
Yeah, sure.
See,
Uh,
this might change in the last 5 minutes, but
okay,
hopefully
let
it
me
should be a
pull
reasonable
up the link
approximation.
then. Is that the challenge or the one?
Challenge. And yeah, I've got
Uh,
it on. I've also got it on stream. So
Yeah, no, but if I look at it there,
yeah.
it'll be delayed, I think.
hmm
Um,
Yeah. So right now we have 5 teams that have submitted to all the problems, and if we look at Mid Atlantic, University of Virginia is in first, ahead of Johns Hopkins on penalty time. Um, again, just to reiterate, some of these submit green checks are unofficial. They are assuming that pending submissions are correct. So, in other words, like Johns Hopkins, for example, has not necessarily solved all 13 problems. I think they've solved 11 before the freeze, and they've submitted to 2 afterwards that they may or may not have gotten right. But in the optimistic case, where every team gets all their pending submissions right, um, University of Virginia would have won the Mid Atlantic region, followed by Johns Hopkins and Duke. University of Maryland would be in very strong position to get an NAC slot, followed by Chapel Hill a little bit further behind, and maybe Virginia Tech. In South Central, UT Austin, those who know, have held on to their early lead to win the competition. The winning over UT Dallas Woosh only on penalty. Afterwards, Texas A&M Hyper a little bit behind them, and the next school before that is Rice, which will be competitive, or which is going to be competitive for a wild card slot. Finally, looking to the southeast, UCF and Georgia Tech have a pretty commanding lead in this region. University of Florida not too far behind, and then in fourth is the University of South Florida, but unfortunately they seem like they're likely a little bit too far behind to make it as a wild card. So it looks like now the wild cards seem like they are currently slotted for the University of Maryland, UNC Chapel Hill, and Rice, but still remains to be seen. And now let's go back to the normal view, though, and I think things will shift around a fair amount. So you can see that a lot depends on how the scoreboard reveal goes.
yeah, it sort of illustrates the vast difference that can be made.
All right, so we have 3 minutes left.
See if any last minute submissions are made, I suppose.
Yep. Colin, do you have any particularly memorable like last minute contest stories?
No, I've never clutched out anything, I think. Except for in like a virtual once.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not exactly the same. But like it was a CF round. It was 906. You did that one. You did really well. It I took like forever on problem C2, if you remember.
I'm just pulling up the round. I don't remember
Yeah,
the
sure.
number.
I don't think
Yes.
it's
Ooh,
and
yeah, I remember
then
this one. D from this round is like one of my all-time favorite competitive program problems.
I agree. And with like 15 minutes left, I like glanced at D and I just like probably not in time. And then I just like left and then thought about it in the back of my mind and then realized, wait. And then with an idea in mind, I rushed to the keyboard with like 10 minutes left. Made it work on first compile and got it with a minute left. That is like my
Nice.
only clutch. Everything else, the clutch has never worked out for me. It's sad,
When
but
it works, though, it feels so good.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've
You
had
had a
any,
story like that with getting LGM, right?
Yeah. In the contest where I got LGM, so I think I had enough problems to make it anyway. But my fifth problem, which is problem D in the contest, I
Yeah.
was submitting. I like realized that I realized that in addition to outputting the answer, we had to output a construction, and so I only had a couple minutes left, so I just like typed as quickly as I could, and I compiled, and I like didn't I passed the sample case, which was like the weakest possible sample. It was like a tree with 2 vertices. And then I just like I
Right.
was like, I don't have time to like test further. I better just submit. And then at like 1 hour 59 minutes and 56 seconds into the 2 hour round, it got a C.
Crazy.
And then about a year later, I actually had a 1 hour 59 minute 58 second AC, which was also kind of funny. That was one where like I had
Wow.
I didn't think I was going to be able to solve the problem, but then I found the solution to something that was like basically the same on the internet, and it ended up working. Which, to be clear, is like
Lovely.
allowed. It's allowed on that's allowed on code forces, but
Yeah, yeah. It's all within reason.
anyway, so that was a little silly.
So following
Anyway,
that trend, you will have a 159.59 sometime in the future.
hopefully so. Anyway, seeing some last submissions in UT Dallas swoosh, one more last ditch effort on Jay, and now the
Yeah.
contest is over. Congratulations to all of the teams. So yeah, it looks
Whoopee.
like the top 3 teams may all have gotten their 13th problem because they didn't submit for
Maybe so, yeah.
yeah. So it's possible, but we'll just have to see. So from here, first I'm gonna look in the chat and see if anything else is come up. Yeah, someone asked, did you guys go through F yet? They only said it's a classic do you know suffix array problem. Yeah, I think that's basically right. Like I would just say like you sort of just like use suffix array and then you make the longest common prefix array and it sort of works, but we haven't gone over it in any more depth than that. Anyway, so I think we're going to pause the stream now unless Colin, you have anything else you want to add, but stay tuned because in about half an hour we'll be back with the resolver, and so we'll be able to see how the submissions from the last hour panned out.
Yep.
All right. Thanks so much. Congratulations again to all the participating teams, and thank you all so much for tuning in. Please stick around for the resolver coming shortly.
See you then.
All right. Hey everyone. Hopefully y'all can hear me. We're hopefully going to start the resolver soon. We've got it all pulled up. We're just waiting for a couple of things to get set up with on the contest sites, and then we'll be able to get started.
Ethan, can you say something? I just want to test the audio. I joined here.
Yes, I can hear you, Chalam.
Oh, okay, great. All right.
So we're just missing Isaac. Let's see if Isaac can join.
Okay, sure, no problem. I'll wait. Okay, I'm hanging up.
Isaac is here.
Okay,
Okay, so I
thank
think
you.
we're ready to go.
Yes, we are ready.
Wonderful. So Jay, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Can we just make it larger, like full screen?
Okay. Chalam, can you mute yourself?
Full screen.
Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed the contest. We're about to announce the results. And the way this is going to work is I'm first going to announce the results for the entire region. So these are going to be the final standings for our site, in addition to all of the other sites in South Central. And this is what's going to determine who advances to the North America Championship. In addition to this, there's also going to be some per site medals. So once I'm done doing the resolver, then your site director is going to then present medals to the top placing teams at every site. Before I do that, before I go and announce the results, I just want to give another quick thanks to everyone who made this event possible. So a big thank you to Bowen, our chief judge, as well as the entire judge team for writing the problem set. To the Caddis folks, Frederick and Greg, to the systems people, Keith, to ICPC Live, who did a fantastic stream while you guys were coding, talking about how you were doing and how to solve the problems and so forth. And of course, to the coaches that brought you here to this event, and also to our site directors. So please give these people a big round of applause. So during the contest, at around the 4-hour mark, the scoreboard was frozen. And what you see on the screen here, so we're going to start with Division 2. This is the scoreboard for Division 2 at that start of the freeze period. So you can see that some of these are green, some of these are red. these are the submissions that were sent in before the freeze. And everything that's blue, these are the submissions that were sent in after the freeze. And what we're going to go do now is we're going to go down to the bottom here, and we're going to resolve each of these blues to determine the final standings. So for example, down here we have cowbell ringers. So at the freeze, they had not yet solved this problem. They had 5 submissions. They sent their last submission in, about a quarter of an hour before the end of the contest. And did they get it right? Yes, they did. Now, because of tiebreakers, this doesn't take them up a place for the end having solved a contest. So congratulations, having solved this problem. Congratulations, cowbell ringers. Hex Huskies, they have 1 submission right at the end of the contest, and no, that didn't work. Blue Cowboys have no remaining submissions, so they end in 14th place. University of Oklahoma, 2 submissions. Let's see, 1 submission. Nope, it's no good. Demon Coders, 9 submissions on problem B, and it's no good. UTEP CIC3, they end in 11th place. UD1, a submission on problem B, and it's no good. SU Roots, 3 right answers. They stay in 9th place. All right, Sam Houston, they have 1 more submission, and it's no good. Tandy Automaton, 298. That's a little bit of a suspect time. That's 2 minutes before the end of the contest, but they got it right. And they still have another one. They still have another one, problem D, but no, it's no good. SBT, no good. Buff Coders, 3 minutes before the end of the contest, but they didn't get it right. Tandy Stack, 4th place. They have 1 more submission, and it's no good. Keezus Coders, 3rd place. They have no more submissions, but they are in 3rd. So congratulations, Keezus Coders. You get 3rd place in Division 2. Yeah, please, yeah. If you... Congratulations, Keezus Coders. All right, UD2, they have 2 more submissions. Problem C is good, and that is enough to advance them temporarily to 1st place. Temporarily to 1st place. Because Glaskey's guys still have 1 more submission. And if they get this right, they might go back into 1st. But it's no good. So Glaskey's guys, I'm sorry to say, but you did end up in 2nd place. So congratulations, you're a 2nd place finalist in Division 2. So give Glaskey's guys a round of applause. All right, and so finally, UD2, you are in 1st place. You have 1 more submission. Can you run up the score? And yes, you can. So UD2, you are the winners of Division 2 with 7 problems solved. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause. All right, so those are the results for Division 2. I'm now going to attempt to switch to Division 1. Attempt to switch to Division 1. Just give me 1 moment. All right, so we've got the scoreboard for Division 1. Now, somehow the school icons have been deleted. I don't know how to fix that. So you won't know some of these, whose school they are. You know which one. You know your own school's icon, hopefully.
I know Blair.
You know Blair. I know Blair as well. All right, so that's resolved Division 1. So we have 36 teams in Division 1. We have Anon here. Anon has 4 suspect submissions, all at time 295. So is this a troll or are some of these right? Let's find out. So problem B, nope. Problem C, nope. D and H, no. Sorry, Anon. LSU Purple, they have 2 remaining submissions. 1 2 minutes before the end of the contest, no. And another submission, no. So LSU Purple ends up in 35th. Big Red 1 more submission, it's no good. CIC 1, 2 submissions left, and it's no good. Rowdy Riders, 5 attempts on problem D, and one of them was good. They go up. CIC2, problem K, it's no good. Rowdy Riders back again. Can they go up again if they get problem J right? And no, they do not. And they stay in for 31st place. Golden Lassos, 271. Nope. 3 minutes before the end of the contest, it's no good. Big Red 2, 6 submissions on problem B, and one of them was right. You go up to 26. Team Redacted, wow, that's a lot of submissions. 10 attempts on problem C, 35 attempts on problem D, oh, and 11 attempts on problem G? No. What was a good try, but you stay in 29th place. OC Wings, you've got 3 problems that could take you up, and yes, the first one is right. Belcher's Boys, the other Laterno team. Let's see, problem D is good, you go up to 27. Big Red 2 has no remaining submissions, so they end in 28th place. Belcher's Boys back again, and another problem they got right. They go all the way up to 18. OC Wings, 299, 1 minute before the end of the contest. I didn't think so. And then problem N, no. All right, 27th place for OC Wings. OC Eagles, again, 1 minute before the end of the contest. There's no way. OC Talons, 25th place. UD3, 3 minutes before the end of the contest. Did they get problem K right? They did not. Gorkali Hawk Coders, you guys have no remaining submissions. You're in 23rd place. Tandy Bounded, 22nd place. Unicode 2137, one of the Rice teams. Let's see, did you get problem K right? You did. You go up to 18th. Tandy Machine, 242. That's pretty far before the end of the contest. It's no good. 299. There's no way. Oh, except you got it right. Congratulations. 1 minute before the end of the contest. Rowdy Alpha, 10 attempts on problem G, but they're no good. Belcher's Boys, back for the 3rd time. Can they do it again and get one more problem? No. But that was a great run towards the end of the contest there. Y'all finished in 20th place. Unicode 2137, you're in 19th. Tandy Machine is in 18th. Not sure. 7 attempts on problem K, but they were no good. 17th place. Not sure. They weren't sure.
Hey,
Holy
sorry
Goat.
to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just FYI, I've been checking the penalty times, and I think there may be an issue with the resolver where the resolver is not incorporating the penalty submissions into computing the penalty times. So like, it's not awarding the 20-minute penalty. Anyway, I can check on that a little more, but just wanted to let you know that like I think it's possible that ranks will change from what the screen is reporting.
Okay, so I'm hearing that there may be some issues with the judging where the penalty was not correctly applied. So these ranks, I guess, are tentative until we hear for sure from the judges if these ranks are correct. So thanks for pointing that out, Jay. All right, Holy Goat. They got what right. NAU number 1. 6 submissions so far. They have one more attempt on problem E, and it's good. You guys go up to 15. Holy Goats, can you do it again? They can. They go up to 7 problems solved. So unfortunately, in this battle between NAU1 and Holy Goats, NAU1 has come out on 16th place, and Holy Goats come out on top at 15th place. Congratulations, you guys. Better Call the Wambulance. That sounds like a Rice team. How did they do on problem N? It's good, up to 11th place. Pineapple Pizza Preachers. I like pineapple pizza. I don't know what you guys are talking about. C is no good, G is no good, and J is no good. You guys are in 14th place. Quack Overflow. That's a nice team name. How did you do on problem F? F is not good. G is not good. You guys are in 13th place. Stupungus. 10 attempts on problem G, but none of them made it. All right, Better Call the Wambulance. You guys are back. You're out of submissions. So you end up with 8 problems solved and 11th place. Coding Champs. One more attempt on problem C. No good. J, no good. You guys are in 10th place. Null. 3 attempts on the last problem, but one of them is good. Unfortunately, because of tiebreakers, unless there's a mug in the judging, which could still be the case, you guys end up in 9th place. Minriz Max Pull. Good team name. No more submissions, 8th place. Now, unless there's a mistake in the judging, you guys are the top Rice team. And there are 3 schools ahead of you. So UT Austin, UT Dallas, and Texas A&M are all still on the leaderboard above you. So what I said earlier was the top 3 teams, or the top 3 schools from South Central are guaranteed to advance. And because Rice is the 4th place school, you would not be guaranteed to advance. However, I heard from the judges of the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic that Rice did well enough overall in the entire Big South that you will clinch a wildcard spot and be able to advance. So big congratulations to Rice. You're going to go to the North American Championship. Bleh, 299. I don't believe it. And it's no good. 246. Okay, there you go. You're up to 4th place. UT Orange. 2 more problems. No and no. You end up in 7th. UT White. 270. 297. No, you end up in 6th. Brute Force of Nature. Brute Force of Nature has no more submissions. They end up with 9 problems solved. Brute Force of Nature is not the top A&M team, right? That's Hyper. I wish the flags were here. Bleh. Bleh has 1 more problem, and it's no good. You're in 4th place. Hyper, a 299 submission on problem I. I don't believe it, and indeed it's no good. But you do end up in 3rd place, so congratulations, Hyper. You're a 3rd place finalist, and you're advancing to the North American Championship. All right, so now it's the battle of the UTs, UT Dallas versus UT Austin. Both of them have 1 more submission to go. Whoosh, 4 attempts on problem J. Do you get it? You do, and that puts you up to 1st place. However, UT Austin does still have 1 more submission on problem I. Are they going to get it? They do. And that takes UT Austin to 5th place. So congratulations to the Comets on your 2nd place finish. You're going to the North America Championship. Give them a round of applause. And that takes us to the winner of the South Central Regional, those who know. Congratulations, those who know. Please stand out. All right, so thanks so much for coming to the South Central Regional. The award ceremony does not end here because you're going to get some per-site award medals. So please stay seated and your site director is going to give those out, but those are going to be off-stream. So again, thanks for coming and congratulations to all the people who are advancing to the North America Championship.
Okay, so.
All right, thanks to everyone for joining the stream. I think that about wraps it up, and we will see you all soon.